Lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on. He missed the complete. He's crazy stuff.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield floor. He slides through. He tags Richard Eck.
With the prototype and GTD overall championships still up for grabs, it's come down to this final round today. We're expecting to have the highest lap count of the 2016 season with an average lap time of around 1 minute and 15 seconds for the prototypes. The DGFX organizers are predicting somewhere between 270 and 280 laps completed if this race goes green the whole way. Time to go play in the red Georgia clay as the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series starts the final round of the West season. Here we are on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Howdy, folks. I'm Sean Ambrose, and thank you for joining us for the season finale, East versus West showdown in the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series here at Road Atlanta. In the booth with me today, Adam Young. In the GSRC virtual production truck, twisting and tweaking the dials, the guru of speed himself, I'm Jed Yaman. Our eye in the sky, Dougie Beard, handling the cameras today. An amazing Technicolor streamed into your home through the worldwide wonder of the internet. Adam, talk to us a little bit about this old gem here in Brazelton, Georgia.
Yeah, Road Atlanta, one of the classics of American road racing. Of course, we're going to be running the normal 2.54 mile, 12-turn layout here for today for the sports cars. Track opened in 1970, so yeah, it's been around quite a while. And lap times here today are not going to be anywhere near the record lap time, which was set in an LMP1 way back in 2008. I say way back, but really it feels like yesterday, of a minute 6.242. So yeah, we're going to be a little bit slower than that here for today. But the 12-turn layout's definitely going to provide a little bit of that excitement, but we're going to be running around this place for 6 hours here for today. And to give you an idea of just, all those laps that we're going to see, let's throw it over to Kevin Brown at the GSRC BMW for today's lap guide.
All right, we've got Kevin Brown behind the wheel of the GSRC BMW, so let's do a lap around Road Atlanta. Turn 1 is going to be a fast right-hand sweeper, but despite the fact that it heads uphill, it's easy to understeer wide, and if that happens, expect to slither off into the concrete barrier. Then right away, you've got turns 2 and 3. It's completely blind at the apex and prone to lap 1 pileups. Passing here is ill-advised. As soon as you're done with that, though, you plunge back downhill through the S's. We need a very specific line through here to set up for turn 5. This is another uphill corner, but watch out for the curb on the inside because grabbing too much of it will unsettle the car, and there's very little room on either side to save it. Now we're heading towards turn 6. There's plenty of banking in this corner, so it's faster than you'd expect it to be for a 90-degree right-hander. But before you know it, you've hit turn 7. This is easily the most critical corner on the track. As you can see, it dumps you onto the backstretch, which means your corner exit will be of the utmost importance. Botch it, and you'll be a sitting duck to the draft the whole way down the straight. Not only that, but at the end of this is the heavy braking zone for the chicane of 10A and 10B. The rest of the course is very technical, so expect most of the pass attempts to take place here. The tricky part is, the switchback means it's possible to defend from either side, so guys will be fighting hard to retain position. It'll take respect from both drivers to make it work. After that, we head back over the crest, fly through the final corner, and finish a lap around Road Atlanta.
And there is a trip around old Road Atlanta, and man, this race today is going to be a lot of fun. They get around here awful quick. Let's talk about the points, what we've got going on today. Now, DGFX has a unique format to decide this year's champions for each class. Now, there have been 2 seasons. This is the finale, the culmination of 2 seasons, basically, and this finale, the East and West seasons. Okay, those took place throughout the year. And we've all shown up here today to go for that big team championship. Now, to determine the points going into this season finale, teams have taken whichever season they scored higher in. And then with that being said, let's take a look at how things stand for today's race. There is a fight at the top. The championship is not secure for V Apex Racing Green. Mikey Grimes, David Jakes there sitting up top with 191 points. Close behind, Black Adder number 68, 8 points back. Now, we'll talk about the scenario in just a moment of how things will shake out and how they can get that top of the championship podium here in just a moment. Okay, and then we've got Boar 80. They're 24 points behind in third, and Odox Motorsports sits in fourth. They are racing with V Apex Yellow to maybe grab that fourth place spot away in the points. Sorry about that. Just stumbled all over that, guys. All right, now let's take a look at the GTD team standings. All right, those were the prototypes. Now that we've got the same situation going on right now, Adam, in the GTD standings. We've got 49 Motorsports up there with Dexter Castro and Urianis and Amjad Yaman, who's not in the car today. He's behind the control board there. And they're sitting there with 173 points. Their competitor, Online Sim Racing, DE, Walder, Weld, and Waldnauer, just 3 points back. We're going to be watching that battle all day. Looks like third, fourth, and fifth have probably settled themselves out with Bad Cactus Racing there in third, 21 points back, and Huskenveld Engineering, 31 points back, and then Hammerdown Racing right now sits 44 points back in fifth, Adam. So, the championship at stake today and a battle for both championships. Going to be a lot of fun to watch and follow over 6 hours. But we got to talk about the details of the race before we can get racing. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, and one thing to add there, sitting there in GTD standings, number one still, Dexter Castro. We warned earlier he had some connection issues. So that's going to be another story to watch as far as that 49 Motorsports team. But, of course, they're going to have 6 hours to try to figure out those connection issues here for today. Teams are going to vary between 2 and 3 drivers during this 6-hour race. And, of course, they'll be split between 2 different classes. Of course, we have the Daytona prototype classes, and we have the GTD class, which consists of your iRacing GT3 cars, your Audi, your BMW, your Mercedes, and your roof. Full course yellows are enabled. I do believe that race control can throw a yellow flag if for some reason the track becomes blocked or something serious like that happens, but it won't be something that you'll see constantly. Your weather, your temperatures today is running about 65 degrees. So these DP cars, they're notoriously difficult to drive on cold tires, and you're going to be throwing a cold track at it too. That's going to make things all the more interesting, especially on the outlaps for these cars.
Yeah, having driven the C7 myself, that has been one of the big things about that car since they released it. The tires, they have to get some heat in them to find a little bit of grip. And I got to tell you, that with the 65 degree temperatures, yeah, the outlaps are going to be just downright scary, Adam.
Absolutely, and of course that's going to lead into some of the stories of the race also. There, Sean, of course, outlaps and even in-laps, passing zones and danger zones. The passing zones at this track at Road Atlanta, if you're not familiar with it, one of the first passing zones that you're really going to come up with is going to be the straight between turns 5 and turn 6. Of course, you go through the S's, you hit turn 5, that's your first decent little straight right there, and you go into a decent braking zone into turn 6. So that's going to be a good passing zone here for today. Another good passing zone is going to be the next set of corners, 7, 8, 9. 8, we don't know if that's really a corner. Of course, the back straight here kind of meanders around a little bit, and so we get down into turn 9 and eventually down to the chicane about turn 10A and turn B. That entire complex right there between the straight, the nice long back straight, the one place where these DPs can really wind it out. You can be looking at some good passing down there in turn 10A and 10B as well. And of course, the setup going between turn 12 and turn 1 as well. And as far as danger zones around the track here today, of course, turn 1, even though it's a passing zone, it's also a danger zone. It's kind of off camber a little bit. It's kind of blind a little bit as well. You can get yourself in a little bit of trouble there. Late braking there, braking too late, excuse me, not late braking is the technique, but braking too late and overdriving the corner and sometimes ending up in the grass. That could be a real problem right there. Next problem area is going to be turn 3, right there, kind of the first hard right-hander there as you start leading into the S's. That could be a real headache for some guys out there, and of course the S's themselves. And then going back to another passing zone that's also a danger zone, 10A and 10B, that's chicanes right there. It narrows down quite a bit. DPs are going to love to try to pass the GTD cars right there, but they got to give each other a little bit of room. And if you're going to have contact between classes, that's going to be one of the areas that you're going to have to watch out for.
Well, Adam, the prototype and GTD championships are still very tight, with 2 teams in contention for each class. And the prototypes right now, with the plethora of drivers that Blackadder Motorsports has put together, the teams called on Sven Kameritz and Brandon Guarcia today to pilot the number 68, and Fraser Williamson and Chris Hendrick to pilot the number 69. Now, fielding the most cars in one class throughout the field, VAPEX Racing Group looks to have the best shot at good team results with 2 wins and 6 podiums combined between the 3 cars. The team is looking to add to astonishing results this season. 99 entry currently sits first in class, 8 points ahead of the second for overall championship, and a podium finish will clinch the championship. So got Russell Tyson, Kirk Gross, and Leonardo Cordy in the 33, and David Jakes and Mikey Grims in the 99, Chuck Chambliss and Kevin Linden, I believe, we're going to be in a 999. So I don't think Williamson's going to be here today, though. We heard that he may not be. So check me on that there for the Blackadder Motorsports team. But certainly lots going on there in the prototypes.
Yeah, the GTD class is not very far behind as well. Of course, you got the West Season champions. They're going to be trying to capture the overall championship there with Dexter Castro and Yurianis. They've been able to race. Dexter's been able to race in every single race of 2016 so far. Now, he's the only driver to be able to do that, but of course, we did mention that he was reporting some connection problems earlier. Now, he's here right now. If he starts to race, I guess that's going to continue that streak for him. But obviously, that could help. That could throw that 49 Motorsports group into disarray in the GTD class if something happens to him. So we hope and pray that doesn't. So overall, for the main competitor there in the GTD class, it's going to be the online-simracing.de team. And they're hoping they were able to finish last race incident-free. So they're hoping for another one. But they're going to have a good run today in order to beat that 49 Motorsports team. That 49 Motorsports team scores second. They will clinch the championship in the GTD division.
All right, and it looks like they are wrapping up qualifying now. And we can start talking about the grid here and get ready to peel off for 6 hours of racing here in the DGFX series. And the grid is up. I'll go ahead and take the prototype class here. VAPEX Racing Group Blue will start on the pole. Blackadder Motorsports number 68, just on the outside there in second. VAPEX Racing Group Green will start third, and VAPEX Racing Group Yellow just to the outside of them in fourth. Club Ham team there starts in fifth. Online Sim Racing DE Endurance 2 starts sixth. And that completes the prototype class. 6 entries will start this race.
And the rest of the field's going to round out the GTD class. Starting on pole for the GTD class, Hammer Down Racing. On the outside of that, it'll be the 49 Motorsports team, hoping to hang on here for today. Bad Cactus Racing will start on the blue. Bad Cactus Racing will start on the inside of row 5. Or the outside of row 5, Blue Line Motorsports with my own personal teammate, Clark Archer, from the Pac Major Series, my racing endurance series. He's out there. Got to give a little shout out to him. In row 6, we are looking at Blackadder Motorsports. Those Blackadder guys are tough, and no matter what division and what class they're racing in. Shave Software team starting in 12th. Braxton Motorsports in the inside of row 7. Online-simracing.de Indio 1 will start in the outside of row 7. Sweet Spot Racing inside of row 8. Outside of row 8, Work in Progress Racing. And inside of row 9, we have the VAPEX GT Racing team. And a couple of cars that did not put down a qualifying lap on the outside of row 9, prototype of Revolution Racing GGFX in 19th. VAPEX Racing Group Red and Blackadder Motorsports in GTD class starting in 20th.
Yeah, and I believe I have heard that VAPEX Racing Red is not going to field that team today. So we're going last bit of notes here from Race Control. A little less than a minute to go before we get started. Adam, give us your view here. What do you think about this race about to unfold in front of us?
Well, I think that you're going to have the race controls already asking to be able to keep a nice gap between the prototype classes and the GTD classes here at the start of the race, obviously because of the cold tires on the DP class. With these 6 guys up there right at the front in the DPs, I think that they're going to be very cautious. These are very good drivers. They're going to give each other a little bit of room here at the start to kind of let those tires warm up before they start racing hard. So I expect a pretty clean start actually out of the DPs, even at a clean start for us looking on the outside of the inside of the cars. Those guys are going to be having a handful. For the GTD class, I think that the start's going to be pretty exciting. You got a lot of guys right at the front. You got some guys that also have to make up a lot of room here to start the race. Especially when you're looking at that 49 Motorsports team starting up front, and the fact that their main championship contenders are a little further back in the field. So they're going to have to try to make some start gains right early on in this race.
Well, Sven Kameritz is the first to pull away. Leonardo Corti in the car for VAPEX Racing Group Blue. Pace car leads them off, and they start to begin this lap around and get ready to cut them loose. Now the prototypes will go on green, and then the GTDs will get the call from race control to start on race control's command for green. And the drivers were advised that'll happen somewhere between about turn 12 and the bridge.
And as far as the time difference between these two classes of cars, you're going to be looking at anywhere between about a 5 to 6 second time difference between the cars, especially once the tires start getting worn down a little bit. So these DP cars are going to be having to worry about lap traffic relatively soon in this race. With these quick laps around here, they'll be looking at lap traffic within maybe the first 10 laps of the race on the back half of the GTD field. So that'll be another factor to watch. As well as different pit stop strategies as well. This is going to be a very fun race to watch, and I hope everybody's ready for 6 hours of excitement at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, and this not being a very long track and projected to go 270, 280 laps today, they're going to be fighting through that traffic quite a bit. So listen, director, broadcasters, head on a swivel today, because there's going to be a lot of fast and furious action out there. And, Adam, repair could be an issue for several contenders out here today. If you get that car banged up just a bit, you're going to be begging for some repair in the pit. I know the DP doesn't handle damage very, very well. You start beating up those body panels, you'll really lose speed on the fast sections of this course. So that'll be something to watch out for. The GTD cars, pretty much the same. I mean, you really don't want to beat them up too bad. There is trouble to be found on this track if you're out there looking for it.
That's right. And it's kind of like Lime Rock in a way, though, too, that you could damage the aero just a little bit and not affect you too much. But if you do it a little bit too far, you're going to be toast. DP cars coming down here, getting ready to take the green flag, Sean.
Yes, sir, they are. And here we go. The green is out. And the WeatherTech Series is underway. Corti gets to the outside. Sven Kameritz to the outside. Corti breaks away into the lead, heading down into turn 1.
Very clean. Oh, somebody get back there, getting a little bit loose. He's off in the grass.
Sven Kameritz off in the grass there as we get started. He drops all the way back to the end of that trail.
That's those cold tires. As soon as he got on the gas, he tried to spin around on GTD class, taking the green flag.
Yes, sir. Back to GTD. They're down into turn 1 now. And the leader breaks away there. That's 49 Motorsports to the front.
That was Bob
In
Grant
second,
that you saw in the grass back there on the back half of the field.
Hammer Down Motorsports leading, 49 Motorsports chasing. Paul Darling gets off to a great start. Uriana swings it out wide, gets in just behind him. Heading down the straight, down to turn 6. All 3 cars there, really close. Ryan Wallace, Bad Cactus right there. They have broken away from the rest of the field as they get started. Heading up the back straight. It looks like so far everybody being pretty patient. Cars already dropping in line at him.
Yeah, Shane Norton had a little bit of an adventure out in the grass between turns 6 and 7 there a minute ago. Almost had a little bit of contact. Mark Torres in that Blackadder 67, but they were able to gather it back up, and Shane Norton right now leading the second pack. But Paul Darling right now, great start from Paul Darling in that Hammer Down Racing car, and more importantly, at least as far as championship implications, a great start for Yurianis in that 49 Motorsports car, separating himself right now.
Well, speaking of separating themselves, and right now that's Leonardo Corti up here in the DP class, VFX Racing Blue. They have already made it around to turn 7, heading up the back of the course now. Working lap 2 here. 6 hours to go, Adam, and already Corti just stretching the legs on that C7.
He's definitely trying to do his best right now to do that. A little bit of look at the interval here, just over a second lead right now. So he's almost getting it out to the point where the draft won't take as much of a factor. So that's what he wants to do. He wants to get up there and set as much distance as himself early, give himself a little bit of cushion there in that V-Apex machine.
Sven Kammert's back here in 5th, or just took 5th from Jacob Lehman. He's back on the attack. Looks like he's got the heat in the tires and starting to make his way back up through the field. The Blackadder Motorsports machine is quick.
I want to go over to the GTD class real quick with Paul Darling and the top 3 group right there. One thing that you're going to notice, and of course you talk about it all the time with GT3 cars, is what car is going to be the best on each track. I'll tell you. And of course, as soon as I get ready to talk about something, Mark Torres decides he's going to go ahead and loop it around. He was running in, I believe, in 4th when it happened right there. There he goes, gets a little bit loose in that Mercedes. He's going to have some time to gain, but he's got plenty of time to do it. But getting back to what I was talking about there, if you look at the top 3 cars, there is no best car right now as far as the individual GT3 cars. You have a Audi up front, a BMW in 2nd, and Mercedes in 3rd. So that'll be interesting to see here as you go through the race. But right now, nice parity.
Yeah, just checking, not much going on here in the DP class up front. This is a good battle here in the GT class. The prototypes, like I said, pretty much unchanged up front. The only thing that's changed is the amount of distance that Corti is continuing to put on the field. Mikey Grem's back there in 2nd, trying to catch up, but Corti got a little loose there coming out of the S's, and almost lost it. I got to tell you, he did a pretty good job of hanging on to it, getting out of there. Now the car's back in shape as they head down to 6. I see Sven Kammert's trying to make a move for 3rd place back there. Too wide, going, taking it down into turn 6. Wow, Dorelli, I don't know, something happened there. Maybe took a curve. Yeah, we're going to take a rewind, maybe take a look on the replays, see if we can maybe hit a curb hard. They're coming. Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of left front damage on the car. I'm wondering if that curb shot might have been affecting the handling on the car just a bit. That allows Kammert's to get around and up to 3rd. Already making his way back up through the field.
Well, that's the thing with these DP cars, the front ends on these things are so low. I mean, think if you're familiar with the Gen 6 oval cars, think that with splitter up front. I mean, that's how low these things are. They just suck themselves to the ground. So these curves here, they're going to chew up the front ends of these DPs just a little bit if you get aggressive on those curves. In fact, looking at the cars right now, 1st and 2nd, no damage on their fronts at all. But Kevin Linden on back, everybody pretty much is kind of gotten onto those curves a little bit and tweaked their front ends just a touch, but I don't expect that to play too much of a role in aerodynamics. It'll be more of you hit a curve the wrong way, it could try to throw you into the wall or something like that. Those concrete barriers at Road Atlanta will come up on you quick if you happen to go off track.
Yeah, and that spot down there at the end of the S's, down at the bottom of the hill, turn 5, that left-hander up the hill, that curb is tough, man. You get a piece of that, you are in trouble. It will throw you off into that wall off to the right. Sven Kammert's making a move now on Kevin Linden as they head through 9 into the chicane at 10. Sven gets by clean, pulls away, and now begins the assault on 2nd place. Mikey Grimm's up in front of him. Going to have a ways to go to catch him. About a minute, a second and a half up the track. We have a caution.
And Bob Grant had an issue. Of course, he got off track right at the start of the race, and apparently his day went from bad to worse. Find out what happened here. It looks like right there, right where we were talking about with the DP cars, that's another problem with that corner, is that if you don't hit the curve, it's a very sweet spot. If you don't hit it just right, the back end wants to come around on you, and it did, and threw him into the wall.
Yeah, it snapped around on him indeed, and it threw him into the wall and beat up the front of that car. Riding on board with him here now. Turn 5 right here, the left-hander gets a little bit too much curb, spins it right around to the wall and knocks the hood off of that car. A little bit of front-end damage. That could be a couple of minutes in the pits, for sure. Okay, and he actually was not able to not get the car back around under power. That damage a little heavier than I thought there initially. Needed a tow, and that's what has brought out our first caution of this 6-hour race, Adam.
Yeah, I'm going back and looking even a little bit further because, at some point he just decided that he couldn't turn the car anymore and put it back into the wall there on the back stretch. And I think that's when the caution was officially thrown when he stopped on the track, which is actually probably good because those DP cars were coming up on him really quick. But so far at the start of this race, getting a little bit of a break here. I don't really expect anybody, unless fuel strategy comes into play here, as far as anybody maybe trying to come in for tires or anything like that. Maybe somebody for gas, but even that I kind of doubt this early. But Mikey Grimm's there. He's been able to keep pace with Leonardo. He hasn't really, the last couple of laps, really hasn't extended his lead any. So that's he's keeping pace with him, and so he'll be somebody to watch. But those top 2 DP cars are just running away with it right now.
So, all right, it's got an update from race control here. Just some rules behind what we do here in the DGFX series. Now, a short, full course caution is declared within the first 15 minutes of a preceding green flag. So, the start of the race or when the green flag comes out after a preceding caution period. Now, if it's outside the 15-minute window, the first wave-by procedure does not need to be completed. So, that's a little background on what we're doing here, but the lap-by-lap procedure, the pace car came out of the pits and picks up the overall leader. That was the DP class. They picked them up just as they were coming around turn 1 there, Adam. Okay.
Yeah, and we do have a report, the V-Apex yellow car, Kevin Linden, of course, he kind of saw him falling back just a little bit. He decided to go ahead and come in and make a little quick pit stop.
Right, exactly. Okay, so now we have to question whether or not the pit was open when he came in. I'm wondering, did Linden have damage there that he needed to come in? Did you see anything on the car there?
I didn't. Let me go back and take a look here, though. But we're gonna see, though. I mean, because he did grab that curb wrong, and his front end was probably tweaked the most out of everybody. So he might end up with an EOL penalty here and have to start not only behind the DP cars, but also the GTD cars as well.
Yeah. So yes, the pits were open, so they should. I'm sorry. Right, so the pits were not open by iRacing, so they have gotten an EOL for that from the iRacing by iRacing rule, Adam.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard in that case, and I think that might have been why Banfield stopped back there on pit entries, because there's a little bit of discussion over the in-race radio about whether the pits were open or not, and they were, so I think he would have had to come in. But Kevin Linden, the pits were not open, so he will get that EOL penalty. And just want to reiterate that yes, he is going to have to start probably behind by iRacing rule, not series rule, iRacing rule, behind even the GTD cars. So Kevin Linden's he's gonna have to fight through traffic here, be the first one out of the DPs to have to fight through traffic.
All right, well, the lights are out, and we will go green at the line as they make their way around. The pace car is leading them down through turn 6 now, and the trip over to 7. They'll come up the back straight and get ready to go green. We'll cut them loose, and yeah, Linden going to have a lot of work to do. The car is clean, so it'll be fast, but it's going to have to manage the first couple of trips around here, getting through the GTD traffic. It's going to be a tough ask there for Linden. So much time left in this race, though, Adam. Being patient, not such a bad thing. What is bad and working to your disadvantage, again, is the length of this course and how quickly the cars get around. You just don't want to get too far behind, because then you're going to be falling victim to, laps down. And that's what you've got to avoid here is you've got to stay on your lead lap with your class. So important, but it's tough to do over 6 hours.
You really do, and the GTD cars have also been pretty racy here for the start of the race. So he's going to have to fight through guys where there's championship implications between a lot of these guys too. He's going to have to fight through them, and he's going to have to try to do it quick. So
all right, here we go.
DP cars taking the green.
Yes, sir. The pace car is off. The green flag is out. Here we go. The East versus West Championship at stake. Mikey Grems, Leonardo Corti getting off to a nice start. Sven Cameron's had to check up there just a bit before they got to 1. Corti gets off to a nice start, though, once again on the hammer. Down the hill and through the S's. Here we go. The race to turn 5 is real. Everybody spread out. Single file throughout the field, Adam.
Yeah, so far, GTD classes, their restart was clean as well. I've got my eye on Kevin Linden trying to work his way through those GTD cars, and he's already made it through 2 of them and getting ready to maybe hopefully take 1 or 2 more here before they hit the turn 10A and 10B complex.
Boy, and Corti just really laying the power down early. Again, really looks like his goal right now just to try and open up as much as he can on the entire field. Get that car just as far out front as possible. And it is just, again, really been consistent. This restart, a really strong one for him. But Mikey Grems, hat off to him. He had a nice restart himself. And as he makes his way down the hill, back up to the start-finish line, Mikey not losing our leader anytime soon. Sven Cameron's, though, back there in 3rd. He's back in this hunt after falling all the way back to 6th. He's now back up to 3rd, and looks like he's going to be able to keep pace with these guys as we head down the hill through the S's.
Yeah, I imagine it'll end up being much of the same here over the course of the next couple of laps, though, with Leonardo and Mikey being able to extend that 1-2 lead. But Sven definitely has a little bit of a better start here, so maybe he can tag on to the back end there. But I'm going to make a bold statement about Mikey Grems so far, and bold because, granted, we're going to have so many laps here today, but I'm wondering if he's just hanging behind Leonardo just to pace himself and try to keep his car clean right now and not push it. I'm wondering if he might end up being a little bit faster than him as we get closer to the end of the race.
All right, quick update on the Apex Yellow and Kevin Linden already making his way up the back straight, picking them off one by one. 49 Motorsports right in front of him on the inside, down into 10. And he has now passed the GTD field. Did that just over a lap there.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what it just out of curiosity, because of course that'll be something we'll see out of the rest of the DP cars here soon. His lap time here coming at the line was 1:17. To give you an idea of how much faster that is than your leaders right now are running laps in the high 1:14. So he was losing 3 seconds a lap there while he was playing around with those GTD cars, but he is now clear of them and has clear track in front of him.
And Corti is still your leader in the prototype class. And Sven Cameron has made his way to Mikey Grems. Looks like we're going to have a battle there developing here over the next lap. Boy, I'll tell you what, the Apex Racing Blue, a lot of speed in that car right now, and Cordy is finding it every lap. Still running 114s, and the only cars behind him that are still running 114s would be those two chasing him. Everybody else already running 115s and plus, and Cordy just, again, the class of the field right now gets started here early. But this is endurance racing. We know anything can happen. You know, we've already seen how punishing this track and those curbs can be at times. It's all about taking care of the car, Adam, and just being patient.
It really is, and and looking back at the GTT cars, back on just a couple laps ago on lap 10, David Kroll and Sweet Spot Racing Mercedes. Lap 5 ended up biting him. Kind of tried to snap loose on him, and he fought it and turned it back the other way and caught the concrete barrier. So now he's going to have to be, running with a damaged front end. So, taking care of your car is going to be a big thing among all these different classes.
Yuri Yanis, just behind Yanis, the third place car spins into the wall. Ryan Wallace coming out of 5, hits it hard.
Oh, this might end up being another full course yellow here. We'll have to see what race control does. But turn 5 again. Turn 5 is going to be the major trouble spot here for today. That Mercedes, beautiful Mercedes, all dinged up.
Yeah, and the caution is back out. He just lost it. He hits a little bit too much of that curb, and it sends the car around. Gets loose off there and not able to catch it. I don't know if it was the curb so much as maybe when he got back on the throttle, to be honest with you, Adam. Might have been a little bit too aggressive getting back to the throttle because it looked like the rear end started to come away just a bit, and he tried to catch it, and unfortunately when he tried to catch it, it shot it back to the right on him, and into that barrier he went. Heavy damage that we saw right there on that Mercedes.
Yeah, and that's when he hits the curb like that, it kind of throws the car up in the air a little bit. He's still on the gas a little bit. It comes down, and it just hooks the car.
Shane Norton's around on track. Well, that's odd. He hit the curb there, and it sent the car around. I'm wondering if he goosed the throttle or something.
Yeah, that's something right there where Audis really do not like those curbs right there, and I think Shane just caught a little bit too much of that while trying to catch up to the field. Thankfully, he didn't hit those tires too awfully hard. That's a very slow part of the course, but still, that'll be a little bit of damage that'll have to be repaired in that Blue Line Motorsports car.
Okay, pits are open for all cars this time by. And I do think Shane Norton's probably going to want to get that repaired. That right front wrinkled up just a little bit.
And that goes back to the endurance racing aspect of it. We're still early here. We're only 20 minutes into this race, just crossing the 20-minute mark. You might as well go ahead and get the repairs. There's not too many cars. You're not going to lose too many positions, if at all. Treat it like an oval race. And, come in, get as much repairs as you can without going a lap down, and get back out there and power on around and do what you can.
All right. Couple of caution flags there. Jacob Lehman taking a shot at the pits. Yeah, Uriana's coming in also. I see the 49 Motorsports car ducking in there. And a few guys making their way down the pit lane.
This is Phil's strategy play here, I think. And Amjad, our director, he's got a lot of experience in endurance racing and everything else. He can comment on that, to us. But I think that this is probably Phil's strategy trying to play out and trying to get off strategy from some of the other cars in their class.
Yes, sir. And certainly a good point. You're looking at less fuel at the end obviously it's time. It's never too early to start thinking about your end game here when we're talking about endurance racing, Adam.
It's true. 6-hour racing. A lot of these guys, and I we do some endurance racing with my team and everything else. We see a lot of these same teams out there. So these guys all have endurance racing experience, long-term endurance racing experience, and 6-hour races. It's almost like a sprint race to some of these guys. So they're already thinking about their end game for sure.
Okay, so we got the pace car in turn 7 right now, making its way through. Ford Mustang coming on up the back part of the track. We will go green this time by. The lights are out on the pace car, and it's still going to be Leonardo Corti in the DP class. Mikey Grem's in second. Sven Kammert's there for Blackadder Motorsports in third. Sergio Durelli in fourth. And Kevin Linden going to round out the top 5.
Shane Norton in that Blue Line Motorsports car still sitting in the pits there. So we're the engine is off. So we'll see how much longer along his repairs are going to be. Oh, there he is. Okay, that's totally my fault. I was not live on my deal. Hey, that happens sometimes. But Shane Norton's out there now. He's got to catch up to the field before they catch green here, which is going to happen here very, very soon.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if the damage repair they had, it was maybe just a little bit of suspension repair. But here we go, back up front, the pace car getting ready to peel off into the pit. And here we go, Leonardo Corti going to take it away. The East versus West showdown for the championship. Corti is away, and on it, here comes Mikey Grems, right on his tail. Sven Kammert's, they are diving down into one. Mikey thought about it and then backed off just a bit there. Teammates, you don't want to certainly have any problems early. Corti really driving it hard, hit the curb, coming off the top of the hill there, really, really hard.
Yeah, not only teammates, but one of those teammates fighting for a championship.
Yes, indeed. Sven Kammert's on the chase, right hot on Mikey Grimm's tail. Nice restart. Sergio Durelli has a nice restart also. He's hanging with Sven. Kevin Linden hanging in there. He's recovered well from early trouble. Back to the GTD class. Paul Darling and Hammerdown Racing get a great restart. Corey Roon, that's a new second place car. There's Shave Software. And then in third, Stefan Walder and Online Sim Racing, DE. 49 Motorsports opting to come in and take that pit stop. Yuri Yanis still in the car, obviously.
And Bob Grant fans, Work in Progress Racing, that BMW has finally returned to the track.
Now, Jacob Lehman, our sixth place car in class, had to restart amongst the GTs. He's fallen back just a bit, making his way back up through the field. Coming down the hill, got to get through 5. Going to pick up a couple of more GTs here as he heads down to turn 6.
Leonardo, going back up to the DPs, Leonardo Corti not running away from Mikey Grems like he was earlier, or the rest of the pack. Maybe he's going back to the whole pacing thing. Maybe he's trying to slow up his pace just a little bit to make sure he keeps his car clean, or maybe helping out his teammate a little bit, helping get him back up on his back end and give him a tow. Because don't forget, championship implications here. Your second place car is the leader in the prototype standings, and the Blackadder Motorsports car just behind him is running in third. So that's an 8-point gap between the two at the start of the race. He definitely wants to try to help his teammate out and get as much gap between him and that Blackadder car as they can.
Yeah, but Sven's having none of that right now. The Blackadder car looks strong here on that last restart. He's been able to kind of keep them right there within arm's length. And Jacob Lehman has finally made his way around the GT leader, Paul Darling. Corey Roon still hanging on to second in class there. But as I said, Jacob Lehman gets by Online Sim Racing DE. Back in the hunt here as they head down into turn 6. They've got a little ways to go now. The rest of the DPs have gotten in front of him by about 3.5 seconds. We'll have to check and see what kind of pace he's got here when he completes his next lap. That car is working with a little bit of left front damage on the 992. That was a really solid restart, Adam. We got off to, again, a solid restart that saw these cars spread out pretty quickly, actually, through most of the field. Got a fight for the 4th place there in GTD. Looks like Torres trying to hold off Urianis.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this is another championship fight here between that Stefan Walter-driven machine, the online-simracing.de, and Indio 1 machine. Right behind him, of course, his championship contender, Yuri Ionis, that 49 Motorsports machine. And that gap there was only a 3-point difference. Now they got tight back there.
Yuri makes that move and almost gets it off on the other side of the curb there. And boy, what a power move by Yuri Ionis. He's able to hang on to it and take the fight now to Stefan Walter. Walter trying to hold him off. Got a mirror full of Urianis right behind him. Couple of BMWs fighting it out there. Yuri gonna pull the slingshot
1-2 right here. Or I should say championship 2-1.
Yuri tried to slingshot him and get around, but he got the position for the turn, for the chicane there. Gets through real nice. Yuri pulls off another position up to second.
Yeah, Yuri knows what he has to do with only at the start of the race a 3-point gap between him and that online simracing.ee car. You can't play it safe as far as anything. You've got to go for it because 3 points that evaporates in a hurry. So he's doing what he needs to do right now to put that team in front for the championship.
Yeah, I'm giving more positions to Yuri than he deserves here early in this race. I forgot old poor Corey Roon there in the Shave Software car. He is second place and doing a great job with that Mercedes, wheeling it around right now, chasing our leader in the GTD class, Paul Darling, who's got that Audi off to a great start today. The number 22 Hammer Down Racing GT3 is fast. And I'll tell you what, the Audi, fast car that handles very, very well, loves this track. I think it would be safe to say that an Audi could win this race today. Again, it performs very well here at Road Atlanta. That's been my experience in the car.
Yeah, just as long as you stay off the curbs.
Yes, keep it off the curbs, definitely.
But yeah, outside of that, you're right. The Audi's pretty much fast everywhere, with the exception of that. I love driving that Audi car. I got to say though, personally, my favorite GT3 car. I'm loving the Mercedes. I love the way it sounds. I love the way it drives. But of course, that's my complete personal preference right there.
Yeah, and Roon, I'm sitting back here looking at Roon. He's
Bob Grant off the track again.
Oh, Bob having trouble.
Oh, big trouble. He got in the way of a DP car, the 33 machine. Who was that? Leonardo Corti, your leader in the DPs. That was Leonardo Corti. We need to go back to that lap 20 there, Amjad.
Oh, there we go on the replay. Right in front of the leader. Looks like there was a little bit of contact there. We'll go on board with Corti here. He's getting a run on him as they head down into turn 6. Looks to the inside and that wasn't good. Corti avoids a big trouble there.
Yeah, I got to see how much front end damage he has, though. That was not insignificant contact, and indeed, his right front does not look pretty.
Yeah, and that does come at a cost. Unfortunately, Mikey Graham's still happy to just sit there in second, but you got to wonder here at this point: does he protect his teammate there up front, or does he stay with him or try to get around him and race him at this point? And you know what? I think what we might be seeing here is, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't see any damage now, Adam. It's gone away.
That's sometimes something that iRacing does. But the bigger story, got to talk about the championship implications there. Mikey Grimm's missed that Bob Grant car by not more than maybe a foot on the right side right there. He was so close to being caught up in that, and he only has an 8-point lead over that Blackadder Motorsports vehicle. So that very well could have been disaster for the V-Apex Green championship hopes here, because that would have thrown you back in the standings. We are hearing that the V-Apex blue machine there of Leonardo Corti is possibly under investigation for that incident back there.
All right, well, we'll keep our ear to the ground on that one, but Corti is still the leader. Let's move on back to the GTD class here and see what we've got going on. Check in on those guys here real quick. Still a lot of battles going on here on track. Got a battle for second place developing here.
Yuri Yanis is on fire.
Yes, he is, and he's caught up to old Corey Roon at Mercedes. About to come under
Mikey Grams is thinking about right there in the DP leaders as far as looking at Leonardo Corti, and that's calmed down quickly. That looked like that was going to develop. But Yuri Yanis now is the story still.
Like we got a little Bavarian German battle going here between the Beamer and the Mercedes.
Oh, Leonardo Corti, drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. Your leader in the DPs is going to have to make a drive-through penalty.
And that is going to hurt. Wow. Let's go back to the attack here that Yuri Yanis is putting on. Down in turn 10. Side by side. Oh, and he powers it off the top of the turn there. Up the hill and down the hill. There he goes. Yuri Yanis takes away second place from Corey Roon. You know, the crest of that hill right there coming off of turn 12. You've got to be really, really careful, especially when you're side by side. It's not hard to get that car loose, Adam.
It really is, and it gets so light at the top of that hill, and that's pretty much any classic car that you drive here. You got to be careful with it, and to do that while running that close to another car.
So race control deeming that the number 33 avoidable contact with the 16 there that we saw earlier, and that is going to be a drive-through penalty. They do have 5 minutes to appeal that.
Well, we'll have to see if that appeal comes through.
Sven Cameron's in the wall. Big trouble for the Blackadder. Oh, and actually it wasn't Sven that spun. It was in front of him.
Oh, the Shane Norton machine. That same place that bottom under caution he ended up getting sideways and catching Sven.
And Sven had been trying to get around him. And wow, he comes back across the track, collects Sven, puts him in the wall. Heavy damage on the Blackadder Motorsports number 68.
Just barely clips him, but just enough to put him into the tires there. And that beautiful Corvette DP is banged up on both sides now.
Yeah, it is, and the damage on the right side pretty heavy to the right front, to the right rear. The wing is bent up a little bit.
I think all four corners are affected on that car.
Yeah, they're going to need some time in the pits to repair that. Again, the championship implications, it's incredible. We're still so early into this race. I mean, we've really, Adam, we're just over 30 minutes in, and we're seeing really heavy damage here on our championship contenders. And one's got to think, what long-term implications are that really going to have? Your leaders right now I'm certainly going to be thinking, hey, all I really need to do is just take care of the car. I don't have to dig so hard. Sven making his way in the pits now. I'm curious to see exactly how much time it's going to take to get that car drivable again.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to, unless something happens to the V-Apex Green machine. Right now, Mikey Grimm's behind the wheel, running in second. Unless something happens to them, that's pretty much going to take care of the championship contentions. 33, your leader in DP is coming in to serve that drive-through penalty.
So I guess there's not going to be any debate there. They will bring it in. And that will give the lead to Mikey Grimm's.
He's fast enough, though. You cannot count Leonardo Cordy and that V-Apex Blue machine out of this race by any stretch of the imagination. They are fast.
All right, so that's going to shake up our top three. Mikey Grimm's going to go to the lead. Sergio Girelli going to go up to second, and Kevin Linden in V-Apex Group Yellow will now move into third. And Linden is attacking right now on Sergio Girelli, starting to close that gap just a little bit at a time. On board with Linden here. This run here down into 10, the braking zone. Everybody plays that a little bit differently. With the C7, though, you can really break deep down into that left hand.
Yeah, the C7's great. I mean, as far as, you could really power on the brakes as long as you're careful not to lock them up. I mean, once you lock them up, it gets hairy in a heartbeat, but that's the beauty about that car. Is any really tight chicane like that, any course, you can drive it in there deep, and it's a fun car to drive on those type of tracks. People give the C7 some heat, but I think some of that is the fact they don't ever drive it for more than a lap or two at a time, so they never have a chance for the tires to warm up.
Yeah.
But it's really a beautiful car to drive.
Everybody wants to drive it for that flying lap, and no one ever tries to really settle into some good race pace and click off about 20 or 30 laps. I am the biggest defender of that myself. But, it looked like Linden was maybe picking up Sergio Girelli and Club Ham there just up in front of them. But I got to admit it, Sergio Girelli not going to have any of it right now. He has actually got really good pace. Just about 4/10 off of our leader as far as his pace goes. But the leader he's up the track just a bit, 6.5 seconds there to Mikey Grimm's and V-Apex Racing Green. They, of course, getting that position away after the penalty there to our leader. And they hold on to it now. Linden hanging on to third. Not much going on here up front in the GT, in the prototype class, but let's check in on those GTs fighting now. Paul Darling, still your leader, the number 22 Audi R8.
Yeah,
Hammer Down Racing.
It might take a little while for things to play out there between Darling and then Urianis running in second place in GTDs right now. But Urianis is faster, than Paul Darling. It's just there's a pretty not significant gap there that he's got to overcome in order to catch up to Paul Darling.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if maybe just the slight bit of right front damage that Yuri's got on that car is just really affecting his ability to get to him. He's got no draft help at all. He's out there all by himself. And again, I wonder if maybe straight line speed, that the Bimmer is just off just a tick. And if you've got a fast Audi in front of you, that is, that's just something not much you can do about it. Ryan Wallace and Bad Cactus Racing making their way out of the pit. That's the blue team. that Mercedes still with heavy damage as it got out of the pit. I think we might have missed what happened to that car, but it hit something. It didn't hit it good.
Ryan Wallace was the one that hospital wobbled into the turn 5 wall there on the outside.
Yes, it was the second caution, and that's just proof of how little damage repair and how much help that Mercedes got. Not a lot of it.
And considering especially how much time they spent in the pits, I mean, it's been, what, now 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so since that caution. Maybe my time is just completely messed up. But Mikey Graham's now trying to get around him and not giving him too much room to get around him, but there he goes. It's still, though, that Ryan Wallace machine is definitely going to be off the pace here.
Yeah, I'm checking my lap times here, and that last lap, Urianis was about 0.2 better than our leader, Paul Darling. So the gains that are happening, but in ever so slight increments, it's just not happening quick enough. That's okay. This is an endurance race. You pick up just a little bit every lap. You're chasing time. That's the beauty of endurance racing, is you're chasing time. You're not chasing that number as far as how many miles an hour you're traveling every lap. You're chasing the time. And right now, Yuri doing a pretty good job of getting that done.
And I was totally off on my time. It's been about 25 minutes since Ryan Wallace went into the pits there, so I had to clear that up a little bit.
Well, pretty big field on track. 6-hour race, as we keep talking about, and it's off to a pretty good start, man. We've had a couple of cautions to get things sorted out here early on, but now the racing is underway, and looks like everybody is kind of dug in for the long haul, as they say.
Yeah, everybody's kind of giving each other room, and this is endurance racing. This is where things, you're right, do kind of calm down. We'll wait for the first round of green flag pit stops, which even with our couple of cautions, we did have a couple of cars come in, but some of the guys that haven't come in yet should be coming in here before too long, and then we'll have to see what that does to the field. And just getting word from race control that the Blackadder DP, the 68 machine, has officially retired from the race.
Oh, no. Boy, and that damage must have been heavier than we thought if they've decided to take it out for the day. Our leader, Mikey Graham's, just got around 49 Motorsports BMW, Urianis.
Yeah, that's going to hand the championship to the V-Apex Green team. They're going to win the championship over the Blackadder Motorsports car.
That is a big development, and that car had really, really big hopes today, and the fact that they're not going to get that, even get a chance to get Brandon in the car, that's a tough break for them. Probably one of the toughest ones in recent memory for me. I'm always used to seeing that car, up near the front, and the racing god's happy with it. But today, not so much. And again, an innocent bystander, really, Adam, if you go back to that incident.
Yep, and and that's something too that it's Shane Norton. At least in my mind, he did nothing wrong. It was his car got loose. He was trying to save it, and it was more the Blackadder Motorsports car Sven just ended up being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that happens sometimes in multi-class racing. There's just sometimes things happen that you cannot avoid, and that was one of those cases. And he almost squeaked by. It just barely caught him. They're right in the right rear, and that was it.
Got a battle for third here developing on screen. Linden attacking on Cordy. I'm sorry, I had my cars mixed up there, guys. It's Cordy attacking on Linden. Cordy taking away that third spot.
Yeah, Cordy's definitely trying to do his best to make up ground after that drive-through penalty. So he is trying to set the world on fire right now, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. And we are getting word from race control that the V-Apex Green team, as long as they can get to 50% race distance at this point, they'll officially clinch the championship.
Well, that is developing news that we'll have to keep an eye on. Now, I will be honest, Urianis again, still making ground here on Paul Darling. And the reason I bring Yuri back up is because kind of keeping up to date what's going on with his teammate, Dexter Castro. And the word is right now, Dexter's still having some internet issues. And we talked about that early in the race. Now, there are some things to think about. I do know in the GTD class there's limits on the number of laps that you can run. It's a minimum of 23 per driver or a max of 180. At this point, you start wondering, as long as those issues persist for Dexter, he's going to have to, at some point here, Yuri's going to run out of laps if this problem persists into the afternoon.
So what you're saying is that Amjad just needs to, let us drive the controls from once he needs to go jump in that car, right? Because Amjad just likes sitting in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But now we do have a battle developing here. Now Mark Torres is attacking right now on Corey Roon. Roon had gotten off to a good restart that last time and has since started to kind of drop back just a bit. But it's right now Mark Torres with really good pace. That Blackadder Motorsports Mercedes looking to take this position away down here in 10. Not going to do it there. Going to try and make a run at him here down the hill and across the front.
And of course, Mark Torres had his own problems earlier on in the race, so nice recovery from him after looping it. Okay, so 49 Motorsports, they do have the services of another driver in case something happens with Dexter and he can't race. So that's going to keep 49 Motorsports in the championship hunt, and that, of course, is a big concern with only that 3-point gap with online-simracing.ee car. So they do have a backup just in case something happens, which is great for championship.
Yeah, well, that is good to know, and they notified DGFX in plenty of time. The race organizers accepted that, and that driver will be available if needed. So we certainly hope Dex can get in the race, and those problems he's struggling with right now with his internet get resolved and get resolved soon. Hopefully this team will be able to stay on strategy, because right now they've got great pace, and staying on strategy is really, really going to work to their benefit if they can do it. Mark Torres still working on trying to get around Corey Roon here. Not digging too hard, but we do have a battle shaping up for P2 here in the prototypes.
Leonardo Cordy.
Yeah, well, he was spending a lot of time out front, and probably doesn't like sitting back there in third right now. So Cordy attacking on Dorelli.
He was almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Dorelli that last lap. So he's turning that V-Apex blue machine as hard as he can right now to try to get all those spots back.
Gonna make a move on him here. Takes that inside line down into turn 10. That's where you want to be. And he is going to take that away from Sergio Dorelli. Dorelli going to maybe look to cross him over. Now, not going to get it done. Dorelli going to let him go.
Yeah, there's no point in holding him up there. All you're going to do is cause a problem between yourself and him. And let's try to get him later in the race at this point.
Let's play nice.
Wow, with everything that's happened, we're not even at the hour mark yet. We still have 5 hours and 50 minutes of racing to go here.
Mikey Grimm's still your leader in the prototypes. Having a nice drive right now, getting that V-Apex green machine around. Mikey, a tough driver too. I tell you what, I become a fan of his style of driving. He drives it hard and drives it fast. And I'll tell you what, it's been one of the reasons this V-Apex Green racing team has been strong this season. Mikey getting ready to come around and complete another lap. Going to start working lap 38 here with 5 hours and 8 minutes to go. Still got great speed too, Adam. I just checked the times. He's still running mid 114s. 38 laps, and the car really still got great pace. Again, only one of two drivers that are really in the 114s. Everybody else back behind still running 115s.
Yeah, Leonardo Corti's his best lap so far today was about 14 laps ago, but he was a 1:14.112, and that is just blistering fast compared to everybody else that's able to run. He's definitely the class of the field. If it hadn't been for that drive-through penalty, he'd probably be running away with it right now.
Yeah, and even with the drive-through penalty, has recovered pretty well. Oh, Linden having trouble out there. Let's try and pick up what happened here. Oh, and he, has trouble in kind of a strange place, but loses it there in turn 6.
Yeah, I think some of that was, he drove it in just a little bit too deep. I was bringing up earlier about, locking the wheels up sometime on those DPs. And I think that's what happened. It's just the back end just kind of started to come around on him.
On the replay here, and yeah, might have just been a little too aggressive on the entry, but fortunately just gets off in the dirt right there, able to get the car back on track. No trouble. Everybody's safe. He's quickly back up to speed. Got a battle up here for third place in the GTDs. Corey Room, Mark Torres still going at it.
This is pretty much the battle on the racetrack right now, and these guys have been running pretty close to each other now for the last couple laps. I really think that Torres is just a little bit faster. He's just not pushing the issue, but he's starting to get a little closer now. Maybe it's time to go ahead and try to get past him instead of losing too much to the leaders.
Well, I honestly think Torres is pushing. What I'm seeing out of that Mercedes is the car that's kind of sliding on the track right now a little bit. He's driving it like he's got it on the ragged edge right now, Adam, to be honest. And I think he is pushing. I just think, let's just say maybe the tires are a little angry at him right now.
I think this late in the run, tires are angry at everybody. That's one thing about Road Atlanta is it's the old surface here is. We all saw this year at the Petit Le Mans how old the surface is with it coming apart in the real world and everything, which we don't have to worry about here in iRacing, thankfully. But the surface is old and that is modeled, and it does do a number on the tires around here.
Coming down the hill, Torres still on the attack. Here he goes, going to try and make a move around him here on the straight. Down into turn 1. Torres.
This is one of those danger areas.
Oh, nice move by Torres. Had the speed to get it done. Got to get up the hill. And then back down it through the S's. Torres able to open up a little bit of space. Wow, job well done there by Mark Torres and the Black Adder Motorsports team.
Yeah, look for him to open up a little bit of a gap here now on Corey Roon, but they got a long way to go to Urianis, where Urianis now sitting in second in the GTD class. He has Paul Darling. Paul Darling's still a little bit up there, but he is in sight, and that's a big next step for him. He continues to put the pressure on. And I would not be surprised if in the next 2 or 3 laps we start seeing some, especially these GTD cars. And these GTD cars, the ones that haven't pitted yet, would not be surprised to see some of these guys start to come in.
Yeah, it's certainly that's something we're going to be getting here too. A window is going to open here real soon for some cars to start coming in. Not everybody came in on that last pit stop, so we've got, in fact, there are plenty of cars out here. Our leader, Paul Darling, hasn't been in. And you got to think that window's starting to probably close down for him. Same thing goes for Mikey Grimm's up there in the prototype class. Oh, all right. There we go. The dominoes are starting to fall. Adam Leonardo Corti is in the pit.
As fast as he's going, I wouldn't be surprised, if those tires are pretty much showing the wire underneath the rubber there. So very good stop here by Leonardo Corti. Of course, when he had his drive-through penalty earlier, they just came in and did the drive-through. They did not stop for service. So this will be his first stop for actual service this race.
Yeah, and listen, having done plenty of endurance races myself, not in the driver's seat necessarily, but from a crew chief standpoint, I can tell you, you're really looking forward to this quick break. And it's quick. You don't get much of one, but just a moment to let the knuckles breathe, get a little blood flowing back through the fingers again, because let's face it, with, again, championship implications, you're really white-knuckling it today. You're really out there driving it hard.
Speaking of white-knuckling it, coming through the S's there on his outlap, Leonardo Corti was all over the place. Look at this wobble that you're getting ready to see here.
It's those cold tires, man, that we talked about. Watching the replay here now.
You couldn't see it because you were right alongside him, right along with him, and watch his hands on the wheel. He's going to come out of the S's here in just a second, and woohoo!
And he's swatting flies. Oh! All right, Dorelli is making his way in now. Club Ham in the pits. Jacob Lehman going to keep it out on track. Now, he has been in once already.
And Paul Darling the same. He's staying out on track as your leader of the GTD class.
Yes, and Mikey Grimm's and V Apex Racing Group Green, they are still holding down the top slot here in the race, and they do stay on track. And as I say that, they make their way down to the pits now. And that is right at the 5-hour mark. So 1 hour, and our race leader is finally in. Got to come all the way down that pit road, down to the second stall.
That's something to think about too. Of course, we've got a lot of fans that love both the oval side and the road side of things, endurance side, and and sprint sides and all that. With endurance racing in these cars, both the classes here are set up to go roughly about an hour on field, give or take a few minutes. This isn't like, say, a Gen 6 sprint car on an oval track, where if it was a 500-mile race, you might pit 15 times. Here, you get 6 chances to come in and get fuel and get rubber. So every pit stop counts as far as getting on and off the pit road.
All right, Mikey Grimm's back out.
I should say you'll have 5 times. I don't know where I got that extra time at.
Gotta be careful on this outlap. All right, we got a long stop in there for Mikey Grimm's, and Kevin Linden has now moved up to the lead. That's another V Apex Racing machine there. That's the yellow team.
Don't forget that Linden did come in to get some damage repaired earlier on in the race when he had to come in and fight his way through the GTD classes. So he's going to have a little while to go before he has to hit pit road.
Exactly right. So now Linden, we know, on another strategy, and then so is Jacob Lehman for that matter. So Jacob Lehman out there, still 30 laps on that current stint, working 31 now. So those two drivers, Online Sim Racing DE, they're Jacob Lehman. They are on obviously a different strategy.
And eventually you'll see the same thing, too, out of Paul Darling and Urianis. Urianis has already taken at least one stop for service where Paul Darling is not. So eventually Paul's going to have to come in, and Giannis can go around a couple more before he has to come in.
Yeah, there's about 13 laps difference between those two cars on strategy right now. So general thinking would be Yuri keeps that car out there as long as he can, try to continue to open the gap on Paul Darling, a gap that he's been closing for many, many laps now. So let's run down the top three in each class here. Right now, Kevin Linden sits there on top of the prototype class. Just behind him, Mikey Grims, doing a great job for V-Apex Green. And Jacob Lehman going to round out the top three here for our prototypes. Adam?
Yeah, GTT cars right now. Paul Darling out in front, flying down that backstretch here at Road Atlanta. And behind him, you've got Urianis running in second, the GTT cars. And then, of course, you got Corey Roon right now running in third as things are starting to separate themselves out a little bit. And Leonardo Corti right on the back end of Paul Darling.
All right, and we are going to take a quick break here as we wrap up our first hour of coverage here on the Global Sim Racing Channel with the TGFX WeatherTech Series here, the season finale, the championship shootout here between the East and the West here for 2016. We'll take a quick break and be right back with you. And we are back on the Global Sim Racing Channel here today with the East-West showdown here in the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. And we have just gone over an hour here today in this race. 6 hours today for you. And our leader, Mikey Grimm's V-Apex Racing Green, still holding down the lead here for the DP class. That car been strong all day. And our leader, Paul Darling, was our leader. Paul Darling and Hammer Down Racing been strong all day, finally in for their pit stop. Going to be wrapping up that stop here in just a moment, but that has given the lead to 49 Motorsports and Yuri Yanis.
And people might be asking why these cars have been able to go so long before coming in. Keep in mind, we've had 2 full course yellows. You burn up a lot less fuel under a yellow than you do under green flag conditions. So that's helped them buy a couple minutes before they had to come in.
And at this point, it looks like just about everybody is cycled around for their pit stops except one car. And really stretching the fuel on that machine is Braxton Motorsports and Robert Cancian right now, the Canadian driver out there for now just over 47 laps. That car is now actually in second in class in the GTVs. Wonder what's up their sleeve today there, Adam?
Yeah, you can tell he's trying to save fuel. He's not getting onto it too hard, coming out of the corners and everything else. But still, I'd have to imagine he's got to be coming in here this lap.
That BMW definitely stretching it. That's 47 laps. That is that is a pretty deep run. And
he's staying out another one.
He's going to stay out one more. I was just on him there as he was coming over the hill, and I thought he was going to duck in.
And just getting word from our director, who has a lot of experience racing against the Braxton Motorsports guys, and he says they usually do like to try to stretch that fuel by an extra lap or two compared to everybody else. So I guess it'll be interesting to see on the short type of track how much he can stretch the fuel, and will other teams take note of that if fuel mileage becomes a concern at the end of this race?
Well, you know what? We talked about this track not being very long, and still, you don't want to wind up in a situation where you're having to get a tow because you ran out of fuel. That will cost you laps, not just minutes, but it will definitely cost you laps. I don't know, the average tow around here probably somewhere between about 2 and 2.5 to 3 minutes. Wow, and right now it looks like Braxton Motorsports having just a little bit of a connection issue. They disappeared from my timing and scoring there and disappeared from the screen.
Yeah, his quality is dropping out here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a disconnected message, which that's bad. I was wanting to see how far he'd go, but that's the kind of thing that sometimes happens in sim racing, and it's kind of like our version of a mechanical failure in a way. But that's a bad break for the Braxton Motorsports guys.
Yep, on board with Jacob Lehman. We got a fight going on for second here. And he gets by. Cordy gets by and does it clean there. Gets the move on him. And these guys are going to be fighting all day. And he's going to get around the Mercedes there.
And just to give you an idea,
it was close.
Leonardo's his last lap was only about 300ths of a second off his fastest lap of the race, about 400ths, excuse me, off his fastest lap of the race. So he's definitely trying to put the hammer down right now.
Yeah, and you know what? That car is starting to settle into its run. It's 10 laps out on this run, and he's starting to feel it now. He's finally back into his rhythm after that pit stop, and it shows by what he's doing on track now. He's really, really back up to speed. Hey, Mikey Grimm's up there turning some pretty fast laps himself, though, and 21 almost 22 seconds to the good right now on 40. So Mikey just got to keep that car in shape up there. Now, again, a little bit of a different strategy. Not much. I mean, those two only vary by about 2 laps in strategy right now. But Jacob Lehman back there sitting in third, only a minute, about a minute and 40, or I'm sorry, a second and a half back. He's going to have to be coming in here soon, getting close to the end of his run. But Cordy still picking off cars here, getting around another GTD. Steve Jones there, the Shave Software machine, still out there battling hard. He's going to have to watch out. Jacob Lehman going to catch him here on the straight. Down into 10. He's going to get by with plenty of time to make the turn here at 10. So that's a good job there by Shave Software and Steve Jones. Let him get by. But Cordy makes that final turn there through 12, back across the start finish line. We'll check his lap here. Just a little bit slower than our leader, Mikey Grimm's, not by much.
And that Braxton Motorsports machine is now back rolling. Granted, of course, after a tow and everything, Benjamin Fisher's gotten behind the wheel, and he is now they're going to have to try to make up some ground there.
Yeah, that's a tough break for those guys. Quick update. Online Sim Racing D, Jacob Lehman, they are in the pit. So finally in the pit here, 40 laps on that stint. Marcel Unger going to get in the car. Linden's going to cycle around, take fourth. Unger now in the car for Online Sim Racing DE. Finishing up this pit stop now, getting ready to get back out on track. Haven't talked much about Sergio Dorelli, Club Ham. Now, they currently hold third place. They're on pace, on strategy with our top two, the V Apex racing cars. Got trouble with Linden. Linden is spinning. Right? It looked like right out of turn 6. Let's check it on the replay here. 49 Motorsports right behind him. Yuri in the car, and Linden spins it coming out of 6. Go on board with Urianis. Gets to watch that right there from the best seat in the house. You see Linden come by on his left and just has trouble navigating his way through, and Yuri just misses him. That was a moment. We go back live. Linden back on it. Does not do any damage to the car. Maybe to the ego, just a little bit. Just up in front of him, Paul Darling having trouble with the lap car. Bob Grant getting by him there in a real tricky spot there coming out of 12. Grant gets out of the way. Boy, we've got a few cars having trouble now. That solves that Marcel Unger having trouble on his outlap out of the pits there. Had trouble down in turn 10. Had trouble with the entry, spun the car around, didn't hit anything, I don't think. Let's look at the replay here. Back it up just a little bit more. We'll catch him coming down the hill here. And maybe just broke a little bit too late. And had to get on it, locks him up, spins it around, does a really good job of keeping it out of the wall, though. Again, so important to take care of the car and try and keep pace with the leaders, but it's a 6-hour race. You really have to be so careful with your machine. Great job there by Unger, not cracking it up there just as he's getting in the car. And when you're in a team racing environment, it's just so important that you feel such an obligation to the drivers on your team to do exactly that, to take care of the car throughout a 6-hour race. Unger with a lot of pressure on his shoulders there coming out of the pits and having to manage a car that's got, quite frankly, really cold tires on it. Adam, what's going on with the GTDs right now?
Paul Darling right now, of course, he's sitting in third as far as overall in the GTDs with Urianis up in front. Right now with the pit cycle difference, that's not too surprising, but you know as well as I do that Urianis is going to go ahead and try to get on a tear and get through the rest of the field.
Yeah, and Darling just, we talked about him a bunch today. He's having a strong race today.
Darling's been the darling of the field?
Yes, he has been one of the darlings of the field. And tell you what, Sweet Spot Motorsports, Sweet Spot Racing, Dave Kroll wheeling it right now, having a good run now, getting towards the end of his run. He's pushing it. He's pushing a car that's got a little bit of damage on the right front, but Kroll, for the last several laps, been able to put down some consistency and keeps himself close to our leader, Urianis.
And of course, with the difference in pit strategies and everything else toward the end of the race, who knows where, maybe what happened to him earlier on in the race can be a blessing in disguise as far as a good finish later on today. Who knows? But they've definitely, since their issue has definitely been pretty consistent in being able to keep that car on track and relatively out of trouble.
Now, if strategies stay the same, okay, we know Urianis and his window for 49 Motorsports is closing here, okay. They right now out there about to work lap 43 on this stint. You do have Paul Darling sitting back there who just came in a little while ago, out there for about 7.5 laps now. They're going to make it around. I don't think Hammer Down really lost anything to Yuri there because he was working through some traffic. So we'll see when Yuri pits if Paul and the Hammer Down Racing Machine are going to be able to pick that back up and get back up to the lead.
A little while ago, we were talking about Kevin Linden, as far as the difference in pit strategies, as far as DPs.
Linden is off.
Goes off.
He caught the safety road. He caught the safety road, which is a good thing right there.
Yeah, it almost seemed like he knew that he had Mikey Grimm's right behind him, and something didn't feel right, and decided that, I better just bail on trying to do something here before I took out my teammate. That got interesting in a hurry right there. But the other story was, of course, is that Kevin Linden was getting ready to get lapped, by Mikey Grimm's, and of course we saw how that almost went.
Yeah, and he's side by side with Urianis right now. Maybe, they're having a nice little battle there. See some headlight flashing going on again. Maybe a little displeasure with that battle there, that little side by side racing there, Adam.
Maybe, but that's it seemed like they were leaving each other enough room to me, but sometimes I have a different opinion. David Kroll coming in, and this should be a scheduled pit stop for him.
Yep.
Urianis in as well.
Urianis is in also, yes. Now going back to Kevin Linden and that little bit of trouble he had having to get off of the safety road, I think when he took that trip off to the safety road, he beat up that right front just a little bit more and took a curb shot there, I think, when he peeled off into that safety road, and the right front of that V-Apex yellow car not looking very healthy there, Adam.
No, it's not, and that's one thing about the DPs. As good of cars as they are, these are the pure racing machines, and they can be a little bit fragile sometimes. So they definitely do have a little bit more damage up there.
Some of these drivers out here today preparing their early Christmas list, checking their marketing list, and they're checking it twice. They're Adam, memories being made out here today, you could say.
Something like that.
I'm speaking in code. Again, there's some hard racing going on out here, and we've got a championship at stake. And one of the things you got to love about multi-class racing is how well the classes work together for how well they maybe don't work together sometimes. And sometimes you what's the word I'm looking for? You take someone's experience for granted sometimes, and you think you know what they're going to do, and then when they don't do what you expected, it's frustrating.
Very, very true, and that's sometimes it happens. But hey, going back to the Sweet Spot racing machine, just want to point out Marcus Ager has just gotten into the car, so he is taking that 81 car now, and for his stint around Road Atlanta.
Sweet. I did it. I'm sorry. Well, Mikey Grimm's just puts down another lap, another really fast lap. That's a 1:14.7, and he has opened up quite a lead on Leonardo Corti and V Apex Blue. Right now, they are 21.7 seconds back. Going to have to go a little bit further back to Sergio Girelli. He's just over 43, almost 43 and a half seconds back. Then we get back to Kevin Linden, who's a minute. Just over a minute, about 20 seconds back there in fourth, and a little further back to Marcel Unger there, who just, again, coming off that pit stop, had a little bit of trouble, but able to save the car. He sits almost 2 minutes back from our leader in the DP class, Mikey Grims. But they are all five of those cars are still working the same lap.
Yeah, very, very tight field here overall. I mean, and the V Apex machines are just on fire today. I mean, they got Road Atlanta figured out here. I'm almost kind of disappointed the V Apex Red machine wasn't able to take the grid today, because I really think you just see them just completely dominating the DPs right now.
Yeah, Club Ham, to their credit, doing a decent job of staying in that mix, but V Apex certainly looks to make it tough on anybody today as they dominate the top five right now. Online Sim Racing DE and Marcel Unger, they're going to try and stay in this thing. They obviously the furthest car back right now, but still on that lead lap. We talked about it earlier, how important it is to try and stay on the same lap with your class. This 6-hour endurance race, where it is an endurance race, for some of these more seasoned vets here with endurance racing, this is more of a sprint. And again, losing those laps early is not something you want to have to try and make up late when you're running out of time.
Very true, and of course we got to give a quick shout out to all Texas guys here. Clark Archer jumping in the Blue Line Motorsports machine to replace Shane Norton. Of course, Shane Norton had the incident earlier with 33, not the 33, excuse me, the Blackadder Motorsports car, 68 car, and so Clark Archer now in the Blue Line Motorsport vehicle.
Got back up to Mikey Grims, and he just got his way around another car. That was the Bad Cactus Blue team there. Jason Grace getting that Mercedes a little bit beat up. The number 95 machine still making its way around, but not at full speed right now, unfortunately. And Mikey Grims got by him clean, and
something
continues.
I'm trying to find out what, but something happened to Sergio Girelli in that Club Ham machine a minute ago. Oh, he's coming out of the 10A, 10B complex on lap 62. Amjad, we're going to want to take a look at this. He comes out, he gets loose on the curbs. Oh, it almost saves the car, but iRacing gave him a little bit of damage for it. Let's see if this is it. Catches the curb, catches the grass, and whoo!
Nice.
He got net coated from the concrete underneath the bridge, and that's why he has damage right now on his right rear. He was about 2 feet off of it, but the sim still gave him quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I saw too. Kind of strange there as we go on board with Girelli. Yeah, it does look like he saves the car, but does suffer some right rear damage from it, and we'll have to wait a few minutes here and see if maybe that rights itself, maybe pops itself back out. Again, though, what a great job he did saving the car there. That could have been really that could have been an ender for that car.
Well, there goes iRacing just fixed the damage right there. But that's about as close as you can get to that concrete and be lucky with it. But when you're sitting parallel to the racetrack almost essentially, and you still manage to keep the car in one piece, I know that you almost just lost the car, but you just saved the car at the same time, and that was an incredible piece of driving there by Sergio. Good job, sir.
And our leader, Mikey Grims, just continues to work his way through traffic, one car at a time, nice and clean, nice and easy.
A drive-through penalty for car 999. That's the V-Apex yellow machine of Kevin Linden for avoidable contact with car 67.
Another tough break for Linden there.
62, and it happened in lap 1. All right, turn 1, excuse me, Jed. So that'll be something we're going to want to take a look at. And he is not appealing. He is just coming straight in and taking his drive-through penalty.
It's funny, you said lap 1, and immediately I thought, wow, that's
that took a while.
Yeah, they really that was that an NFL replay?
But it looked like it doesn't look like we're going to be able to pull that up. But Kevin Linden got into the back of Rob Duro in the Blackadder 67 and sent him for kind of a half spin in turn 1. No damage to the Rob Duro machine though, so he was able to back it up and get back on the track. But still, probably contact that as the unavoidable contact suggests.
Oh, speaking of contact, Urianis almost just had it there with
Rob Duro.
Yeah, boy, they were getting into turn 4. Sorry about that, guys. Getting through turn 3. Let's look at it on the replay. Yuri side by side almost makes contact with him right there. Let's look at it from above. Maybe he did make contact and I just didn't catch it.
If he touched him, it was gentle because all the fenders are still good on that BMW. Woo!
Oh boy. That was really close. Yuri doing a great job keeping the car together, and I don't think he lost any time there. Actually, he's still at full speed.
It was like Rob Duro, it seemed like he was so focused on those DP cars, he almost didn't think about Yuri being there, and then almost came into him, and thankfully realized he was there right at the last possible second.
Well, Yuri still 12 seconds back from Paul Darling. He's got good pace, but Darling's still, the darling of the field right now. Hearing maybe something wrong with Unger there in the online sim racing DE machine. Uh-oh, and yes, Unger has trouble.
Oh, not good.
Not good at all. And, boy, I'll tell you what, it was right there. Looks like coming out of turn 12. He gets to 12 and starts coming up the hill.
It's like he lost it under braking there, coming up at the top of turn 1, going into turn 2, and it just sent him for a ride. And right into the concrete.
Yeah, he hits it good. Now he's able to get the car turned out of there, and doesn't look like he had to take the tow. He's there in the safety road.
Thankfully, it looked like the way he hit the cars, he hit it pretty flush with the front end. So hopefully he avoided any kind of suspension damage, but that arrow on the car is definitely going to be suffering. Yeah,
I would definitely say probably expect to see him get back in the car. I'm sorry. Probably expecting to see him get in the pit is what I meant to say.
Yeah, he's coming right in. He's coming right in.
I can't imagine that car was handling it any good at all. Boy, what a tough break for Marcel. Again, was trying to get into a rhythm, had some early trouble, and I just don't know if he ever quite found that rhythm. And it results in that nose in to the concrete there, and now the Sim Racing DE prototype is going to need some repair.
And we should point out here just real quick, just kind of shift focus, championship update in the GTD cars. Of course, big championship battle going on right there. Giannis in that 49 Motorsports machine running in second is still your points leader going into the race with a 3-point lead on the online-simracing.de team. So right now, that 49 Motorsports group doing everything they need to do to try to stay up in front of that online-sim racing team, but it is only a one-spot battle right now. And if you're just joining us, remember with the prototype championship earlier on, the V-Apex Green machine and the Blackadder 68 machine, it was only an 8-point gap going into this race. But unfortunately, the Blackadder team ran into trouble, and they are currently sitting in the pits and out of this race, having officially retired. And all the V-Apex Green machine has to do is make it to the halfway point, and they will mathematically clinch the championship.
Yeah, and as we talked about just a while ago, V-Apex Racing in general really been dominant today, and hold down the top two spots now with Green in first with Mikey Grems, and V-Apex Racing Blue in second with Leonardo Corti, who's been in that car since this race started. So is Mikey Grems. Mikey getting around some traffic again.
That's something there that I don't think anybody's told Mikey yet that the Blackadder team's out of this thing. I mean, the way he's driving the wheels off that car, they're running up front, and they're going to put they're trying to do their best to put a capitalization on that championship here for today.
Well, I'd say they were off to a good start.
There you go. There you go.
Just now over an hour and a half into the race, and with still well over 4 hours to go. Anything can happen at this point. I can't stress that enough. The Blackadder guys, yeah, they've retired, unfortunately, but V-Apex Racing still has to get to the green team still has to get to the halfway point, which is still a bit up the road here, and the rest of these cars still have a chance here. You never know what's going to happen in a 6-hour race. I always believe that, and you never know who's going to have that trouble, who's going to find it. You can be an innocent bystander like Blackadder was. It doesn't have to come from your car. You can be an innocent bystander and collected in something on the drop of a dime, and without explanation or cause, and your race is over. So we'll keep an eye on all those battles. But cars spread out all over the track right now. We're probably going to see some of our leaders here in the DP class still a little bit of ways from a pit stop. Adam, probably looking at I would say probably about another 10 laps or so before those guys start getting to their pit windows. Looks like we got a battle going on back there in GTD for the 8th spot. Andy Banfield there on screen.
Andy Banfield right now running in 14th position. Clark Archer had just gotten around him just a minute ago. Stefan Walter running in 8th overall ahead of those guys. But Andy Banfield losing the spot to Clark Archer about a lap ago.
Yeah, Clark Archer in for the Blue Line Motorsports team there in the Audi R8, sponsored by Audi Plano. Well, that's a local sponsor for me there, Adam. Plano, just down the road, man.
Yeah, which is funny because I think Clark moved to moved close to the Houston area not too long ago. Actually, got to I've been teammates with Clark for a long time. Finally, actually got to meet him in Austin back in March. Real nice guy, and so he's definitely fast. He's just now getting comfortable in the car, and we'll see what he can do with it compared to what Shane Norton was doing earlier on. But that Plano Audi is a good-looking machine right there. minus the damage from the earlier contact with the Blackadder car.
I'm wondering if maybe he could sell me an Audi for about $1,500. I've got a limited budget.
Yeah, I think he has one that might be on a budget right now. A little bit of damage, but it'll scot right out. Yeah, it'll be okay.
Here comes Kevin Linden getting into that mix of talking about Clark Archer. He's got Linden in his mirror now as they get through 10A and 10B and head around the final turn here for the start-finish line. Linden going to take the power of that C7 and get right around our friend Clark Archer there. Archer does a good job of just kind of to the side a little bit, getting out of the way, letting him come on through. Now Andy Banfield just behind Archer. He has picked it up just a little bit. It's another V-Apex racing car. That's the V-Apex GT racing team. Banfield, a Pennsylvania driver, early into his run, working 12 laps on this run for the V-Apex GT team, and their Audi. Kevin Linden having to get around the pretty heavily damaged car there of John Dykstra. That BMW is taking on some different dimensions to the template of that car.
Just a little real-world wind tunnel testing. It'll be okay. Just trying to see how that little tweak in the fender will work, but they've definitely had an adventurous race, and really, I mean, even though we're only an hour and 40 minutes into this race, it's been a very, very complex race going on between the championship battles and the race battles, and just some of the incidents that have happened. There's been very few trouble-free teams out there very early on in the running of this event.
Yeah, it has been kind of a mixed bag today, and some of those contenders that we've seen we're not used to seeing trouble from, they've had it. They found it today, and right now Leonardo Corti getting another lap on Marcel Unger, able to get around that Sim Racing DE car with ease, heading down to the chicane at 10, and now starting to step away from him as it gets through the completion of 12 and back across the start-finish line, up the front straight, and Unger definitely not looking too secure in that seat right now. He is after that pit stop, come up back out on track, but finding it hard to get back up to speed. He's got to find a rhythm and settle in. Got I'm sure per their strategy, got a lot of laps he's got still to put in today.
Yeah, and it didn't help at all when you had that incident a little while back. Of that, when he nosed it into the wall there, that's not going to help your confidence out at all. And if you don't have the confidence, you're not going to be able to settle into a rhythm. And Marcel, Marcel's a good driver. We all know he is. But every once in a while, that happens to somebody, and he's just got to fight through it. It's like in basketball, if you're missing shots, sometimes the only thing that you can do is keep shooting the ball until it finally goes in.
Well, some days it's just not your day. It happens. It just happens. You put in all the prep, sometimes 2-3 weeks of preparation for an event, and it's just not your day. And you get out there 3 laps in, and something happens that never happened in your 2 weeks leading up to it, and it just keeps going, and it spirals. It keeps going downhill from there. And unfortunately, I think Marcel might be caught up a little bit. Caught up in a little bit of that today, but hopefully he gathers it back up, is able to get into his rhythm, and maybe start getting that car back up through the field instead of back through the field. Wow, Mikey Grimm's still out there turning some really, really tough laps for Leonardo Corti to catch up to. The gap has increased now, actually. Mikey opened it up to now almost 26 seconds. The green machine is hot.
I think it's the first time today that things have really settled down for the most part.
Yeah, it seems like after that last cycle of pit stops, things really spread out and settled down indeed. But I'll tell you what, our leader, Mikey Graham, is getting ready to come up on a bit of traffic. He's got 3 GTDs right up in front of him as he makes his way down into turn 6. He's going to catch them all here on the back straight. Hopefully be able to knock those positions down clean, get around without any issue. Looks like he's going to catch him right down here at the end, at least most of them. Gets by Andy Banfield, and then he's got John Dykstra right up in front of him. Oh boy, he has to, he's got to get on the binders there. Almost ran right up into Dykstra. Tough spot to catch him coming off that exit.
Now, right there's another one of those times where sometimes things happen. I mean, what would have happened if Dykstra would have gotten loose right there? You just got to be careful about not putting yourself sometimes in bad positions when you're having a good day.
All right, now Mikey finally able to get around Clark Archer and get back to racing the track for a little while. He gets a little bit of a break before he catches the next GT. That's going to be Stefan Walder of Online Sim Racing DE up in front of him. That gap, as I said, it continues to open. Mikey Grimm's now a minute ahead of Leonardo Corti, so he's really making up time. I'm sorry, 23 seconds. I had the timing and scoring in the wrong spot there, guys.
Well, we'll be seeing the getting closer and closer to that DP pit window here. So what you'll probably see coming out of this next cycle of pit stops is with Leonardo being on just a slightly different pit strategy than Mikey Graham's. I imagine he'll come out in front there for a little while. Sergio getting loose.
Yeah, Sergio Girelli. I had just clicked over to him too as he's coming out of 7. Almost loses it, does a good job of getting the car stopped. You'll see him here, comes out of 6, makes his way to 7 there, and just loses it off. Able to gather it up. He had to get on the binders there to correct it.
Who would have known that the Corvette DP would look good as a dirt car, sliding it around there like he's going at Eldora or something.
Yeah, good job of saving the car. Now as he gets across the front straight and across the start-finish line, he gets by another GT car.
I think that's about the third save he's had to make since he jumped in the car. So he's definitely doing his best right now to push the limits, but sometimes those limits are trying to push right back at him. So, but that does bring up an interesting idea though when dirt comes out for iRacing. Corvette DPs at Eldora. I might give that a shot.
They've got a wing. They've got a wing.
They do have a wing.
If you crank that wing up about 8 more inches, that would be legitimate. I'm interested. I'm with you, Adam. Let's set that up. We'll talk.
Let's go talk to the guys at iRacing and do what they do with have them do what they do with the trucks and NASCAR. Just take the front splitter off of it. It'll be okay. I promise you. We'll get those things screaming around there.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Just rip off that front splitter, throw some dirt tires on it, and you don't need to do anything else to the DP.
Pretty sure Amjad's just shaking his head at us right now. Of course, we bring up dirt for iRacing. you always got to factor in the people that may not know exactly what it is we do here. Maybe you stumbled onto this on YouTube or something else. iRacing, of course, a racing simulation game. They've got all sorts of different cars, combinations, and everything else. Oval cars, major series. Probably the most realistic racing simulator out there on the market today. Of course, we all enjoy racing it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this and calling races like this for this. So iRacing is very enjoyable. Pick it up. Give it a shot if you've never done it. And the next big evolution is going to be dirt racing coming here and hopefully in a couple months. Leonardo Corti coming in.
All right, so that's the first of the dominoes starting to fall there. Now, he had one lap more on Mikey Grims and Sergio Girelli, so I would expect that they're going to be making those pit stops here within the next 2 laps. But our top 3 still on the same lap and on the same pit strategy. Is anybody going to stray away from that? Okay, let's go back to GTD real quick. Picking up Urianis now. He's still in second there. Paul Darling holding on to first still. And again, that Hammer Down Racing machine has been fast all day, but Urianis has been consistent throughout his run, and the car has still got really, really good pace. Just about 11 and a half seconds right now back behind Hammer Down Racing, and done what he needs to do to just keep him close and not let him get away. And that's still important here. I still think we're very early on in this race. You can see on the clock there on screen, just over 4 hours left. Anything can still happen. All Yuri's got to do right now is continue to take care of the car. Still no word immediately here on whether or not it's going to be the backup driver or if we are going to see Dexter Castro. Haven't seen anything from Dex in a while, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get in at this next pit stop. But right now, they've probably still got about close to 20 laps to go before their window starts to open for another stop.
Yeah, and Dexter Castro, he's been connected to the session for a while now. It's looked stable for a while, at least what I've seen. So he is leader, DP, overall leader into the pits. So Dexter Castro, hopefully he'll be able to jump in here and at least get his required laps in.
Okay, so Mikey Grims is in, and I'm wondering, will we see a driver change here? Mikey's been in that car since we got started, 82 laps completed. And David Jakes is in the car for V Apex Racing Green. So he's about to get back out. Sergio Girelli closing in. But David Jakes going to get the car for V Apex Racing. We're going to finally see a change for that team. Girelli coming around now, and he is in. Girelli in the pits. So and Girelli has trouble getting in. He clips the Armco as he's getting in the pit there. Gets it a little bit too hot. Jake's able to get away from his pit stall clean, but Girelli having big trouble getting in there.
He was just shaving a little paint off the left side. Going back to that aerodynamic testing.
Trying to take a little weight out of the car there, and I don't know if that's the way you want to do it.
Sergio's been driving the wheels off that thing. No, he's doing. They have nothing to gain as far as championship or anything else. All they care about right now is this race, and you can tell that in his driving style because he's definitely, like I was saying earlier, he's pushing the limits. The problem is the limits try to push back.
Let's pick up the GTD leader, Paul Darling, having to work through traffic right now as he comes up the hill and down through the S's. He's got the lap car, John Dykstra, right in front of him. Just had to get by Steve Jones. Paul Darling trying to be patient, but he has a faster car and he knows it. He's got this trip here down into 6 to work with. Going to get stacked up here in the corner. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. That was close. Paul, again, trying to be patient, but also wants to get on a move here. Had to really check up there and loses so much momentum. He's not able to do anything with these guys. We got a battle for the lead up in the GT, the prototype class. Cordy on the move.
And this is a result of that faster pit stop from Leonardo's team. I mean, they were able to just basically essentially make that gap disappear.
Going to take him on the outside as they head up the straight down into 10.
Teammates, guys. One of you is going for a championship. Don't be stupid.
Yeah, still a long way to go, guys. Let's be nice, and it looks like everybody has. And Cordy going to get back up there and, well, take what he believes is his rightful spot at the top.
Yeah, you'd have to think in a situation like that, they're probably talking to each other on TeamSpeak or something like that, letting each other know where they're at. So they want, obviously each one of them wants to win the race, but you got to think about the bigger picture too.
Well, here's what's really interesting about those two is they are going to catch a lot of traffic here racing, and that traffic is still not in their pit window yet. Maybe getting close to it, but they are definitely going to catch them before they get into that pit window, and that's a lot of traffic they're going to have to navigate through. And those two cars are either going to work together or get spread out. One of the two is going to happen, but. You know what? David Jake in the car for the first time today and seems to be off to a pretty good start. But Cordy been in there for a while, and he seems to have been locked in for most of the day. Going to be a tough driver to catch right now. Again, if you're just getting in the car and you're fighting a guy that's been in here since the race started and shown great pace the whole race, it's kind of a tough ask for David Jake to get in that seat and try and run with him. And we're already starting to see that gap open up just a bit as Jake not able to dispatch the GT car of Marcus Auger in front of him here quickly. He's going to get him here in turn 1, side by side through turn 1.
It's a tough spot.
Yeah, Auger finally has to get out of it a little bit and just give and let him go. But David lost a lot of time there to Cordy. Now finds himself almost 4 seconds back. That did not take long at him.
No, it didn't at all. And of course, lap traffic did play a role in that, but Cordy, he was the class of the field earlier on in this race, and you'd have to think some of that might be trying to come back out now. But of course, that faster pit stop by their team, thanks to the fact they didn't have a driver change like the green team did, definitely played a role in that. But Cordy is just bad fast here today. They've got that car just on rails.
Now, let's go back to what Yuri Yanis is doing, okay? Because the last time we checked in on him, he was about 12 seconds back from Paul Darling, and he has now closed that up to just over 7 seconds at him. Again, showing good speed and pace. It seems to be locked in right now. Yuri's spent a lot of time in his seat so far, 82 laps, working 83 here that he's been in that car, and I got to be honest, Yuri's been solid since this race started. Had a good qualifying effort and has had a really, really solid run. Dexter Castro would certainly be a great replacement. We hope he can make it in.
Yeah, but at the same time, Yuri Yanis, this goes back to the big picture kind of thing. I know he wants to win the race. You got all that traffic in front of you. Don't push the issue anywhere you don't need to. You have a very large gap right now between you and the car behind you in position on the racetrack, which is the online-simracing.de team. All you have to do is finish ahead of them, and you're guaranteed the championship. So, be smart about it. Don't put the car anywhere it doesn't need to be.
And you're able to get by Benjamin Fisher clean down into turn 10 in the chicane there. And now he begins his assault on John Sykra. Boy, easy for me to say. John Dykstra. That just didn't come out like it wanted it to. But coming up through this mix here, got to watch out. That's Cordy just stuck in the middle of all that. He's run right up on Urianis as they head down through the S's side by side. Oh, boy, that's close. I don't think Yuri's going to be very happy with that.
Wait. Whoa. Hang on to it, Yuri.
Oh, wow. Boy, that really rattled Urianis, and getting out of 5, that was a really, really tense moment. Cordy still bullying his way around the field as he gets by Andy Banfield.
And of course, David Jakes having plenty of trouble too getting past some of those GTD cars. He's just trying to just keep Cordy in sight right now. He's going to have to get past Giannis also here coming down at the end of this backstretch. But man, that some of that Finland driving talent definitely had to come out in that save there for Urianis. That was a great save there coming out of turn 5.
All right, so here we go. Linden is in. V-Apex Racing yellow. The 999 is in the pit. Linden's been in there for a while. Look for maybe see a driver change there. And it is. Chuck Chambliss is in the car now for V-Apex yellow. Cordy, still your leader in the DP class, V-Apex Racing blue. In second, V-Apex Racing green. David Jakes in the car. Sergio Durelli, Club Ham. They are still running well, sitting there in third.
Cordy's off.
Oh boy, Cordy having trouble.
Able to get it gathered up, going there through that last chicane, that 10A, 10B complex there. But,
it was close. little curb hopping there.
Do that too much, though. It'll bite you. But amazingly, he didn't lose too much time to David Jakes going through there. But that was definitely almost an adventure for him. It seems like he's going back to getting off his groove thing, even going there through the S's. It kind of seemed like he wasn't driving as smoothly as what he was before.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be careful. His teammates not too far behind. Jakes still very competitive. In fact, he was a couple seconds faster there than Cordy on that last lap. So Cordy gotta watch himself just a bit. Take care of the car. Again, that's the key here still. Paul Darling, GT leader, getting passed by Cordy now. Or your race leaders. One race leader lets the other race leader by. No issues. Cordy coming up on Clark Archer, able to get by Archer before the first turn. Adam, I think Cordy has gathered it back up, man. He looks to be back on pace here. I think he's found it again.
Yeah, I believe you are right. Not seeing any kind of, he's very smooth back again with the wheel. He's just back to driving his normal race where David Jakes now getting around Clark Archer, so he's clear of lap traffic so he can resume his own chase of Leonardo Cordy. But Cordy back in the groove.
All right, so looks like we're pretty good on pit stops right now with the prototypes. But I do see a window starting to open up for our race leader, Paul Darling, in the GTD class. Right now, he is finishing up lap 39 on this stint. So again, I think the window is open here for him to come on in. Now, Giannis is on a different strategy behind him and sits back there still just a ways away, not too far. He's kept it close, but again, that window for pit stop here about to open, I think. I'll tell you what, that being all said, Adam, I think it's a good opportunity. Take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing Channel with the championship race here, the East versus West in the TGFX WeatherTech Series. We'll be back in just a moment. Hang on. And welcome back on the Global Sim Racing Channel here with the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series here at Road Atlanta. This is the season finale, the East versus West Showdown. 6 hours today, and we have just passed the 2-hour mark, and just now 3 hours and 52 minutes. The clock is ticking down. Leonardo Corti is still the leader of this thing. V-Apex Racing Blue in the DP class. Been very, very strong today. That C7 has been on point, and Corti been in the car since this race started, and been awful fast the whole race. Lots of excitement. David Jake now in the car just behind him there for V-Apex Racing Green. About 8 seconds back there in second place. And then rounding out your top three, that's going to be Club Ham. Sergio Dorelli having a great drive right now for Club Ham, hanging on to that third place spot. I will be honest though, Leonardo Corti is getting close. He's going to be catching him soon at his current pace. And let's check back with the GTD class, and right now it's Hammer Down Racing, and Paul Darling been up there most of the day up front. Paul, again, another one of those drivers having a great drive today. That car, whereas it may look pretty filthy right now, got to be honest with you, been pretty clean on track and smooth most of the day. Chasing him is Yuri Yanis, and Yuri is, Yuri's getting there. Picking up just a little bit, maybe a lap at a time, but Yuri having a solid drive today. Been in this car for a very, very long time right now, and we maybe on the next pit stop we may see a driver change for them. We still don't know exactly who may get in the car, whether it's going to be Dexter Castro or their backup driver. So we shall see. But holding on to third place, Stefan Walder right now for Online Sim Racing D, trying to keep their hopes alive. And Stefan. That team started 6 places back on the grid. They are actually having a really solid run. After some trouble early, they have gathered it up. Now we got some pit stops going on, and there we go. Darling is in the pit. That's going to allow Yuri Yanis to get around. Here comes Matt Quinn now getting in the car for Hammer Down. So finally, going to give up that seat. Give it to Matt Quinn. Let's get in and see what he can do. But Yuri now up to the lead after that pit stop. And Yuri can stay out for probably about 10 to 12 more laps. So his window going to be opening here real soon. Good chance for him with the pace he's had to maybe open it up a few seconds. Get a little advantage while they were in the pit. And that Hammer Down machine still sitting on the pit lane. Again, Matt Quinn has stepped in. Still sitting there. It's a little bit of a long pit stop there. A little longer than some of the other cars in front of them, but they should be rolling off here any second. But again, giving
Stefan Walder has now brought the online-simracing.de car in.
So things starting to shake up here in the GTD class with some pit stops starting to cycle through. Not for Yuri Yanis, though. We know his window is a little bit longer here because he's off cycle with those guys.
And it looks like in the online sim racing car, Jan Philip Weed is getting ready to come into the machine here. So I guess we'll see what he can do. Keep in mind, this is one of the championship contenders in the GTD class. They've got to finish ahead of that 49 Motorsports car to have a chance at trying to win that championship here today.
Boy, there was a close moment for David Jakes, our second place DP car. David Jakes had to get around Corey Roon back in turn 3, and it was a close moment. We're going to car slow here. Who is that? Ernie Ludwig, slow on track. The Blackadder Motorsports 66. What a tough day for Blackadder Motorsports. He's crawling down to turn 6 right now. I'm not sure. Oh no! And I think Ernie Ludwig having trouble with the pit limiter being stuck. I'm wondering, maybe he doesn't have a button map for it or something like that. We've seen it happen before. Poor Richard Mossberg, I can still hear him in my head.
That is a tough break for Ernie Ludwig there.
Got to go all the way around at pit limiter speed to get back in and then map a button. Oh, no.
Map a button, or keep in mind too that sometimes it could be a hardware failure. Maybe something happened to his keyboard or wherever he has that pit limiter button mapped to. But either way, he's got to get it unstuck some way, somehow.
Boy, that is just a tough break again. The bad luck for Blackadder Motorsports just continues today.
Everybody else is screaming, guy doing 150 plus, and Ernie stuck doing 44 miles an hour.
And Yuri Ganis just got by him.
And you just got to hope as it goes down kind of like this, down this hill, down the backstretch, that nobody screams in going into right into the back of him here.
This is going to be very, very close here when Yuri Ganis finally decides to come in. Now, he's got hammered down right behind him. They are still in second. All right, now, what you got to pay attention to here is that Yuri is actually a lap ahead right now. So when Yuri makes that stop, Matt Quinn going to have to get all the way around this track in a hurry to get back out in front of Yuri Ganis. And again, Ganis, that 49 Motorsports team, they may be looking at a driver change coming up on this next stop. Yuri now been out there for 96 laps. Now he's certainly in not any risk of exceeding a laps limit at this point, but he's knocked off half of them. Again, the maximum in the GTD class, 180 laps for a driver. So as you can see, Yuri putting in a lot of work here early. And now I'm going to have to deal with the DP of Chuck Chambliss coming through there. And Chuck able to get by clean. And that's the V-Apex yellow car getting through turn 10 and going to make its way through 12, back across the start-finish line here in just a moment. They are holding down fourth right now in the DP class. Well, Adam, another round of pit stops have pretty much all been knocked out. The big wild card out there, Yuri Ganis. We know he still needs to make one. He's got about 40 laps right now on this stint. We know he can go some more, and the question is, does he still feel himself making up time on Matt Quinn right now? And the answer to that question is not really, just barely, but the times are so close that it's negligible. So I think Yuri in pretty good shape to keep it out just as long as he feels comfortable with whatever their number is, and I'm sure they're watching that number very closely, but continue to watch Chuck Chambliss here work through traffic. Doing a pretty good job looking at the rear end there at Yuri Ganis.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good gap now for that championship battle, and really the focus now is going to be keeping the car clean here for the rest of the race. You'd have to think. They got they're in a good position to maybe even win the race, and just like David Jakes. I mean, granted, I know he's running second right now up in those DPs, but they're both in position. Both of our championship leaders are in position to be able to put a capital C on those championship hopes here for today, depending on how the rest of the race plays out.
Well, we know that V-Apex, all they have to do is make it to. They've just got to make it to the halfway point.
Right.
They've wrapped it up. So
they'll win the championship. I think right now it goes back to that difference between mathematically still in the running and actually having legitimate hopes and still getting a championship. And I think that the Blackadder machine, if something was to happen right now, right this second, David Jakes, and don't want to jinx him or anything, but then I think you would magically see that number 68 machine come back on track. I wonder if they're even still connected, but it goes back to that I think they mathematically have a chance, but I think now all hope is lost as long as David Jakes keeps that machine on track.
Yeah, and Jake's, Cordy right now making his way through the field and still our leader, but, just got by Durelli and puts Durelli a lap down. Am I seeing that right? Are they on the same lap there? Or no, he just got by Durelli to put Durelli a lap down. Those guys having to work through some pretty wicked traffic right now. Durelli trying to get by Benjamin Fisher in the BMW for Braxton Motorsports. Got to get out of 5 to do it. And yes, I was right. 40 did lap Durelli, so we've only got 2 of the Daytona prototypes on the lead lap still, and that's Leonardo Cordy and David Jakes. Sergio Durelli finally able to get around Benjamin Fisher. Going to pick up Clark Archer here too. Really see the horsepower in that C7 that gets by on a straight. Okay, so what we're looking at on the screen here is Matt Quinn passing 49 Motorsports, and Yuri is in. Yuri giving that up to let him get by to get in the pit. Now remember, Hammer Down got to get all the way around and get back to the 49 Motorsports car. So it's definitely Hammer Down at this moment for Matt Quinn. He's got to get going in a hurry. Yuri getting it in clean, and Matt Quinn is got to get going here. Going to try and get around. We'll keep an eye on where he's at.
Dexter's in.
All right, Dexter Castro going to get in the car. Dexter having a frustrating day. Let's hope his mind is clear and he's focused on racing now.
Meanwhile, Matt Quinn in that Hammer Down racing machine, he is just now about halfway down the backstretch right now.
Oh, a spinner on track. Corey Ruin right there at the exit of pit lane. Ruin. Yeah, Corey Ruin having some trouble for Shave Software. And it looks like that happened as he wasn't coming out of the pit. He was coming through turn 1, and the car just started going around. He locks him up, stopped in the middle of the track, and then had to get it turned around. That was a close moment. Luckily, no traffic around him when it happened. He was alone on track. All right, 49 Motorsports is out. Dexter Castro in the car. Looks like they're going to find themselves about 8 seconds back. Yeah, that's right about what the gap had worked itself down to there. I think we were at about, 7 seconds. So pretty good job there by Urianis, man. That was a heck of a stint. Dude put in a lot of laps this morning, and hats off to him. He really helped his team's effort out today by pulling really a marathon here to get this race started. 100 laps here at Road Atlanta. That's a lot of laps consecutively.
Yeah, and now you have to wonder what their strategy is going to be with Dexter. I mean, we all know Dexter's fast. Dexter's smooth. He's a very competent racer. But given his connection problems earlier on today, will they just keep him in for the minimum amount of time, maybe just one stint here, in order to minimize the risk of something happening with this connection? Because if he does drop out and they have to take a tow, that's going to put that online simracing.de car right back in the running of this thing.
Yeah, you know what? And that's a really, really good point. I mean, Dexter is having trouble, and you do want to limit the exposure there and any risk of something happening later. That might have to be the strategy play that you work. But thinking about the estimated number of laps that it's going to take to get this race done, I got to be honest with you, they're going to have to watch that max number for Uriana. So,
which they do have John Allen that just joined the session not more than a minute or two ago, and now we're getting even race control telling us that. So they do have their wild card with John Allen. And John D. Allen, if you've never seen John Allen race, I mean, he's also a very fast guy. I mean, he's especially in the MX-5. The guy is a genius in the MX-5.
Yeah.
But he that car, if they have to put it in John Allen's hands, it's going to be very capable hands.
Oh yes, sir. They put this car in the hands of the Deuce. The Deuce will be loose in Atlanta, baby, because John certainly knows how to get around these road courses, and not seen much time with him here in the BMW. But trust me, I'm sure he's practiced and ready to go, and I'm sure they wouldn't have made the call if they didn't think he could handle it. So a lot on the line here, but Dexter off to a great start. Got the car back up to speed, and let's face it, I haven't seen any problems yet, and I don't even want to talk about it anymore at this point. I think it's a moot point. Until something happens, we don't have a story. You didn't have to lay out on me. I didn't mean you had to be quiet. That's okay. It's just, there's no story there
I was just doing it for dramatic effect.
Well, I'll tell you what. There's been plenty of drama here in the early stages of this race, and let's face it, we've seen a great one so far, and we're back to that point now where we've seen a bunch of pit stops cycle through, and now we have cars spread out all over the track. So pick your battle and who you want to follow. We've got them here for you on the Global Sim Racing channel. This is the East versus West showdown here today, the season finale for the DGFX WeatherTech Series, and they are bringing you a good one. They're going to end the season on a high note with a 6-hour endurance race today. And Leonardo Corti, we talk about guys that have been in the car for a while. Corti has been in that machine since the green flag dropped here some almost 2.5 hours ago, and just had one heck of a drive for V-Apex Racing Blue, and right now sits 15, almost 16 seconds ahead of David Jakes in the V-Apex Racing Green machine. Now those two cars pretty much on the same strategy, only about 2 laps separates them on strategy right now. Then you go back to Sergio Dorelli, another driver who's put in a lot of laps today for Club Ham, holding down third, but unfortunately, just a few laps ago, got put a lap down by our leader, Leonardo Corti. So, as I talked about earlier in this race,
Shaking Lyman off.
Oh boy, and that's
through the 10A to 10B complex there in the chicane. He was able to get it back pointed straight. It's just like something didn't feel right, and decided to go ahead and just take it off and drive through it there.
Yeah, and again, it's a tough break for Online Sim Racing DE, and he's able to get the car going back in the right direction, but picked up a bit of earth with him there getting through, and it'll take a while to get all that shook out. The car could be a little squirrely here, getting back up to speed.
Yeah, that's another improvement that iRacing has made here over the last year is these tires, they pick up debris now. I mean, if you get off, they will pick up grass and dirt, and not only will they pick it up, but they'll throw it out on the track. So the next couple cars that have to go through that area where he re-entered will have to be a little bit more careful.
Should I be ashamed to say that I liked it when it didn't pick that up and you actually got through there and just kept driving? Okay, no problem at all. Yeah, no, again, the car does get scary now when you travel on through the dirt like that, and I'm going to say it, #dirt confirmed.
In more ways than one.
In more ways than one, absolutely. Well, let's go to our leader in the GTD class and see what he's doing here, and that's Matt Quinn. Got in the car here just a little while ago. Looks like he's pretty well off into a rhythm now, and it's the battle with him and the man chasing, Dexter Castro, who also seems to be getting in just a bit of a rhythm. He's just about a half second faster than Matt Quinn. So we'll see here over the next 10, 12 laps or so if Dexter can start to make some steady gains on Matt Quinn. We'll see. Right now, again, Dexter's showing pretty decent pace here early in his stint, first stint of the day for him.
Just looking at Matt's lap times compared to what Paul Darling was doing earlier, and not too far off. I mean, not quite as fast, but it's still very, very fast compared to some other guys in that class.
Looked like we might have had a moment there where Castro might have blinked for a second. Don't blink now, but Chuck Chambliss and Leonardo Cordy trying to get around Chambliss to take another lap from him. They had to get by the lap car of Ed Voris back out of turn 7. It got really, really close. Now Cordy able to get around clean. Again, Cordy still your leader, continuing to open it up. David Jake, he's fast, but making up a little bit of time. We're going to keep watching that. Jake is trying to get up there to V-Apex Racing Blue. Still just under 15 seconds back. I wonder at what point Cordy going to start to, at some point in endurance racing, the human body and mind can only take so much, and you don't want to see anybody mess up, but I got to imagine Cordy getting pretty tired in that car. Things come up so quickly in the C7, and I say that because the horsepower of this machine, your reaction time to different situations is a little bit different than the GT class, and I don't want to say it's more work, but I think maybe your mind is working a little bit harder at times, and that can be very taxing in an endurance race.
Yeah, that's a very, very, I think, accurate representation. It's not necessarily harder from a physical standpoint, but definitely more from a mental standpoint, because you have to be up on your toes a lot more. Your speed is that much more, and just the type of car that you're driving, you have to be a little bit more, finesse with it. You have to show a lot more finesse and be able to hit your marks exactly the same every time. It's a less forgiving car than what the GT cars are going to be. So that just adds to it all right there. You constantly have that playing in the back of your mind, and you do that now for what's going to be a triple stint for Cordy probably. That's tough, and he's just going to feel drained probably by the time he gets out of this car. His body's going to say, yeah, I can do more. His mind, not so much.
Well, back to the GTD class, and it's still Matt Quinn for Hammer Down Racing, coming across the start-finish line once again, making his way back to turn 1. Got just over an 8-second lead on Dexter Castro. These two will be out on track for a while here, as they've just recently completed pit stops. If you're just joining us for the first time today, you have caught us here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. We're having a little bit of fun for 6 hours here at Road Atlanta with the DGFX WeatherTech Series and their season finale, the East versus West shootout. An exciting race, multi-class racing today between the Daytona prototypes, the C7 Corvettes, and the GTD class. You've got your Audis, you've got the roof track, the Porsche, which, come to think of it, I don't think we've seen any of those out here today. I don't think anybody decided to get into one today. And the BMW, which right there on screen, Dexter Castro, the 49 Motorsports machine, they are champions for the BMW, by the way. I don't think I can recall ever seeing them in anything else but a Mazda, but that BMW is strong right now and chasing the Audi of Matt Quinn and Hammer Down Racing. Lots of racing left here to go, though. We're just under 3.5 hours left. Lots of good opportunities. There's Martin Heller on screen. Mercedes there for you. Sweet Spot Racing.
They've had a little bit of an eventful race.
Yeah, it's been a little eventful, but they are still in it indeed. So I'm hearing from our director that nobody chose to drive the roof track, and that has me scratching my head just a bit.
It's one of those cars. Either you love it or you really hate it. It's not usually in between.
Somebody's got to want to get in a roof track. I mean, come on.
Ooh, Leonardo Corti halfway off the track. He had a little bit of a moment getting into turn 7. I think a little hot trying to get around Benjamin Fisher.
Well, Adam, you know who owns Porsche, don't you?
Talking about Volkswagen? I didn't hear the question.
No, I said you know who owns Porsche, don't you?
Oh.
I guess then maybe they should just take the what is that? The TDI, the Volkswagen TDI out.
That'd be fun.
Sergio Dorelli just getting by J.C. Arnold, picking him up as he heads through turn 4, making his way down through the S's. Sergio, another one of those cars, hanging in there. Looking at a podium finish right now. First car a lap down off our leaders. Club Ham having a strong run today.
And that 49 Motorsports machine at Dexter he's turned on the heat here the last couple laps. He's starting to close that gap a little bit between him and Matt Quinn. Now down to about latest here, like 6.7 seconds. So that's a little bit closer to what it was a little while ago. I think when they came out of that last round of pit stops, I think it was closer to 10 or 11 seconds there.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We're seeing the same type of battle at the top of both classes, where you've got V-Apex battling each other here at the top in the Daytona prototypes, and just behind them you've got the 49 Motorsports and Hammer Down having a little battle themselves for the top 2. You've got to go back a whole nother minute back from Dexter Castro to get back to Jan-Philipp Wade in the online sim racing DE car.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, especially the GTD classes, the guys that replace the previous drivers are, and granted, there's other factors here. I'm not actually saying they're slower, but on their lap times, the last couple laps have been slower. Some of that's attributed to lap traffic and the like and all that. But it's like they drop down an equal set amount of time. So the battle's continuing in very much the same fashion as what it was with the previous set of drivers earlier with Yuri and Paul Darling.
All right, and Leonardo Corti is catching Dexter Castro in that 49 Motorsports GTD now. Oh, and he has to back off just a bit, heading through 12. Had a run there, and unfortunately, Dex was right in the middle of that run. He thought better of it, got out of the throttle a little bit into the brake to slow the car down. Just caught Dex in a bad spot there. He had to, like I said, he had to get off it just a bit. David Jake making that pit stop, 37 laps. The car is in.
And if the last stint holds true, Leonardo Corti won't be far behind.
Yeah, about 2 laps difference. That Corti coming up on an awful lot of traffic here.
That'd be a good time to come in before you get slowed up by those guys.
Well, and that's what I'm starting to think. He's Now he's got to get by Matthew Cottingham, Work in Progress Racing, down into 10. Boy, I almost think I want to peel off right here and not even bother with those guys up in front of me. And he's going to do exactly that. Yeah, that's a solid move. I'm on top of the box. I'm yelling at him, hey, let's bring it in now. Just bring it in now. I know we went a lap longer on the last stint, but let's do it now and not even mess with those guys. So David Jake going to get out of his pit. He is now coming through turn 5. Cordy still sitting on the pit lane. Don't think we'll see.
Now, will they make a driver change here, though?
I don't know. Cordy been in for a long time. It would make sense at this point to get him out, get him a break. Yep, Russell's in. All right, Russell Clayson is in the car. He's pretty slow, though. I don't know about his chances out here today. I got to be honest with you. No, I'm just giving Russell a hard time. Russell, a great shoe to put behind the wheel of that V-Apex Racing Blue machine. It's David Jake on track, though, and Russell just getting out of the pit box. And it looks like he's going to get out with plenty of time behind him because David just now made his way across the start-finish line.
Yeah, and that's something, though, that sometimes it's hard to tell with these DP cars because keep in mind, Russell's outlap here is going to be slow on those tires. So we'll see. Well, got to wait a little bit to see exactly how they shape up. But definitely a good pit stop for that V-Apex Blue machine. And he'll definitely retain a solid lead here, I think.
Yeah, it was a good quick stop for them and a driver change. And now the California driver and Russell Clayson gets in the car. And, yeah, like you said, that outlap can be pretty brutal in the C7. Russell going to have to do his best to manage that and try and, just rip off a decent lap.
Yeah, and one thing to point out, back to the GTD class, Dexter Castro has shaved off about another second off Matt Quinn's lead. It was down to about 5.5 seconds now from 6.5 just a few minutes ago. So slowly but surely, that car is catching Matt Quinn. So we very well might have a battle for the lead in the GTD class by the time the next pit cycle starts.
Yeah, I was starting to look at the numbers and think about that, and in fact, you're right. As we get to the next pit window, might be just about the time that battle starts to heat up again. But I got to be honest with you, in the Daytona prototype class right now, I'll tell you what, Russell Clayson got out of the pits awful quick and got up to speed. Oh, no.
Matt Quinn, is he in the tires there? I can't tell.
Oh, yeah. He hit it. He hit it. He definitely hit it and knocked the wing out in the back there, just a bit, twisted it up. Had a lot of cars coming through. He still was finally able to get the car turned around, but it took him a long time to get the car turned around and finally get back, going again in the right direction. This is the first problem Hammerdown's had all day, and just gets loose off the top there.
That curb again. He caught a little bit of dirt. Will go along with it, and that just upset the car enough. With those Audis, it's one of those things you got to be careful with.
Yeah, we've talked about that several times today during the race. That is a tough break for Hammerdown Racing, again, after what has been an uneventful race for them. Now,
one of the very few cars that's had an uneventful race.
Exactly. And now it gives the lead to Dexter Castro. And now we got a battle. Let's see here what Hammerdown can do. Let's see if that car still has good pace.
Hold on. We got to go back. That same lap there on 116, turn 5, Dexter Castro spun. That lead is not as big as what we were thinking it was going to be.
Okay, and it was coming out of, I think maybe it was coming out of turn 5?
116 out of lap 5. Turn 5.
Yeah. Okay, and Boy, I must have missed that. Here we go. We caught it on the replay. Sorry there, folks. I didn't catch that live. There's Dexter Castro spinning. And it looks like he keeps it out of the tire barrier.
But, still what should have ended up being almost a 15-second lead on Matt Quinn after Matt Quinn's incident is now only 1.2 seconds. So that happened while Matt Quinn was trying to get his car turned back around.
Wow. And like I said, the battle is on. And
I'm sorry, Sean. I looked up and on Matt's on-car view, and I was like, Dexter's right there. He should be a lot further up.
Well, no contact for Castro. Quinn dealing with a car that's got a little bit of damage. That wing cannot be helping the downforce or the straight line speed of that Audi right now. Advantage. I think I'm going to have to give it to Castro. Without the contact, that car is still looking good. Quinn going to have a lot of work to do here.
I do think now that we're going to see a battle for the lead because he's close enough just to be in his draft and maybe kind of diminish effects a little bit of that rear wing. So we'll have to see here. But, man, that definitely made things interesting in a hurry at the top of the GTD category.
Yeah, it did. It certainly did.
And, of course, you have to think, meanwhile, while all that's happening with the online sim racing team, of course, they're sitting here hearing all that's happening and licking their chops saying, oh, please, oh, please. But both with that 49 Motorsports machine, of course, they're in the lead of the championship. The online sim racing car is second with only a 3-point gap at the beginning of this race. Don't think it's going to quite play out just like what they were wanting there for possibly the 49 Motorsports car to have a little trouble.
Oh, David Jake spins coming out of turn 7. Oh, and he saves it, but spins coming out of turn 7. Let's catch that on a replay. On board with David Jakes. See him get through 6 here clean. 6 is fine. It's coming out of 7 where he has trouble. The rear end steps around, maybe a little bit too much curb, but something got that car around, and he saves it, gets going back in the right direction, but that was a close one.
Did the crews put something in these guys' water here on the last pit stop? Because we were just quiet for the last hour, and now here we go again. Yeah,
here we go again, and that opens things up just a little bit more for our leader, Russell Clayson, and the V Apex Racing Blue C7 Daytona prototype. Jakes, almost makes contact there with the GTD of JC Arnold as he got by. They were door to door there, got him.
Man, this got it back interesting in a hurry again. That's just a bad place to catch a slower car though too. So that doesn't help matters any. But, that very well could have turned into another one of those the Blue Line and Blackadder incidents earlier on in this race. It's just a tough place.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the right side of JC Arnold's car, and the door handles are missing. So. I'm thinking those at least got knocked off as they were.
Little paint missing off that mirror too.
Maybe just a chip on the corner. Yeah. This track and the two just under 3 miles here. Or I'm sorry, just over 2.5 miles. And the speeds that you're carrying here. That's multi-class. Chambliss having trouble coming out of the pit lane. Our director all over that, catching that on screen. Thank you. I'm Jed Yaman. There's Chambliss there running fourth in a 999.
Oh, and he did get a little bit of the concrete there, and he got it pretty good.
Yeah,
that car's not driving straight now. He's got some problems.
That might be suspension damage, and I think it is. He's crabbing. Yeah, that the car is walking on him really bad now. Having a lot of trouble handling it here, getting down the straight.
That's another car that's just had an eventful day as far as the cars in the DP category. It's not the first time we've seen that Apex Yellow car in a little bit of trouble. Of course, he had the drive-through penalty with Kevin Linden earlier, but now he's going to have to bring that thing down pit road, and they're going to be in for quite some time of repairs here, I think.
Yeah, Chuck bringing it in now. In fact, that car is going to need a medic, definitely. So
Hawkeye's waiting in the pit lane over there.
I think he might be. Yeah, I think so.
MASH reference for all you youngins out there.
All right, so that is certainly trouble for them. They're going to lose several laps because of that. And the DP class, though, up in front of them, still in good shape here. Russell Clyson still our leader. David Jake holding down second. Sergio Dorelli for Club Ham is in third. The Hispano-America driver having a good run here. He's been serving his team well here for the Ham. And back in the GTD class, we've still got a great fight going on between Dexter Castro and Matt Quinn for Hammer Down Racing. Both had a little misfortune here, but they've managed to stay within an arm's length of each other.
In the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, in the last 5 minutes, they've made things exciting. Like you said, I think there was something in the water of that last pit stop.
Yeah, I do think, though, that wing damage on Matt Quinn's car is finally starting to feel the effect of it. It's starting to lose a little bit of ground there on Dexter.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. He's just not able to attack with that damage. Now, the good thing is that his window it's coming up. Okay, they got about let's say about 10 more laps, and then the window starts to possibly open for them. They can get that wing repaired. Okay, I can't remember here on the car though if that is a wing replacement. I believe it is. If that's the case, they'll be in good shape. They'll get that downforce back and some of that straight line speed that they're missing right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination for these guys. And don't forget, we're only 10 minutes away from the halfway point in this race. We're not even technically at halfway yet. But of course, we'll just have to keep an eye on it. Which is also worthy of mentioning that we've already been told by Race Control that as far as the V Apex green machine there, currently driven by David Jakes, if they can get to halfway, they will have mathematically clinched the championship for the prototype division, with the Blackadder Motorsports car having trouble earlier on. So we'll have to give it a mention to him here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, and how quickly we have forgotten about that trouble that the Blackadder Motorsports number 68 had earlier in this race. Never even got to their driver change, unfortunately. Innocent victim out there gets caught up and ends their day early. And a chance to really fight for this championship. Those were dashed. And very unfortunate for them. And I got to say, overall, for most Blackadder Motorsports cars today, not a great day at the track. They've had a lot of bad luck out here, Adam.
Yeah, I probably jinxed them by commenting how fast they are everywhere right at the top of the broadcast. So broadcaster jinxed there, but this is a good battle shaping up here between. They're on separate laps. But the third place car, Sergio Dorelli, the Club Ham machine, showing a little bit of speed here, keeping up with second place right now, even if they are on different laps.
Yeah, and Dorelli, another one of those guys that's spent a lot of time in the car today. Dorelli is, listen, if you're not settled in by now, I don't think you're going to get settled in. But Dorelli, keeping up, got solid pace. Got to be happy with that. I mean, that's what you expect out of your driver. Now, he is a lap down, but we're just about to the halfway point. With 3 hours, just over 3 hours of racing to go, an opportunity can open up for him any moment. You've just got to stay on point, be patient, and continue to do what you've done all day. Take care of the car.
Well, we're getting a report of a car possibly stuck in the wall here. The J.C. Arnold V Apex machine.
Arnold, yes. Arnold knows
this will be a full course yellow here, most likely.
He was stuck. He wasn't initially stuck in the wall, but the car is not moving. Lots of traffic coming through there, but he loses it coming out of turn 6, guys.
Such an odd way to get stuck there, too. It just the back end just starts to casually come around on that machine here. It doesn't take much to that corner. It's never one of those corners where your car gets kind of light.
Yeah, and that is going to bring out the full course yellow. I got to be honest with you, that's a throttle thing right there. I think the entry looked clean. I think it was as he got off, just picked up the throttle a little bit too much, and that sends it right around. No curve, nothing. The entry looked great. And I think Go ahead.
I was going to say, you know who this benefits though. This is about as good as you can get of a situation for Matt Quinn in that hammer down racing machine.
Absolutely.
Perfect chance to come in and get that rear wing fixed.
Yeah, and you know what? Not a bad situation for David Jake either. Jake's he's going to get a chance to race Russell Kleisen now. That's a chance that has not been afforded to him yet, and he's going to get his shot now and see what he can do with Russell. But Russell was burning down some pretty hot laps there before that yellow came out. I'm thinking maybe he got a little practice in. What do you think, Adam?
I definitely think so too, man. Well, what an exciting race, and it's been a fun first 3 hours of this race, that's for sure.
Okay, this is going to be a standard length caution. We've got pace car is out now. Everybody catching up to it. We're getting ready to cycle around. We've got our next team sitting here on deck, ready to go. That was a fortuitous yellow, Adam. It came out just in time for us to hand off to the guys. And today we've got Joe Peak and Bill Soups on for you to take over the second half of this race. Let's bring in Joe real quick. Joe, this has been an action-filled 3 hours we've had so far, just under 3 hours, a tick under. But V-Apex Racing has really, really been the story in the DP class. And honestly, 49 Motorsports and Hammer Down Racing have really continued quite a battle in the GTD class.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to really calling this race. And I'll tell you what better place to have these DPs racing than Road Atlanta, with them having a number of years here duking it out in the Petit Le Mans. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the prototypes as well as the GTD class handle this relatively short and quick course. But I'm excited to get to hop on with Bill and take the baton from you guys.
Soup, we got you up and ready. You had your coffee. You're all good to go?
Just got done with the MX5 World Tour, so glad to be here with you guys.
Excellent. Well, we certainly appreciate you guys coming to spell us. We're just getting into a caution here, and again, been an exciting race. Looking for probably about 270 laps or so today, and we are getting pretty close to what would be the halfway mark. And well, once we hit the halfway mark, it's pretty much been confirmed that V-Apex Racing Green is going to take that championship in the DP. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, let the next team take over. We thank you so much for joining us today on the Global Sim Racing Channel here for the season finale here for the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series, and we'll be back in just a moment with you. Thanks a lot.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta here for the final round of the DGFX WeatherTech Series. And right now, V-Apex Racing Group Blue is leading. V-Apex Racing Group Green is in second, but they have now officially clinched the championship. That team with David Jakes in the car are the champions now that the halfway point has gone by. Club Ham in third in that prototype class. 49 Motorsports, OnlineSimRacing.de is leading in GTD, and then 49 Motorsports A is in second with third with Matt Quinn. We've just got an extension on our yellow here, but we're glad that you stuck with us here for the second half of this 6-hour race. I'm Joe Peak. With me in the booth is Bill Soup Zahn, and of course, sticking it out behind the scenes is Amjad Yaman on his fourth pot of coffee. Dougie Beard, of course, as always, is running our cameras. And Bill, I'm excited to get to call this. As I was saying before the break, I love seeing these DPs around this track. They're powerful cars. They have a bit of downforce, but not a whole lot. So this seems like a very fitting place for them.
Yeah, and as we're talking right now, Dexter Castro bringing his car into the pits one more time. Really nothing to lose as there's only 2 cars in the GTD on the same lap. So I guess we'll end up going to the back of the line, but not sure why he's doing that. He just was in a second ago. Yeah, Joe, how about Ironman work for our director, Amjad Yaman, doing all 6 hours today?
It's not the first time he's done a 6-hour stint for us. He is a trooper, that's for sure. There you see Dexter, and the number 2 was in the pits. But we should hopefully be back to green after this. This has been a long caution mid-race for what was a car stuck in the wall between turns 6 and 7. Hence why they had to get in and bring the pace car out, slow everybody up, get that car out of the wall. Obviously, this being sim racing, they don't actually have to worry about a car stuck in there and get a tow truck out, but they try to treat this as realistic as possible. Russell Clayson, driver we're used to seeing up towards the front, especially in mixed class racing, Bill, called Cannonball Clayson sometimes, except this time around, at least if he stays up front, he won't have anybody to try and dive bomb.
And if he does get in a battle, at least he's doing it with his teammate as Apex Blue and Green running 1-2 right now.
Absolutely. And of course, I should clarify that Russell doesn't really dive bomb. He just is very late on the brakes, which is where his nickname comes from. I've actually been teammates with him in endurance racing multiple times with VLN series, and I can attest that he is an incredibly safe and fast driver out there. I would not be surprised if he stays up front until the end of this race.
What's interesting is he's just got in the car a few minutes ago as Leonardo Corti, his teammate, did the entire first almost 2 hours and 45 minutes. So Russell pretty fresh. Be interesting to see if maybe it's a one driver change going on. We'll see if he's going to go the distance.
We're understanding, actually, Dexter Castro is still in the car. We've heard that he's had some connection problems. We were wondering if maybe they'd send John Allen out in the car, but they have not put him in yet. Then coming around the final corner, pace car peels off into the pits. Russell Clayson has control of the field. That V-Apex Racing blue machine gets the green flag. Late acceleration. He almost got jumped there by David Jakes. Behind them, there was a bit of a checkup as well between Chambliss and Unger. Into the compression of turn 1, up and over the hill into 3. And no challenge going on in the prototypes currently. Then we get to the GTDs. Jean-Philippe Weld leading Matt Quinn since Castro has pitted as they head down into the S's, but no threat from Quinn at the moment. The team was talking about during the break that Quinn's damage on his rear wing was not able to get fixed. There you can see it on screen. We're wondering how much that's going to affect him. Let's see what he can do in the draft of the backstretch.
Mercedes out there leading the Audi.
Oh, and I'm sorry, but we got to go to the leaders of the prototypes because here comes David Jakes with a draft of his own. Slips to the inside. Can he try and outbrake him down into the chicane? He's looking stronger to the brakes, or did Russell Clayson let him go, knowing there's still a lot of the race yet to go? Meanwhile, in the GTDs, Matt Quinn takes the lead.
Yeah, Quinn had been on pace. He was He's been leading this race when we came on here the last little bit. Then he's put the car in the wall. That allowed Castro to get the lead. And Castro spun it, so they got together. Then after pit stops, JP got in there.
Well, unfortunately, he's had to relinquish that P1 position as they come through the tricky turn 3. No passing opportunity there for Jean-Philippe.
Let me correct myself. I misidentified that BMW as a Mercedes. That is a BMW. So BMW is running 2-3 right now.
And 49 Motorsports known for liking that BMW as well. This track is relatively fast, as I mentioned, so I'm curious if maybe they're making up most of their time in the first half of the course, with the second half having that long straightaway. Meanwhile, nothing changes up front in the prototypes this time by. Clayson didn't get a good exit out of turn 7, so he's going to stay in second place.
I'll be honest with you, that pass in the prototype surprised me because I thought Jake's had a good shot at it right at the green flag, and it looked like he backed out. I thought they were just going to run 1-2 for a while. Jakes must think he's faster.
Well, right now it's proving so. He's almost got a second over Clayson. Wonder if Clayson, having, just freshly been put in that car, maybe he's finding his sea legs. Usually he's a driver, from my experience, to be on it right away. Doesn't take much of the curb at all on the exit of 5.
Yeah, Jakes has been in it for about the last 56 laps or so he's been out there for a while.
We think there was a spin in turn 5. Looks like Marcel Unger is off the pace.
Yep.
This prototype fell victim to a corner that has seen lots of spins over the years.
That happened right in front of the GTD leaders.
It was a very lazy spin. He was out of the way well ahead of time, though. I think those guys maybe saw a puff of smoke, and once they could see that blue and black machine, they knew they were clear.
But now he's coming back at him as there was no damage to Unger, so Unger gets around.
You see the difference between these GTD cars and the prototype with that top-end speed, but only just allowing him by. In fact, he's going to slow up Quinn here. So it's going to be an opportunity for Jean-Philippe. Tries to get the exit, but he runs out of track. Has to put 2 wheels in the dirt, and he lifts to make it through.
Quinn got slowed down twice. He missed the apex because the prototype was there. Then he missed corner. He couldn't track all the way out because the prototype was there, and that almost allowed... look at it. Clayson has spun. Oh, and puts it in the wall, slaps it sideways in the wall hard.
We're going to look at the replay. Is this down at... Oh, this is in the S's. This is not a place I would expect.
Before he got to turn 5.
He certainly pancakes that wall. I wonder if there was just a little bit of damage on that car that was making him uneasy, or maybe he just doesn't like the setup. We're going to watch it on board here, see what the wheel looks like. We're working through 3, then 4. Now up to the S's. As soon as he starts to realize it, you see that wheel come back, but by that point, he is much too late. I understand that before Bill and I have picked up the broadcast, there was lots of problems, and look at this. Look at how slow Russell Clayson is having to limp that car back, crabbing severely, Bill.
Yeah, Club Ham has actually unlapped themselves now. They were 1 lap down. Now there's about 4 lap cushion back to 4th place, so a podium's still in the works here. But I think that's going to cost them at least 2nd position, as Ham should be able to get all the way around by the time that car is fixed. And that's really too bad. What that's going to do, Joe, is separate our leaders in that prototype class. Nobody on the same lap now.
Absolutely. However, we've seen that the cautions can bring guys back into this, or we could see more issues for our top drivers. Russell Clayson is not what I would have expected to see a serious issue like that so early on for him. And the marshals are actually getting on the radio to make sure the drivers are aware of Clayson's V-Apex Racing Blue prototype, which should be clear now as he comes to the pit entry. But that's going to be a long wait with the way that thing is crabbing for them to get the suspension repaired.
Yeah, drivers are encouraged to limp the cars back. If they can't get it back, they'll throw a yellow. So the race stewards will make every effort to let drivers know that there's a slow car working their way around. Let's go to the GTDs for a minute as we see that car coming into the pits. Great battle up here now as here comes the prototype getting through that's Sergio Girelli gets through. But look at Quinn again in trouble. Now it's only about just over a second back to the second BMW of Dexter Castro. Castro seems to have his connection problems behind him. Car looks pretty solid out there.
And
oh my goodness.
That's Oscar Ferreira for Club Ham trying to get off the track to get out of the way. I wouldn't have chosen to do that in turn 12. There's not much runoff outside of that grass.
Well, I'm not sure if he actually getting out of the way. That's the car. I misidentified it. I said it was Girelli before because my timing and scoring had gone up. That was Oscar Ferreira, so he just went through him. So now he gets to do it one more time.
Meanwhile, Dexter Castro, who's still on the lead lap with these guys right behind Jean-Philippe, just stalking him. Philippe goes defensive down into 6th. Knows this is a potential place to pass. Nothing doing from Dexter Castro. And remember, between these two, this is a battle for the championship. Only 3 points between them. Castro gets a decent launch coming out of turn 7. Gets a whiff of the draft, but is he close enough to reel him in for a lunge down to the chicane? The seconds start to tick down to their F3 box as Dexter Castro looks to the inside, down to the chicane. But again, I don't think he's close enough, and he stays behind.
Pair of BMWs going at it there. This will be fun.
And the question is this going to allow Matt Quinn to start to gap these guys if they battle? And I'm sure Quinn will appreciate that with the damage he's dealing with on the back of that Audi. And Dexter Castro is a smart driver, though. You kind of wondered, Bill, is he not attacking right away, knowing that he needs to kind of let these two stay up with that Audi and then fight once they've really reeled him in?
He does have a little, he was the last car to pit, remember, because he came in and made that late stop, went all the way back. He was actually the leader when the yellow flag came out.
And what a savvy move that was, as he gets a great launch out of 70. He's right behind JP. But yeah, knowing that there's only 3 cars on the lead lap, he knew he could get back into this. And can it pay off right here? Can he move into P2? He's got the run. He looks to the inside, down to the chicane. Castro just has to outbrake him to stick his nose in, and he does it very cleanly. JP kind of hold around on the outside. They go side by side, but I think coming out of the corner, it looks like Castro's going to have the edge.
Man, that's got to have your heart in your throat there when you're doing that with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. Look at this. Coming back on him.
He lifts. JP's looking long here. He could have definitely had an opportunity down into 1, which is, though it's tricky, Bill, that's a place we've seen plenty of cars attempt passes.
Okay, now that Castro's around, that gap is 1.2 seconds from Quinn back to Castro.
This is a part of the course where Castro really needs to make up ground. You can see, compared to what we saw earlier with Clayson in the prototypes, Castro's not afraid to use up all of that curb coming out of 5. These Audis are known for not liking the curbs a whole lot either.
Now coming up behind him, this is the prototype running in second now with Apex Racing. The blue team had trouble. This is Club Ham running second in prototypes. Now that car just spun in front of these guys, so they got to be shaking their heads saying, wait, we just let you by and now we're doing it again.
And he's able to get by pretty cleanly, though. Castro facilitating the pass, just slotting back in the line before the chicane. Although I think he's looks like he had a much better exit coming out of there, and now he's having to slow up behind him coming down the hill. One more for Oscar Ferreira to get by in this GTD class, and that would be our overall leader of GTDs, Matt Quinn.
We can stay on this battle, but I just want to update you in the prototypes. Marcel Unger out there racing for Online Sim Racing Day. That's the Enduro team number 2. They have a chance here. They're about 2 laps back of Apex Racing Blue that's in the pits right now. So I'll keep an eye on this and see if Unger can get around 2 laps before that Apex team comes out. They slap that wall pretty hard. Wouldn't be surprised if Apex is in there for a little while longer.
Yeah, continuing to be stationary. I'm very curious how much repair time they got. From what I understand, it's a minimum 8 minutes per corner of the car if you break the suspension. With these guys doing laps of about 1:14, I think that's definitely doable for Unger to get just those 2 more laps.
And the Club Ham team finally negotiates their way around Quinn. So once again, the GTD guys are running 1, 2, 3. They're the only 3 cars on that lap in that class.
In fact, let's give a little bit of love to the guys that are just off the podium. David Kroll, of course, for Sweet Spot Racing, running in that number 81. He's about a lap down. And in fact, they are in a battle with Mark Torres in Blackadder number 67, not far behind, less than a second behind them in their Merc.
Oh, it's about 6 or 7 car lengths, yeah.
Might be worth paying attention to this as well as our lead battle for the podium. And I'm sure those guys are wanting to do all they can for that 4th position, because if anything happens to these top 3, they know they can be on that podium.
Oh, yeah, well, we're just starting a 3-hour endurance race here. That's yeah, there's 6 hours to go. I know, but it's just like starting one fresh, so there's still a long way to go.
Just cannot give up in endurance racing. You got to stick with it. It'll pay off in the end. It's the Dory Award to the extreme for these guys.
Okay, I'm showing that, sure enough, online sim racing enduro. They just got around. That's Marcel Unger. Just got that 3rd spot. Picked it up over Apex Racing Group D, the Group Blue.
And there you go. Perfect example of what we were just talking about. These guys are 5 laps down from our overall leaders, and yet OnlineSimRacing.de are moving themselves onto the podium, bumping Russell Clayson in the V Apex Blue down to 4th. Next one up for them is Chuck Chambliss.
The Apex Group Yellow, so that's a teammate at least. I guess that'll take a little bit of the sting out of it.
Eventually they're going to run out of options on the color wheel there.
Yeah. Well, they went with 2 prime colors, and then I guess green is in between blue and yellow, so if they kept it rainbow alphabetical.
Nice art lesson for all of our GSRC viewers. Meanwhile, we're back on this battle for the lead in the GTD class. Dexter Castro looking very patient, just picking guys off one by one. He took an opportunity with Jean-Philippe and finally got by him. Now he's rolled up to the back of Matt Quinn's Audi. Not looking at any wild dives, just kind of sizing him up, seeing where he's strong. He's had 3 hours to already try and figure out what Matt Quinn can do. In fact, let's stay on this, but Chuck Chambliss has overtaken Russell Clayson. Clayson is moving behind our GTD cars at this point. Look at that BMW close through the S's. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I think I was just saying I can't believe how quickly Castro was able to get away from Weld there.
Somehow I get the feeling, especially with how the 49 team is starting to leave the OnlineSimRacing.de team in the dust, at least at this point in the race, it's looking like 49's championship to lose.
Yeah.
But we keep saying it, and I can't stress this enough to our viewers. There is a lot of race to go, and you just do not know what can happen in endurance racing.
And just to update you on the prototypes, the V Apex Yellow, yeah, they get to get into 4th. And now Hammer Down Racing, that's the GT3. They moved into, oh no, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought that was a lack of position. That's actually the GTD team actually getting around the prototype.
Speaking of which, Mark Torres, if you're wondering how that battle for fourth and GTDs are going, still within half. Actually, he closed a lot this corner. Now within 4/10 of Kroll. Just behind them, David Jakes, our prototype leader, waiting patiently for an opportunity. Now that he's got the long stretch between 5 and 6, he sneaks by the car of Mark Torres. Sets the car up for a good launch out of turn 7. And then Jakes finally streaks his way past David Kroll's Sweet Spot Racing Merc.
Jakes with a 1-lap lead on the nearest car, so he's just out there, needs to just take their time. No reason to push the issue when you have those back markers. Oh, back markers are, that's really not appropriate definition of that when you get into the,
the slower classes.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, he had a little puff of smoke down into the chicane and the braking, and I think that's a sign that they've learned the Ayrton Senna lesson. That you can't relax, you can't back off. We've seen mistakes from drivers trying to run a slower pace than they're used to. Oh, as he goes a little bit wide, coming through 3.
I find my best lap times are when I run about 85% of what I can do.
And that's
if I try any faster, I go slower. If I go slower, I go slower. So,
and I think that's a great point, Bill. That in endurance racing, everybody kind of has their comfort zone of what is pushing it just enough to keep the adrenaline going, but not too slow that you're out of your rhythm.
Well, you figure at 20 seconds it takes for you to fix for a spin. That's 1 second per lap for 20 laps. So keep it on the track.
Absolutely. Finding that sweet spot. David Jakes certainly has it at the moment with that huge lead over the rest of the field. Let's jump back to our GTD leaders. Still no change here. Oh, but excuse me, a little bit behind them. Looks like Torres finally made the pass that was coming down into the chicane. And I think that was actually given up.
Yeah, it was. I think Torres did surrender it.
Kroll actually surrendered it.
Yeah, that's right. Kroll surrendered. Either that or he picked up a slowdown penalty somewhere I didn't realize it.
That could be a possibility too, but it seemed like a sudden slowdown.
No, yeah.
It is. It's not uncommon for cars right here in turn 3 to get that slowdown that you mentioned. Cut the course a little too sharp. All right, now that pass for 4th has finally taken place, checking back in with the GTD leaders, Dexter Castro. Still nothing happening between himself and Matt Quinn. And Quinn is no stranger to endurance racing in these GT3 cars. Seen him in the Autobahn series, although much shorter. Their endurance races are about 90 minutes, an hour and a half. Behind them, David Jakes just managed to get by Dexter Castro. He's going to try and force the issue. No reason to for David. Stays behind, coming through 12. Accelerates out, and he's going to be clear by before 1.
But I didn't realize I was checking my notes there. This is the Matt Quinn we know from the Autobahn series, is it not?
Yeah, I just mentioned that.
I thought I heard that. I was checking my notes to see, and you just said that. I apologize.
It's okay. Yeah, that is indeed. Except well, excuse me, I did make a mistake. I mentioned that we're used to seeing him in GT3. That's incorrect. Quinn runs the prototypes. I believe he was flashing his lights there just to let Jakes know that he was clear. Quinn, though, I think this is a good fit for him because, one thing we've seen of Quinn in the Autobahn series, Bill, is he seems to just not be terribly fast. But he's consistent.
I would love to have him on my team for an endurance thing. Yeah, that's why I was surprised when I saw him make a mistake and tail the car into the wall there. Yeah, he is steady.
That's moved him up the points in that Autobahn series time after time, beating drivers of the likes of John Ulmer, who are incredibly fast.
Now they're working on Robert Cancian here. Robert's got pretty good pace.
In fact, Robert currently in 8th in his class. Is this another BMW I'm seeing? I believe it is.
He's 11 laps down. Only what? That would make him about 3 laps behind these guys in his class, or the leaders of his class.
I have to imagine this is always probably a little bit more unnerving, Bill, when you come up to lap a car of your own class. Because when it's from a slower class, you know you've got an automatic advantage. But here you're in very similar cars, which you can see right here can cause some checkups. Boy, that has really put Castro all over the back of Quinn now.
A little lift here is probably the kind thing to do. Boy, he gonna make him earn it.
He braked pretty early. I think he let him through, but certainly didn't do him any favors. But I mean, you know, that's still fair to me, Bill. It's not. I mean, it's not the. He didn't go out of his way to completely get out of the way, but he stayed on his line and he did not take the apex away from them. They have something less than a bear claw, just a regular glazed donut for the.
That'll let you have real cream in your coffee. I would have liked to seen him let Dexter get around so he could have a better corner entry, but that's okay. It worked out fine.
Definitely, and no change of position there. Dexter again looking strong out of turn 5. Now Dexter already has the fuel advantage. We mentioned that he pitted late. Although that said, I have seen some talk for the Blancpain series, Bill, that the Audis actually can on some tracks get 2 to 3 more laps on fuel than the BMWs. At least that's what I've heard.
That'll be interesting as we are covering that series tomorrow. That'll be good to know. This is a short track. I would imagine to be that much. Look what Dexter's got to run here.
Go. Outbreaks him down and makes the apex. In fact, it looked like Quinn was trying to turn in and pull the over-under, but couldn't get the car turned in. So give the lead to Dexter Castro here on lap 157, now ticking off to 158.
On that, it looks like it's about a 2-lap advantage from that pit window as Quinn came in at the early part of the yellow flag and Dexter came in at the very end. So now Quinn has the number 4 B Apex Racing Group. This is the yellow team. That's Chambliss working his way around.
Obviously from a different class with the prototypes. Oh, we had something going on behind them. I saw Cancian and who is that? Jean-Philippe. Actually, I think he may have made contact with Cancian trying to lap him. Oh, it's very close. Let's watch the replay. It looks like they did not make contact. Coming up into the braking of 7, Philippe caught out just a bit. You can't see it from the angle. Let's watch on board.
I think it's clean. I think it was just checked up though. Killed his pace down the straightaway though.
You're going to see just how close he gets. Right up under that spoiler.
And if you want to stay on this for a while, he gives Weld gives him a little love tap here at the bottom of the straights. I don't think he was stick on it here for a minute.
Hey Bill, I think the marshals agree with you though here. Check out the recent mention that we've got. Warning for car 84 disobeying blue flags. So he was not out of the way to their liking.
Back to the powdered creamer for him.
If you're just joining us, this is the season finale of the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. Right now, David Jakes has sealed the championship in the prototypes and is leading the race by, if I'm seeing correctly, an entire two laps over the next car.
Yep.
Looking like they're going to end this thing with a bang. Meanwhile, in the GTDs, Dexter Castro just recently took the lead, and right now they're in position to clinch the championship on the GTD class. Well, Bill, this is a good case, I think, for your argument on the back marker there. We're hearing the 84. Whoa! We'll get back to that in a moment. Unger riding in third, having a big off, coming out of 7. Looks like he may have just gotten greedy. Let's watch the replay. Rear of the car starts to come around. He didn't touch that curb at all. Couldn't really see it from that angle. Looks like maybe Billy just went in too hot.
Yeah, it was even before he got to 7. It looks like under braking, like maybe broke a little bit late and then the front end bit and it came around on him. He didn't hit anything. Good news is he has a two lap cushion back to V Apex Racing, the yellow team.
Nice recovery. Back to the point I was making a bit ago, part of the reason why the marshals have decided to give a warning to 84, that car had the blue flag for 2 whole laps.
Well, he had good pace. He had a little bit of damage on. You can see the damage on it. Looks like the right front fender there.
Which is certainly not going to help the BMW with it already having not the greatest of top end on long straightaways. But
I think, but the point is, he had a 2-lap gap between the next car behind him. So
yeah, no,
there's no reason to give
some time
up.
If he's going to lose time to that car behind, it's going to either be due to a mistake or a caution not going his way. Meanwhile, Shane Norton coming in for a pit stop. Not sure if this is scheduled for Blue Line Motorsport. Not seeing that they've hit anything. I believe this is a planned stop for the number 57. The Audi slides his way nicely into his pit stall, no mistakes.
Might have stopped a little short. I think he had to give it one more little umph.
Our overall leader into the pits as well. And I think, Bill, with that yellow flag being relatively recent, this looks like a lot of backward strategy starting to play out.
Yes, you want to try to get it, do your pit stop as early as you can so that you don't be caught out there in the yellow.
Although so few cars are on the same lap as each other, it's not as much of a problem. Meanwhile, Mikey Grems. I believe there was a driver change for the car that we had in as well. The Audi Blue Line Motorsports. Yes, Clark Archer has hopped into that car.
Jakes has had a pretty long run, probably about 60 to 70 laps out there, so it's time for him to get out. Mikey Grems gets in.
Fans of V Apex Racing Blue might want to know that Russell Clayson has returned to the track, however, 9 laps down from our leader. You talk about a costly mistake, Bill.
And they all got around him, all the other guys in his class.
Yes, he is the last car in the prototype still circulating at this point, which would be 5th position in his class.
But he was really fast, Joe. He had put, it took him about 3 hours to put those guys several laps down, so time to get positions back.
Next, he's still 3 laps behind Chuck Chambliss. That would be impressive, even in these 2.5 hours remaining, if he could run him down just for that 4th position. The impressive thing, Bill, is out of, I believe it looks like 6 cars that we had start in the prototypes, there was only 1 retirement. That's Richard McClure for V Apex Red. Excuse me, it was Cameron I'm hearing? Sven Kammertz
Okay.
The 68 Blackadder has retired. That's what oh, excuse me. So we have more than
All
that.
right.
We've got...
Now, wait a minute. You got to help me for a minute. I'm going to interrupt. I'm looking at the car who is in 19th position overall right now. Oh, Clayson just spun.
Oh, no. Did he hit anything? Looks like it was in a similar spot, actually. No, it was not. It was in turn 3. That car might not be fully
that's what I
repaired.
was
Remember,
thinking.
it's not going to... Whew, big slide. That's why they have all that runoff area on the outside of 3. Didn't hit anything, though, except took out a few cones along the way.
Found the alternate configuration part of the track to come back on.
I tell you what's going to be really interesting, Bill, is if iRacing ever decides to give those cones weight, because in real life, those cones can do serious damage to these cars. Boy, that make people think twice about some of these tracks on iRacing where the cones are in the middle of the fastest line.
Okay, now help me out. Granted, I am new to the series, but they're trying to kill me here. Let's talk about car number 17, currently in 19th position. Spelled capital V, A-P-E-X. Vapex Racing Group Red.
The Apex is the name of the group.
But it's not spelled the same as the other ones. They use a small V with a capital A.
I don't know what to tell you on that one.
So
that I'd say talk to Russell if he comes in and gives us an interview here.
I'm calling it Vapex just to punish them for spelling it wrong.
So yes, excuse me. We had 8 drivers in the prototype start. I was counting wrong. Revolution Racing GGFX are out of this race. V Apex Red
Apex.
and Blackadder Motorsports 68 are out of this race. Last car, that was correct that we said before. The Apex Racing Blue is the last one of the prototypes.
Running. Okay, got it.
When you're the second group, you gotta get up to speed with a lot of
I'm
information.
with it now.
But the good news is we get to call the finish. We get to see the excitement of these drivers when they come across the line, the relief after 6 hours, which is grueling, even if you have 2 or 3 drivers out there.
And we might have something because we look on what we have on screen right now. Castro got around Quinn, but he hasn't been able to really leave him behind.
Still within about 1.5 seconds between Quinn and Castro. Now, Quinn doesn't have a horse in this championship race, at least for the first position.
Well, but he does kind of have a horse in the race, if you consider Paul Darling a horse. Now, I don't know if Paul's going to get back in this car, but that's certainly a guy who can
We're getting a little bit more information. Blackadder Motorsports are the only retirement. V Apex Red was mistakenly entered into this race. They did not start this race. They're a DNS. And I believe Revolution Racing DJFX, I'm guessing that is the same deal, since they are currently behind the red team.
Looking at what Quinn's partner has a chance of coming back. Darling came in and ran 93 laps, then gave it over to Quinn on lap number 94. I would imagine there's a good chance that we could see Omai get back in this car.
And we know he's got the pace for Castro.
Yeah.
For sure. Now, let's see, I'm trying to remember. Darling does drive the Audi in Autobahn, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure that's correct, yeah.
So surprising. No matter what series we're in, it's been, whether it's the Championship Motorsports series that we cover or the Autobahn series, or Darling and Castro seem to find their way together.
Well, that is a battle I am looking forward to. Boy, you're right, Bill. I'm looking at this sort of yo-yo battle going on between Quinn and Castro. He's back up to within half a second now.
Yeah.
They're going to have some lap traffic. Bob Grant for Work in Progress Racing.
I know a little bit about Bob. Bob loves this. He did a couple races for Mama Jean Racing for a little bit. He just likes to get out there and run.
He's going to let Dexter Castro through on turn 1. And I thought maybe he'd compromise the exit of that Audi a little bit. Audi has to take evasive action, lifts and lets him through for 3. Nice job from Bob.
Can't make it invisible. It has mass. It has to be on the track somewhere.
No, I think he did a great job coming through there, lifting when he did. So if that's a work in progress car, does that mean that car is their whip?
Oh, that's
losing a little slang of the kids these days, right?
Yes. Hip to be square, buddy.
And actually, if you're curious, you can see on your screen Bob Grant, 10th in his class, but still going on. Quite a bit of damage on that car, though. It's going to be put one more lap down by Mikey Grims for our overall leader in V Apex Green.
Boy, that's got to be... Talk about a good situation. Here's the car. You're up by 2 laps. Have fun. That's what...
it looks like they're now... Looks like they're now up by 1 lap, I've seen, since their pit stop.
Yeah, but it is 1 lap. He's on a 6.2 lap stint, but it's going to be 2 laps again because it's a 30 lap stint for the guys running in second, so they'll be coming in soon. Club Ham.
So that will swing back to how it was prior to the pit stops. And credit to Oscar Ferreira and his teammates. He's sharing that with Sergio Dorelli, both of them Hispano-American drivers. Getting that car in a second.
Is Club Ham any association with Mad Cow Racing by any chance?
Steak and ham for dinner or something, I guess.
It.
All you need is torque chicken in there and
Team Potato. Yeah, that's the works.
Oh, we're just making a meal. All right then. Although we should clarify, ham, I believe, is because Hispano-American.
Okay.
I'm pretty certain, since both of the drivers are from that club. But yes, it's a wonderful coincidence for our terrible sense of humor. Fortunately, I don't think we have a Team Orange Juice anywhere that we've seen drive yet. But at any rate, still got 2 hours and 14 minutes. Quite a bit of racing left to go here, Bill.
Yeah.
And these guys are starting to settle in.
Our director's on it right now. It's this Castro and Quinn battle, and now they're coming up on... I guess I would assume Clayson just got through them.
Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Unless he's really slow. Yeah, he just worked around him.
Clayson's pace is not too bad. He's 115s, 116s. We ride on board with Castro, looking back at the machine of Quinn.
And remember, J.P. Weld was right with these guys when the green came out after that yellow, but he's fallen back almost 8 seconds now behind Quinn.
Pace certainly does not seem to be there for OnlineSimRacing.de. That's got to be frustrating, feeling like the championship is starting to slip away from them. They do have Stefan Walder and Wolfgang Wildenauer waiting in the wings. In fact, I'm looking... Ooh, as our second place car has a little bit of a spin. Let's look at the replay as we watch this. It was Stefan Walder who was in the car earlier for OnlineSimRacing.de. Here we go, coming through 6 for Ferreira. Is it in 7 once again? And almost a mirror image. The exact same thing that we saw before, Bill. That's interesting.
Same spot.
Of course, different car, though. That was Unger, I believe, who, yes, it was Marcel Unger for Online Sim Racing DE, who spun it in the exact same fashion coming through turn 7.
They've been out there for a while. The tires may be beginning to give up a bit.
And, you know, we heard some interesting stuff earlier today. Oh, meanwhile, let's go back to the lead. I'll talk about this later because Quinn sneaks on by, but only momentarily. Dexter Castro comes back at him in the apex of the chicane and looks much stronger. That BMW really strong in the slow corners.
You want a definition where the cars are both at their strengths.
We got a caution, and there's a car
Archer.
stop.
Blue Line Motorsports, and it's a combination. They spun in front. In front of that's Steve Jones.
Oh,
Shave
no.
Software.
Gonna watch it one more time.
The final corner. What a strange place to have that.
Well, let's see. Is he in? Yeah, that's an Audi.
Is that a flat out corner there, Joe? And that car would.
Well, we're gonna. I can tell you from my experience in the McLaren, it's not quite flat out. It's very tricky.
Do you know what it was though? He got the left side tires on the grass. That's why it came around on him. And real wide entrance.
You gotta feel for Clark Archer. I mean, I don't know, or no, not Clark Archer.
Steve Jones.
Steve P. Jones. I don't know what he could have done in that situation, really. If you brake right there, you're going to unsettle the car terribly. Car was right in his line. I mean, he maybe could have taken to the inside, but that would have been a very, very close shave. Take that as you will. Well, that's going to put us under caution. So as they start to collect together, we're going to go to a quick break. Mikey Grims is your leader for V-Apex Racing Green in the prototypes. Dexter Castro barely fending off a battle for the lead, but 49 Motorsports, his BMW, is in the lead in the GTDs. We'll be back in a moment. Stick around. Welcome back to Road Atlanta here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Final round of the GGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. We have yet another caution, and the pits just open. You can see a bunch of them streaming in. We were talking about whether DPs would pit, and it looks like prototypes are mostly staying out. Meanwhile, a lot of the GTD cars have elected to come in. Dexter Castro leading the way in those GTDs. He's first into his stall. However, he's in a close fight with Matt Quinn, who's just in front of him. You saw them both pull in there. A few prototypes electing to come in, some of them farther down the field, obviously rolling the dice here.
I have to question here. First of all, let's talk about the timing of this yellow. V-Apex Green, remember they pitted, well, actually, I can tell you, 12 laps ago under green, so they came in. I see no reason why they wouldn't want to come in again and just fill it up. I mean, they're not going to lose any positions or a lap up. But how this worked for Club Ham and then online simracing.de, those guys had yet to admit they needed to come in and pit. So this yellow fell at a good time. They actually picked up a lap on the leader because they were able to, when the leader pitted, they were able to come around, get that lap back, and now they've come in. Not so big and not so important for online simracing.de because they're 5 laps down. Now, Apex Racing Yellow, they're going to get penalized. They were running out of fuel. They had to come in before the pits were open. I don't know if it's really going to matter much. They're on their own lap, but Shambliss said, I have to come in. My car's thirsty.
All right, online simracing.de has had a driver change. Wolfgang Wildenauer now in that machine. Also, we have bad news for drivers or for viewers who were watching before we went to break and saw what caused this caution. Clark Archer is not able to get that car back out there. So Blue Line Motorsports has retired, unfortunately, still with 2 hours left in this race to go. And here's where it's going to be interesting. Hammer Down Racing. Paul Darling in the car, unfortunately, still not able to fully repair that rear wing.
That's not going to bother Omai. He's going to be out there and see what he can do. He did the early stint. He's coming back. Now, I wonder if Castro is going to close out. I don't think so. He came in about the halfway mark. Let's see who 49 Motorsports has lined up there. Oh, Giannis was out there. And then, of course, they have Deuce Allen waiting at the wings. I think Allen's only there for emergency. So we'll see if they give it back to the Finnish driver there, Yuri Giannis.
Don't get to see a whole lot of Yair on the GSRC. He used to be frequently a driver in the MWT as well as the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series.
Joe actually got to meet him as
I did
his trip across the United States from Finland one summer.
Himself, yeah, and a group of friends came through and opened up the house to them, and they gladly took it. Very nice bunch of guys. I tell you what, for what, for all the notoriety of Finns seeming like they don't interview well and having this joke about them being short and not very emotional, they were some of the nicest guys I've ever met. They brought us gifts, Bill, completely unprompted. Just had a whole slew of gifts for me and my wife. So they are very generous, very warm and welcoming people. We're going to get green this time by. We're going to get back to racing. Mikey Grimm, still your leader overall in the number 99 V Apex Green, going to lead the way. 1 lap over Sergio Dorelli, the number 44 for Club Ham.
Well, let me tell you why we're not out of the woods here with a win yet. Grims has a 1-lap lead, right? But he has about 12 laps longer on a tank of fuel. So Grims is going to have to come in before the car behind him that's a lap down. In theory, if the same thing happened before, this is why I thought Grimm should have come in and topped off. If Grimm comes in and then the yellow comes out while after he makes that pit stop, I would think that Ham could get that lap back.
Absolutely. things can still swing his way. Right before we go green, quick clarification. Remember, the number 999 came in and got a penalty for pitting when they were not allowed. They would have been allowed if they'd only taken fuel. They needed an emergency stop, but they took full service when they did it, and that caused them to get a penalty. But we're back to racing, and once again, Grimm's backing the entire prototype field up before he streaks away, and that's going to allow Sergio Torelli to get by the car of Jacob Lehman and put another lap on that third-place car. Meanwhile, in the prototypes, Darlene is in second, but there's a car splitting himself in first place. That's Robert Canchin. The number 84, remember, got a black flag for not paying attention, or excuse me, not a black flag, a warning for not paying attention to the blue flags before. Is he going to get out of the way quicker this time? This is going to be a battle for the lead.
Now remember, Darling stepping into a car that isn't 100%, so it might take him a little while to get used to what he's got under him.
See how quickly Darling can adapt. Right now, still starting to lose ground to Dexter Castro. 1.3 seconds between them. Darling's got a draft on Canchin. Should be able to put this lapped car one more down. If he sneaks to the inside, there he goes. The number 999 is coming in. No, they're not coming in to take their black flag, but they have officially gotten it now. Drive-through penalty. I think the only silver lining to this, Bill, is that it's a relatively short pit lane around Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it's a kind one. This yellow also good news for OnlineSimRacing.de, where they got in Wolfgang Wildenhauer. Remember, they were beginning to lose touch with the two drivers in front of them. We'll see what that team can do now.
That's the third driver they've had in the car of OnlineSimRacing.de. So we're not sure what kind of pace Wildenhauer is going to be able to run. Right now, he's certainly not threatening. He's already 2.5 seconds behind Darling, who himself is already 2 seconds behind Castro.
Yeah, it's I think Quinn broke it, and Quinn knew what he did to it, so I think Quinn might have been faster. Give Paul a little bit time to see how this car really performs. I'm sure Quinn probably was telling him that this is what you got to watch out for. So,
good communication, a key in endurance team racing. Letting your co-driver know how the car is behaving, what differences they might feel. I tell you what, Darling doesn't look like he's taking it easy, though. He's using all of these curbs. And in that Audi, that's brave. Oh, we got a caution. Again, quickly.
Clayson. Oh, my goodness.
No.
I don't think Clayson's going to be driving this one back to the pits.
No, that might be race over, depending on what damage they got. Let's see how bad this was. Once again, down at the S's. Oh, no. Round it goes, and that is an even harder hit than what we saw before. Let's
have some fun. Our director's going to take us on board here.
Look away if you get nauseous easily. Oh, he slid a little bit too far into those S's, and then when it got on the curb, there was no saving that car. That is just so incredibly frustrating, Bill, when the car goes on its lid and you know that there's nothing you can do.
A driver we know named Sky Willa, she numbers her car 116 so that if it's upside down, it reads 911 or 911.
911.
Yeah.
That's clever. Leave it to Sky to come up with something that smart. Bill, I think I already said it once. I just don't think that that V Apex Blue car is going to get back out in this race. If it does, it's going to be a lot of repair.
Yeah.
Oof, just look at the damage on that car. You know when you see scrapes on the roof that it is not good. So as they continue to have the virtual pit crew bang it out, we're going to step away one more time. We'll come back in a moment here on the Global Sim Racing channel for the season finale of the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing channel. We just got back to green. Mikey Grims leads the way here in the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. We still have an hour and 52 minutes left to go. Sergio Torelli is in second place behind him, but he is certainly not threatening Mikey, even though it might look like it. He's an entire lap down from our leader. Paul Darling is now our leader in the GTDs. That's because Dexter Castro decided to roll the dice on fuel and has gone in to see if he can try and win this thing on strategy, save himself a little bit later on down the road, but he's now dealing with a lot of traffic and putting that BMW at risk.
That's a pass for position, Joe. That's Wolfgang Villenauer.
Ooh, 3 wide down into 6 with that lap car pulling out of the way. Going the long way around for Dexter Castro. They're still side by side, and a 7 gives him enough room at the apex, but Castro's the one to be able to carry the momentum off the corner, move Castro into second.
Yeesh.
He's not afraid to dice. You'd think after over 4 hours out here, he would be thinking about preserving the car.
So here's the deal. He's got about 8 seconds now behind Darling. 8 seconds and a dozen cars to get around. Darling's out there having fun right now, running all by himself. But I guess the strategy is maybe Castro thinks he's faster. First of all, he can run him down. But I guess when they do have to make their final pit stop, we're thinking there's one to go from here. Dexter's will be shorter because he has more fuel in the tank right now. He won't need to fill as much up.
The good news for Dexter is that the blue flags are doing him nicely right now as he's been overtaking a lot of these lapped cars that are between himself and the leader Darling. It's being held up just a little bit down through the S's. Up next is Steve Jones.
Good to see Steve back out there after getting caught up in that accident. Now it looks like he has a pair of brothers to get around here. Rob and Elliot.
Elliot racing for Blackadder 66 and Rob racing for Blackadder 67. So, yeah, I'd say there's some relation there probably. Gets a nice draft coming around to the side of Rob, and then he's going to be able to straight through, not under threat from Wildenauer, who continues to drop back from Dexter. The good news is, Bill, that gap is staying steady. It's still about 8.5 seconds between Castro and Darling.
Yeah, it'll be interesting thing. Darling, as more he gets comfortable with the car, because remember, Castro and Quinn were running about the same pace. Quinn was able to hang right with him. And no offense to Matt Quinn, but Paul Darling is a special driver. So I would be surprised if Paul couldn't be a little faster than Matt Quinn was in that car.
There you see our leader. You can see the gap on screen between the two of them. Castro having a little bit of trouble trying to get past Elliott. Now he's looking to the inside. He's going to let him through. Yes, he brakes early. And that BMW streams on by. And yet he's still not done because Marcus Ager and Robert Kanchan are ahead of him to deal with lapped cars. And those are the only two now between Darling and Castro.
See, the problem, Castro's got to be careful because the guys he's coming up on this battle, this is not a battle for position. If we look up here at Ager just got around Kanchan. Now that's going to settle down a little bit. I get a little nervous for Castro there until he gets clear of the traffic that is natural after the go green.
He's dealt with it very well. We haven't seen any serious issues with him as we followed him through, and he's only got 2 more to go. Still puts himself on the back foot, but that gap has actually come down now that he's had a little bit of clear air. It's 8 seconds, so I want to say in a little bit less than a lap, he's chopped it off by half a second. He's got the pace.
Be right on board with Dexter. Now remember, this is Kanchan, who had a little bit of a lesson learned there from the race marshals.
Doesn't give him the apex down at 6, though.
Not learning a whole bunch. All right.
Should be able to let him through here. And now Dexter will get the advantage of the draft. They're both in BMWs. Kanchan with a lot more damage on the front.
See, for me, that's making it harder than it needs to be.
Oh, I agree. I'm with you on that, Bill.
That Castro had a shallow entrance into 10 because he couldn't get around till the end. Just a little bit of lift, and it's better for everybody.
Well, the half a second went back away, is now back up to 8.5 between Dexter and Darling. Still got Marcus Ager between them, still not done. fact, Dexter can just now, as he comes over that hill, can just barely see Darling disappearing around turn 5. That is the distance between our two leaders. Confirmation, we don't have to go to it obviously. Russell Clayson's team has retired, so V Apex Blue is no longer in the race.
Boy, things went sour for that team fast. They were running in second position, and then this is one thing after the next, each one more severe.
And that's got to be tough for Russell Clayson to try and bear there, Bill, because as a driver, that's in a team race, that seems like one of your worst fears, to know that you're given a car in a good position and then suddenly something you did puts you guys down, loses a position, loses laps, any number of things.
Now, if you're thinking things are over in the prototypes, well, first of all, you never know, because we saw what happened to Jones, where a car spun in front of him and he got caught up. That could have just as easily been our prototype leader. But there is going to be about a 12-lap section here when Grems is going to have to come in and make a pit stop, and Club Ham is going to get back on the lead lap. So there's an opportunity for a timely yellow to close stuff up in those prototypes.
And we've seen 3 cautions now here in this latter half of the race, and we still have an hour and 45 left to go. So we haven't even made it a quarter of the way through. So that, I think the chances are good, Bill, of what you're saying, that a caution could come at just the right time.
Looking at Sergio Dorelli there, racing for Club Ham, that team running in second position. They just need to stay out, stay close, and hope to get lucky.
Up all afternoon to get lucky for Club Ham. And in fact, they've got 4 laps over Jacob Lehman in 3rd place. Lehman has hopped in the car for OnlineSimRacing.de. Took over for Marcel Unger just a few laps ago, back on lap 168.
Maybe I'm looking right now. Maybe we can go to 8th position overall. Looking at Marcus Auger here for Sweet Spot Racing. He's got pretty good pace. Castro's not even able to close up on him to actually force him to pull over.
Makes you wonder, though, if he was paying attention or if his teammates were paying attention to what happened to the 84. And there you go.
Must have been watching the broadcast.
Just as I saw, or just as I said. You got to be aware that the marshals are not letting you sit ahead of a driver if you've got a blue flag. Eventually, you got to relinquish the spot.
And so now, under 8 seconds to Darling. And no cars between them.
Question is, when are they going to get prototypes starting to come through? I think, looks like Mikey Grems has got about half a lap. So there is some time for Dexter to try and run him down before they start getting interrupted. Darling, meanwhile, just running his race on his lonesome. Very consistent laps. Back in, let's see, about, looks like 7 or 8 laps. Darling's run a 128, 120, 121, 119.5, 119.3, 119.4, 119.1. In fact, he's getting faster, Bill. I think that pays credence to your theory.
Getting used to what he's got. Just let me figure out what I got to race with here, and I'll make it fast. Put him in a shopping cart, he'd be quick.
For comparison, though, Dexter Castro on the same laps, 124 flat. I'm guessing that was with the yellow flag. 123, 119.7, 119.8, 118.9, 119.0, 119.3. Consistently faster, even though Castro was dealing with traffic.
The team on the same lap is onlinesimracing.de, and they're not able to run with those guys. Wolfgang Wildenhauer behind the wheel.
I think at this point, Bill, they're probably very aware of what's happening out on track, and I think they're just kind of trying to put in the laps and doing what they can do, knowing that it's not in their control at this point.
Apparently only drivers with W's in their name can actually race. Their first driver was Stefan Wilder. Then he was replaced by John Philip Wild. And then now Wolfgang Wildenauer.
Well, I guess you could say that their name is www.onlinesimracing.de.
Stop it!
They're getting threats that I'm going to get booted from this
Let's
podcast.
bring Ambrose back in here to work with this. Put up with this. That's funny.
You just
Running third overall right now.
Yes. You set him up, I knock him down. That's all I can say. Credit to them. They are in the championship hunt, and even if they don't win it, that is a nice job from that team to finish second in the championship. Nobody wants to finish second, but you still got to feel proud to know that you are one of the top teams in this series. It certainly seems to have its fair share of talent.
I like the format of this series. 5 races in the East, 5 races in the West. Then they each win a championship there. Then they all get together for the big grand finale here, race number 11.
Keeping people invested.
Uh-huh.
If the season doesn't go your way in the first half, stay in it. Could win the second half. There's still something on the table for you. Dexter Castro now down to 7.5 seconds behind Paul Darling. Pretty soon, Bill, we're going to get within an hour and a half left to go in this race. And what's really going to be interesting is how the pit stops are going to play at the end, because we have at least one more for our GTD class. Now, the prototypes, like you see here, Mikey Grimm's our leader, overall can go much shorter, or can only go much shorter. In GTD cars, they can tend to run about 50 minutes on fuel.
That's why I'm not so sure how this is going to play out, because there's that 12-lap advantage that the Club Ham has. So can they go from one stop from here? Maybe. I don't think so.
Well, they've all Club Ham has to do is make it to 50 minutes left on the clock. If they can get to about that, I think it should be clear that they can do it on one more stop. But if they pit before then, Bill, then they definitely have to come in one more time.
My gut tells me that our leader's going to have to make 2 stops in the prototypes. That they'll have to come in twice. Kind of miss having Sean Ambrose not only did lead on the earlier broadcast, but has a lot of time up on the pit box, can figure this out for us. Yeah, as a crew chief.
In fact, I've raced beneath him as a driver when he is crew chief, and I can tell you he has tons of tabs and papers and notes, and boy, he does his research to the T. And I'm willing to bet you a lot of the top drivers have someone, even if it's the driver that's not currently in the car. Whoa, Mikey Grims is off.
Oh,
Mikey Grims is off his turn 1. Just stays off the wall. Just happened to glance over, and next thing I know, he was into the grass. Let's see how this happened. You're going to see he comes into turn 1. I think he comes in too shallow here, Bill. Yeah, the rear starts to come away from him, and when he overcorrects, wow, what a good catch. He had inches to spare between those tires.
Thank goodness they didn't water the lawn, or he would have been in the wall. How did he keep that car from going in there?
That right there is a driver staying calm under pressure. Look at this. There's the correction. Too much. Man.
Even if you turn it, you end up spinning the car, and then you're certainly in the wall. He kept the car going straight. Nice job.
And that is why we say it is not over till it's over. Mikey Grims could have given the lead away right then and there with that mistake. And he could still have a little bit of damage, bounding over the grass and over the curbs like that. The underside of these cars not incredibly aero sensitive, but you mess it up enough, and boy, they've got not a splitter on the back. I'm trying to think of the word currently. Diffuser. Yes, thank you. Diffuser on the back that definitely needs to be in good order. He's going to work his way around the car of Elliott Duro now. Let's step back into our favorite drama, though. Dexter Castro now within 7 seconds of Paul Darling. He's continuing to chop it down bit by bit, just putting the laps in.
Just low bowling drama here is what it is. It's going to be a while before it heats up.
He's got the time left on the clock, and he knows he's got the fuel advantage right now over this team. And we see Darling out there lapping. Last one you can see in 119.5 compared to the 119.3 of Castro. And I think, judging by what I'm seeing on the timing sheets, Darling's just about found what he considers the comfortable limit of this car, because he's been hovering at 119.5, 119.4, and 119.3 for many laps now.
I got to take my hat off to iRacing. Joe, you and I have been around for a long time to see what they keep trying to give you something new. And how about driver swaps? I know it's been around for a long time, but what an amazing feature to give us. This is wonderful.
And good on them for seeing the future, seeing what people wanted, and doing the Herculean effort that it took to bring this to the service, all the coding change that they said it took behind the scenes. And then they had to perfect it once they released it, with lots of bugs that, of course, frustrated a few people, but we stayed patient as fans, and we've been rewarded with races like this. And I'll tell you what, there was a lot of naysayers, Bill. I heard a lot of people saying that no one's going to use this. It's going to die. It won't be favored. But I can't tell you how many leagues we've covered with these driver swaps now. I can't tell you how many drivers we've seen in these 24 and these 12-hour and these 10-hour races that iRacing puts on, these big events. And I think, from what I've observed, it is one of the most popular features that they've released, I'd say, in the last 5 years.
When you look what the platform is now and what it was when it started, it just keeps getting better.
Absolutely. They aren't even on the same tire model by a long shot as when I first started. Here we see Marcus Hager running in fourth. One of the drivers we've been watching dealing with being lapped. Currently has nobody near him behind. Rob Duro's a lap down. And he's actually nearly a lap down from third place Wolfgang Wildenauer. Wildenauer actually dealing with, is this our leader? No, it's our second place driver, Dorelli, putting him a lap down.
And actually timing and scoring then shows Wildenauer 9 laps down compared to Darling and Castro, who are 8 laps down, but that's only because they've been passed by the leader.
That's correct. And speaking of which, Mikey Grims is closing in on our top 2, meaning this could be the start of lap traffic coming into play, seeing who can deal with it better. Dexter Castro or Paul Darling. It might give Dexter a chance to reel him in, or it might give Paul Darling a A little bit of a buffer if it hurts Dexter more than it does Paul.
Riding on board with Mikey.
He's still got a little ways to go to get up to Dexter. You can see just up in the distance that first car, that's Marcus Ager, he's going to overtake.
Remember, Ager had good pace. He was running right with Castro until he finally pulled over and let Castro go by.
You see the speed advantage that these prototypes has down the backstretch. Once again, going to come into play down the front stretch.
Looking ahead at Ager, of course, he's actually running 4th overall in class for Sweet Spot Racing.
All right, here comes our overall leader, right up behind Ager. He's not going to have an opportunity. He's going to have to wait through the S's. This is a single file portion for both classes. Coming off the top of the hill, Ager staying politely to the side, and there goes Grems. Now we've reached Castro. And I think this couldn't have worked out any better for Dexter. Look at this.
Dexter keeps that car over to the left, and the prototype goes right on by.
And actually, I think, let's see. No, he might not get him by then. It might actually work out for Darling as well, because I don't think that Grems is going to get him before they get to that backstretch. Darling taking me over turn 3. Go ahead.
Working on 37 laps on this set of tires, so won't be too long till we'll see him coming in.
Oh no!
Castro!
And he made contact with the wall. This is coming out of 4. He got too aggressive on the curb.
Nope, it in.
There you see it there. He just took too much on the inside. It's a light tap though, I think.
Pretty good shot to the front. I'm seeing some pretty good damage up there. The car isn't smoking. That's a good sign.
Riding on board. Climbed it too much. Yeah, you're right. That first hit with the nose.
If I'm gonna have to put any car in the wall, let me do it with the BMW. They are tough. But the poor BMW is already slow enough down the straight line speed. It doesn't need any help.
I don't think they're going to be coming in this time. No, they're staying out. Damage is not going to help them. It looks like there's not much damage to the handling because it seems to be driving okay. Even still, he's going to have to wait at least, I would guess, another 15 minutes, maybe more than that, before he's able to bring the car in and make it to the end of this race.
Well, that puts Darling and Dexter on the level playing field there. They both have injured cars. That gap, though, now was down to 5 seconds. Remember, it started 8 after the pit stop. He got it down to 5 until he did that mistake, and now it's back up to 18. And actually, did he lose the position to did not lose it. He's still in second.
Wildenauer is dropping time hand over fist. He's still 13 seconds, more than 13 seconds behind Castro, despite the spin, which I think we can safely say was about costing him 13 seconds.
Yeah. We'll wait for Dexter to get a couple laps under his belt, then we can go ahead and look at his lap time, see how they compare to what he was running before. Going to take him a little while, Joe, to understand what he's got here.
Absolutely. Well, unfortunately for us, Bill, that was our closest battle just taken apart as well. He had a full lap now.
Yeah. Darling ran a 1:19.4 last time, and Castro ran a 1:19.4.
He was faster by
Wow.
2 100ths. I think you're right, Bill. I think he evened the playing field.
That's it. Now the advantage goes to Castro if there is a pit stop, because he'll need to take less fuel. But that was a little nicer when you're only 5 seconds behind the guy. But now if you're 18 seconds back, that's a lot of fuel that Darling will be able to take.
Well, this, though, I think serves to say that maybe Dexter made the right call there, because that allows him to have a shorter stop, which if he hadn't have done that, maybe if he had spun it or done something a little bit earlier, if he had that damage and not taken the fuel, then he would be even farther back.
Now keep in mind the gap, it's a 6-lap gap from Hammer Down to 49. Hammer Down is on a 27-lap stint right now. 49 Motorsports on the 21-lap stint. That's about half the distance between what it is for your leaders in the prototypes, where it's 12 laps. And that's where VA picks Green. They're running a 40-lap stint right now.
I have to imagine V-Apex Green is going to be coming in relatively soon here.
Again, let's get to that 50-minute mark, and that's where I don't know if 12 laps is going to be enough. That's the distance between what the Green team is running and what Club Ham is running, to see if Ham could do it in one stop from here.
Just doing the quick math in my head, if they're doing 115 laps, and if they can get roughly 50 minutes, you said how many laps has he been out since his last stop, Mikey Grims?
41 right now.
He's got to be on fumes at this point.
I would think, yeah.
Let's keep an eye on our overall leader. We're on Sergio Dorelli currently. There's Mikey Grims. Let's see if he comes in this time by. Down through the chicane. Nice and tidy through there.
One more.
All right, so my single 24-hour race in these prototypes doesn't translate perfectly, I'm thinking, to the fuel strategy. Maybe they can go just a little longer than what I was experiencing.
Just to update you, that lead now, Darling to Castro, has grown to 20 seconds. So Darling able to put 2 seconds on Castro since we checked last.
Wonder how much of that may have been due to traffic. I see a 121.5 for Dexter. It's like Castro may have had problems. I'm going back to see what happened here.
Nope, I went back a couple laps. I don't see anything from
It looks like
before.
he had an off track, but it looked minor from what we saw on screen. Granted, looking minor and costing you a lot of time is two very different things. By the way, Grims has gone around for yet another lap. Oh, waiting and wondering. I'm pretty certain, Bill, that he's not going to be able to stretch this thing out to make one more stop. And honestly, I guess if it was me to both protect against the cautions and to give yourself the best tires for the longest period, I would think maybe try to split it up into even thirds for this last section.
Well, I think his fear is he's going to have to come in, and the earlier he comes in, it just means as he's under threat of the yellow coming out before the second place car. And here he comes right now. So now the question is, what can the second place car do? They're just going through the chicane right now, so they're going to be able to get their lap back. They will be on the same lap, and that's the fear that Grem's had to worry about.
Streaks on by as Grem is stationary in his stall. There we see Sergio Dorelli up and over the hill, across the very tricky turn 3. And still, Grem's is stationary. Now he's getting going. So this is going to give Sergio Dorelli less than half a lap ahead of him, though. Well, ahead of him on track, but behind him in the timing and scoring.
For about the next 9 laps.
One thing about these DPs we haven't talked about, too, is that you can change the fuel mapping on them. We don't know if any of these guys maybe have been fiddling with that knob.
Well, I know he has 9 laps. That's going to get him to about an hour and 8 minutes to go before it's over. Maybe if he could stretch this to the hour mark, I could see him doing it on one stop.
Based on what we saw from Grem's, that does seem like it might be feasible. Battle between Paul Darling and Dexter Castro still about 21 seconds apart. Last time by 1:19.7 for Darling, and for Castro a 1:19.5. So Castro just slightly faster that time. The question is, Bill, because we've got a little conversation going on in the background about double stinting the tires. Who's brave enough to try that?
You know, there's another battle that's slowly but surely beginning to stop. It's 9th place. It's Rob Duro running in 9th, and then there's Steve Jones. I believe they're on the same lap. I think they're only 14 seconds apart.
You're correct. I'm seeing 14 seconds between Steve Jones and... Oh, wait, no.
Yeah.
No, Duro is behind... is 2 laps down from Kanchan. Oh, excuse me. No, Rob Duro. You're right. Jones and Duro. Different Duros there.
Yeah. I think Jones has had a pretty good time here. Remember, he was involved in that incident that brought out the last yellow. Or at least one of these. I'm not sure if that came before Clausen being upside down or not.
Steve Jones lap times looking like 1:22.1, 1:21.7, 22 flat, 22.1. Duro, 21.4, 20.9, 21.4, 21.2. I think give the slight edge to Rob Duro on this one.
Again, another driver that's hoping for a caution there. Is Jones. Tighten this up. I think Castro would probably like a caution now. I think he'd like to come in and see what kind of work can be done on the front of that BMW.
Knowing him, though, I don't think he wants it before he feels confident he can make it to the end on fuel. What we've seen, he's loving playing this fuel card in this race.
We've done several 90-minute, I think even 2-hour races in some other series where Dexter will decide to do it without tire changes. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know if they mentioned it in the first half of the broadcast, but tire changing on these cars, you have to do it after you take fuel. So I love that rule. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Certainly has thrown an interesting game of strategy in the mix. And I don't believe the DPs fall under the same rule. I believe they can change tires and fuel at the same time, if I'm understanding correctly.
See, if I were ruling the world, when I become Donald Trump, NASCAR and all races would only allow one pit worker over the wall at a time. You want to see some stars made? Wait till you have the one guy who has to do all of that. Save money and
Dexter Castro pushing very hard into the chicane, nearly slid it off the track. Let's watch that replay. I think he's discovering he can't take this car any harder. There you see, he's overtaking a lap car down into the chicane. Now watch him at the apex here, just off, but look at how much speed he takes in. Barely keeps it out of the grass. I tell you what, Bill, I have a feeling in your world, college football players who couldn't make the big time would find themselves a job in motorsports.
Oh, yeah. Well, imagine if you only had one guy over the wall. He would be as big a star as the driver.
Well, you'd certainly save on staff, that's for sure.
That's right. Okay, did we miss a stop? Did they come in? No. Sorry, I thought that Girelli came in. I'm showing him in second place right now. Why is that? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. He got his lap back, but he's still in second. Sorry.
That's correct.
Yes, a little fatigue on the commentator's part there.
All right, it's getting very close for these GTD cars, Bill, and when they can come in and make it to the end, I think in the next 10 minutes, we should be able to see drivers making it. But until then, why don't we talk to one of the series organizers? With this being the final round, let's get some thoughts on how he's felt this season has gone. That's Kyle Burney, who's joined us in the booth. Kyle, how do you feel about this last race of the season? How do you feel about the season as a whole?
I feel it went actually pretty well. You know, definitely from the 49 Motorsports and other teams that have been there from the get-go. Daytona was the first race of the year, was definitely rough. We had a lot of learning to do from that, but we've definitely grown and provided a really good championship. And a lot of the competitors that are still running with us are enjoying themselves. So I looked at the numbers, and on a race-by-race basis, I think we're up about 24% on participation from where we were at last year. So we can't really complain with the numbers, and we're happy with how it's turned out.
That is fantastic news to hear. And talking about that learning, tell us, what are some of the improvements you see DGFX making for next season that you learned this year?
Big one was participation and where the fall off was. Obviously, we're not entirely sure as to where it is, but we feel that a lot of it has to do with the summer months, or normal summer months, not for, you can say it's the winter months for our boys down under. But that's where you see a lot of the fall off. Just, you know, it's normal. People want to be with their families, go out, vacation, everything like that. So next year, we're still planning on doing a split season, but we're going to be doing one season from about late January till about mid-May, and then we'll take the summer months off, and then we'll come back for the second season in August, September timeframe through November, December. And we're not right now planning on having them coincide with each other or be affiliated with each other at all, just two completely separate championships, and they'll probably be about 5 races each.
Sounds like some good stuff. Look forward to seeing what kind of drivers you bring out. As you said, some very talented names such as 49 Motorsports coming out and competing this year, and I hope they return. Bill, do you have any questions for Kyle?
Yeah, first of all, as a former series manager, I know how you're under the gun there when you're dealing with driver swaps in a series that involves that. Car counts are always the big issue. Have you looked to expand to some other, to put out some advertising, see if we can bring in some more, maybe some Finns into here, some of the guys from around the globe?
Yeah, we definitely are. Actually, we're very in tune to what our drivers and participants want, because obviously without them, we wouldn't have a series. So shortly after this race, we're sending out a survey, trying to get their feedback, what they want to see, what they like, didn't like, kind of all that. And one of them is obviously the start time. For this race, it's harder for the Euro guys because I think it starts around, I think about 10 o'clock at night and goes till like 2 in the morning for them. So we might be moving those up. But biggest thing too is obviously getting them higher end teams involved. I know a really good buddy of mine's on Mad Cow Racing, and he recently told me that they're seriously looking into possibly running with us next year. So I think that if we kind of get that 1 or 2 teams to join in, then we might get some of the really higher end teams that are over in Europe and also in the States, wherever, to be running with us too, which would be great.
Is this the first season that you ran with GSRC, or did you run seasons before this?
I've run with you guys in other series.
For the WeatherTech series, this is the first time that we've been on GSRC, right?
Yes, it is. We were trying to do that, and we're looking next year. We're trying right now to be in talks with some other companies out there to get a main sponsor, to get some things, as well as see what drivers' input is for possible like entry fees or something like that for being able to get the entire season next year broadcast every race.
Well, Joe can attest to this. When you're on GSRC, though, it does help because it gets you that attention, and it might put some spotlight on this series for next time. So good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're definitely looking forward to it, and we're looking forward to seeing what next year has to bring.
We look forward to seeing what it brings as well. We hope that you guys are able to continue the improvements that you've started on that upward swing this season. And again, congratulations on a beautifully run series with a nice slew of talent.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you guys. We only had you on for 3 races this year, but obviously it was a huge improvement. So it was really good. So as we see, we got an incident in turn 3, so I got to run real quick. But thanks a lot. We'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
My goodness.
That was Kyle Burney, our league organizer. But as he mentioned, that incident in turn 3, 2 different classes, Jacob Lehman and Rob Duro get together. You can see Duro got a little bit of a spin through 3, and he could not save it in time to stay away from the prototype of Lehman.
Does this bring out the yellow? This is. Are these guys going to be able to lift it? No, they both get going, I think. Looks like they're. Lehman is stopped.
Well, he stopped. I don't think he feels confident he can get it home. The yellow is out.
There it is. Club Ham wins. They roll the dice. They hit bingo.
But is it enough to get back? It's still an hour and 7 minutes to go.
But at least they'll be on the same lap and close to the same pit strategy. You've got the lap back.
This is true. Ooh, this is going to be tricky for the DPs now. Pace car is out on track. We're going to come back for the pit stops, but until then, as they get the cars gathered up, we're going to take a quick break. Stick around because it is getting interesting strategy-wise, and the plot thickens here in the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series live on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Welcome back to Road Atlanta. We're watching the final round of the 2016 season and the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. Right now, Mikey Grims leads, but a convenient caution has allowed Sergio Dorelli in second place to get on the same lap, and pit stops are getting ready to take place. This is where it's going to get really interesting because with an hour and 2 minutes to go on the clock, we're not sure if either class can make it to the end. Some serious fuel mapping, some fuel saving may come into play. This should be the final stops for most drivers if they try and fuel save. Now we've got two drivers staying out. Darling has not come in.
I don't understand why.
Linden has stayed out as well. Maybe Darling does not feel confident about their fuel consumption. Remember, they do have damage on the car, which may be causing them to not be able to save as much fuel.
Yeah, but, okay. Right. Here's the deal. They're going to have to stop again, assuming they, so Castro's coming in right now, and he's going to have a full tank of fuel. Yes, Castro will need to stop again as well, but Darling's going to have to stop. Castro will have to stop under green. Darling will have to stop under green, but Darling's going to need a ton of fuel.
And he's, I don't know.
And Castro can come and get new tires right now. He's like, the tires are free. It doesn't cost him anything to get the tires and as much fuel as he wants. I get the feeling Darling knows something we don't, because I can't see Darling making a mistake this simple. Let's take let's say that the lights are on the pace car. Maybe Darling is going to do this at the very end and do it without a stop.
What
we're at the
Dexter
1 hour
Castro
mark.
did before.
I will just pit at the very last yellow lap. But see, I don't think that's going to work either. I think the guy who's in the catbird seat, this is going to seem silly, but I think it's the guy in third.
Yanis is off. Yanis is off track at turn 5. Almost, and maybe actually made contact with Martin Heller. We're on replay. There's already damage on the front of that BMW. Did he make any more contact?
Oh, I think he missed it.
Let's watch on board. See if we can get a better feel for it. Didn't expect him to check up that much into that corner.
And stay on board for the Bronco ride through the sand.
Yeah, great evasive action by Yanis. And we should mention there's a number of driver swaps that happened. Yanis is in the car, obviously, for 49 Motorsports. David Jakes taking over from Mikey Grims and V Apex Green.
Here comes Darling. He wants that extra lap. But he gives up the lead to do it, but I'm telling you who's going to sneak into the victory here. It's going to be the guy in third. It's going to be Wolfgang Wildenauer. He doesn't have the pace to run with these guys. He's going to go the distance.
And
yeah, Giannis is coming in. What they're thinking, Joe, they think they can go the distance, but the problem is they're going to have to race each other. And Wildenauer is not going to have to. He's back there. He doesn't have the pace to run with them. He's certainly going to go the distance. Watch out for him sneaking this.
Boy, that would be an incredible disappointment for 49 Motorsports if they lose this to simracing.de.
My thinking is Darling is going to have to go fast enough to win. Giannis is going to have to go fast enough to win, but they don't have enough fuel to run full.
And both Giannis and Darling, even though they're in second and third, they're going to be at the tail, the very tail of this train.
So I'm going to get the news here from my director. Is going to fill me into this. Is there an advantage between the two different manufacturers, between Audi and BMW? The Audi, the Audi we're hearing from Dexter. Thank you. We're going to give credit where credit's due. That has a significant fuel advantage.
That was my thought for Paul Darling being willing to give up that track position, knowing he is more likely to make it to the end waiting that long. Now, Yanis set things even by coming in for the stop. All right, they waved the rest of the cars around. Green flag is going to go for David Jakes. Pace car is in, and David Jakes is off and running. Oscar Fiera has a number of lapped cars between them, though. He's going to have to overtake them if he wants to try and challenge for this lead. About 2 seconds between our prototype leaders.
Ludwig into the... Oh, actually, Ludwig goes in, and there was another car off. It was Fisher that was off as well.
Absolutely.
I think it was the Fisher that Ludwig, I think, just got scared. He saw Fisher really, really slow.
Is for Braxton. He hopped into the car to replace... let's see if I can figure out who that was. I'm trying to remember.
I believe.
Yeah, that's correct.
So Ludwig bangs it in there, puts the left front of the car in. I think he's going to be able to drive that around. No yellow.
And here's what's interesting. With Paul Darling waiting to take that fuel, he had a much longer stop than Yair Yanis' splash and dash that second time in, which meant Darling did not catch the tail of the train.
Oh, now that's big.
So he's got 4 seconds between himself and Yanis. Meanwhile, between themselves and Wolfgang Wildenauer, there's about 3.5 seconds. And I'm pretty sure that number is steadily coming down every time I look over at it. In the meantime, this has worked out beautifully for David Jakes. That traffic between Ferreira and himself has meant the gap is now 11 seconds.
And again, we think that we're almost positive that... Look at how slow Ferreira is. I'm not so sure Ferreira's not going to try to see if he can go from here.
Actually, that's a good point. I was noticing that Dexter Castro, or Yanis rather, was staying up with this prototype, which I don't think is by accident either. I wonder if Yanis is trying to save fuel in the draft of that prototype, which now he's not going to be able to, it looks like.
So if you put your mind, if you get inside the helmet of Oscar Fiera, I don't have the pace to catch the leader, but can I just nurse this around for 55 minutes? Oh, that's a long way to go.
And it's going to be a short pit stop for David Jakes, too.
Right.
And with the gap that he's already stretched over the Club Ham machine, I don't know if that fuel saving is going to work.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a lap down, I think, again, if he doesn't pick it up a bit.
Fans of OnlineSimRacing.de, they've got their prototype out, but it's already in the grass. Marcel Unger, unfortunately, seems to have some problems getting the car going on cold tires. I don't blame him. These prototypes are very difficult when they haven't been warmed up. He's being very gentle with that car.
What happened was he couldn't get any momentum up because he had to slow down in pit exit to let the cars go by. And then when he got out there, he gave it just a little bit of gas and the car took off on him.
Daytona prototypes, notorious on iRacing for being extremely slippery when the tires are cold, and you can see just how cautious Unger is being around these corners. Oh, Ludwig in the wall. Is this the second time since the green?
Yep.
That's coming through turn 5. We haven't seen a whole lot of problems in turn 5 compared to what we're used to.
Well, he banged the left front the last time, so this one will balance it out. The car will be a little... It'll be very pointy.
If you're gonna hit everything, I want you to be perfect.
That's it.
But Ludwig is able to get that Blackadder Motorsport 66 back going again. see it a little bit slower. All right, Darling has closed in on Yanis. It's now 3 seconds between Hammer Down and 49 Motorsports. As well, Yanis and Wildenauer. The gap is 3 seconds between them. Everybody catching each other at about the same pace. So we could see a 3-car battle for the lead in a few laps here. Darling getting a little bit held up by traffic. He's lost some of that time. Now about 3.5 seconds as Kevin Linden's V-Apex Yellow prototype works its way past.
Listen to the race control coming over right now, saying to make sure that you pay attention to your spotter.
Well, actually, no, he's making them aware. There's a bug right now in iRacing where if you're in a driver swap race, sometimes it can somehow turn the spotter off. And he's making sure all the drivers are aware that you might be trying to lap traffic or do a number of things where you're side by side with a car, and your spotter might not give you the information that you're used to getting. So and boy, credit to these marshals for really communicating everything very well with all these drivers.
Okay, we're riding on board with Wildenauer right now. That's your GTD leader. But look at how slowly Oscar Ferreira is running him down. Ferreira is second in the prototypes.
I think you're right. I think Ferreira is saving fuel to make it at his last stop. Unfortunately, 22 seconds up to David Jakes, and they've only been out on track for 10 minutes now. So
it might work, but I think he's still going to finish second.
Yeah, that's. Getting more information from the marshals. All right. We're getting information that Matthew Cottingham, car 16, does not have a spotter because of that bug. And I think it was 9.5. Yes, I believe so. Ed Verras, Bad Cactus Blue. We haven't given Bad Cactus Blue, I don't think, any scream time. Let's give the number 95 a little bit of airtime.
He's out there all by himself, literally now, with nobody talking to him.
58 laps down. Ed, very familiar here on the Global Sim Racing channel for his time racing in the CESCS. Oh, I think Yer Yanis is having to save fuel a lot more than Paul Darling is. Because Darling's now closed the gap from 3.5 seconds to 2.2. Meanwhile, Yanis only down to 2.8 seconds behind Wildenauer. Before he was at about 3.1. Also hearing Corey Roon affected by that spotter bug, the car number 19.
Yeah, they should be running down Wildenauer. They should be closing. He had no pace to run with these guys before. And Wildenauer is out there.
Yanis spins.
Yep.
Turn 1. And it's very similar to what we saw with Mikey Grims not too long ago. Here we're going to see that BMW turns in, and that rear wants to get there first. We're getting more and more cars that have the spotter bug being announced by the marshals. And we see on board. Man, that's one thing that always scares me about that turn 1, Bill, is it seems like things happen so quickly that there's so little time to react and save the car.
Fortunately, there's a nice runoff there that if you can get it load up a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, you come in there with such speed, that's if you can get it slowed down before you hit that grass. And we've seen that in real life at that corner, that cars come in there with a high rate of knots, and if the grass is at all wet, there is just no keeping it out of the tires. Well, that mistake has given Paul Darling second place, and that changes the timing. Yanis is now 10 seconds back. Darling now 4.5 back from our leader, Wildenauer, in onlinesimracing.de.
And that just allows Wolfgang to back it up that much more. Now
That's
remember,
they're fighting 49 for the championship in GTD.
and I think right now, if Martians were to attack Road Atlanta, and this race was called, I think your champion would be Wildenauer for simracing.de.
Well,
But
until
he doesn't have the pace he's not fast enough on his own to stay ahead of Darling. And remember, Darling and Castro, they came in later. They did that stop that this team didn't do. That's why they're out in front right now.
Well, since I think it's unlikely that we're going to see Martians with skull-like faces and giant brains on their heads, I don't think that's going to happen.
That's what they always say, and then it happens.
Yeah, we're hearing 49 Motorsports must finish in second place to win the championship if the 991 stays in front. They're going to have a tiebreaker if 49 Motorsports manages to overtake Darling. I'm curious how that's going to change if Darling overtakes the number 991 of Wildenauer. All right, we got our information. 991 finishes P2. 49 has to finish third place for the same scenario to take the championship, for 49 to win it all. So, at this point, Paul Darling is Team 49's best friend, ironically. They're going to be cheering him on, knowing that he's got the pace over Wildenauer. From what we've seen so far, we got a car off just ahead of Wildenauer. That was Unger, actually.
Unger back in there.
Ironically, their teammate, onlinesimracing.de, it's their prototype team. And I swear I'm going to stop using the word ironically as much.
That would be ironic if you stopped doing that.
Most people don't know what that word even means anymore, but yeah, that was, you can see on the replay in the chicane, and weirdly, they puts it in the wall after he's finished spinning. Didn't quite clear the nose. Unfortunately, I think that's going to put a bit of damage on the front of that prototype. There you can see it. It's a little dusty, but they've got it going again.
My understanding that none of the lyrics in the Alanis Morissette,
none of them are ironic at all.
Yeah.
That's a big reason why, that,
which is
that
irony in itself, I think. Yeah.
Oh boy! All right, let's get off the English lesson. But David Jake, still your leader in the prototypes. In fact, now by 40 seconds, I'm pretty sure he's got a splash and dash pit stop in hand and can still come out ahead of Ferreira. And even if he comes out behind him, Bill, if he's not too far behind, if he's only 10 seconds behind, Ferreira's so slow right now, I think he would still be able to overtake him.
I think there's a possibility for me to get on a top-tier team as the designated fuel saver. No, don't you think? I think.
Sorry, I was distracted. I was trying to read some information we were getting in the chat. Some of the other chats that we have. Lots of talk between drivers in the paddock that we haven't had time to take a glance at. So I think Unless, like you said, Bill, something catastrophic suddenly surprises all of us. I'm pretty sure that Jake's has this thing in the bag, but mistakes can still happen.
Oh, we're seeing cars spin left and right, though. I mean, it's...
There's been, I get the feeling fatigue has been a major player in this 6-hour race. We've seen a lot of drivers that are very good. Drivers like Russell Clayson make mistakes that have been race-ending, and I'm not used to seeing from them. We're getting some information as well. Looks like 49 Motorsports thinks they're close, but it sounds like they think they can make it. However, the OnlineSimRacing.de guys are not sure they can get there on fuel, hence why they are slowing their pace so much. And in fact, Paul Darling is now within a second of our leader. If this pass takes place, the championship swings back in favor of 49 Motorsports.
Yeah, not sure how much I believe coming out of the 49 Motorsport camp.
Just like real racing, they're never going to tell you everything that's necessarily true about fuel, because you got to keep that close to your chest. But one thing that we are hearing, or rather we're not hearing, Hammered Down has not come to us yet to tell us where they are on fuel. And 49 doesn't think that they're good. Or no, 49 does think that they're good, actually. Sorry.
Well, Darling does have the advantage of being in the Audi. But he did have to run down the lead, so how much did he use to get there? And now they're coming up behind Ludwig, who's been spinning left and right. Remember, he's got the front right and the front left of that car pinched in.
Look at this. This has caused Darling to close right onto the rear spoiler of Wildenauer. He's got a run on him. Is he going to take a look? No, he stays in line. They're still caught behind Ludwig, who is a lapped car. He needs to pull over at some point soon here and let the leaders through. This is going to be a good opportunity on the backstretch. And wow, look at the run that Darling has this time. This could be a done deal.
I'm not sure if it's in Darling's best interest to make this pass.
Oh, are they going to go 3 wide here? Lapped car lifts, lets them through, and I think you're right. Darling is just kind of trying to play it patient. He's not going to send it up this time.
It kind of is to do the pass now. I mean, if you're worried about fuel, why not just sit back here and wait a little bit? Do this 20 minutes from now.
Well, the argument against that, I would think, is if a mistake happens from Wildenauer and he spins in front of him, that could take Darling out. That's putting their race in the hands of Wildenauer. It's always going to be safer to be ahead of that car than it is behind.
Well, I think Darling making the pass would be a pretty good indication how they feel about their fuel.
This is true too, but remember he had a look like he was going to take a go down the backstretch. I think they want to get by. And here's the question, if you're Wildenauer, do you fight? You've got 38 minutes. That's not a short amount of time, but it is relatively, in the length of the race, close to the end. And I think we have our answer. He's going defensive, trying to hold them off, and they've got lap traffic.
There's no
That's Matthew
room.
Cottingham. Oh, no. Things are just playing perfectly into the hands of OnlineSimRacing.de.
Oh, they blew it into the entrance into 10, cost him.
He's got the inside, side by side, down into 12, but he's going to be able to clear him by the time they hit the exit. However, the better run goes to OnlineRacingSim.de. They take the inside back into turn 1. They are not giving this one up without a fight, and they are back into the lead. Here comes second place back at him. Darling looking for a way around into turn 3, but there's nothing doing.
I got to give a tip of the hat to Matthew Cottingham there. My goodness, you got the leaders coming up behind you. Just kept it straight. That couldn't have been pleasant for him.
boy.
And
Vildenauer.
Vildenauer was playing with it. He saw that lap car in front of him, and he just
exactly what he's doing.
there's nowhere for you to go.
Vildenauer can see that dim light in a green bay, and he is not going quietly into the night. And in fact, he's starting to drop Darling a little bit.
Here comes your leader, and the prototype's coming through.
So we're going to have to wait for Paul to try and set him up again. Closes in. Wow, look at the Audi through that chicane. But once again, has nowhere to go. Up and over the hill, down into 12. I think Darling showing some immense patience here. Trying to save the car, trying not to do anything too risky. He's got a half an hour left in this race. Looking much better at the apex of 3. But once again, coming into the S's, he has no opportunity. Billy's just stronger everywhere. That's not helpful.
And while this is going on, Yuri Yanis has been knocking off about half a second per lap. Yanis is coming.
Which means Paul Darling can't sit here too long and try and mess around with Vildenauer. They're going to have more lap traffic. Ed Vorst now is going to be in front of him. I tell you what, either OnlineSimRacing.de have a lot of friends at other teams, or they're just darn lucky. And Ed Vorst gets out of the way this time. He lifts and lets them through. Good run from Paul Darling. A little bit defensive from Vildenauer. Ooh. Way down to the inside, but he's going to blow the corner. Tries to take the apex away. Just keeps it on track, but he can't get the exit off the turn. He's going to have the inside down around turn 12. Are we going to see it around the outside of the final turn? That'd be brave stuff. He runs out of track and runs out of momentum. Still side by side. Paul Darling not giving up the fight. Down into turn 1. Now finally, he lets him through. Goes for the over-under in turn 1. Has to hold behind him coming up the hill into turn 3. Can't get the momentum. And finally, once again, Vildenauer denies him the pass.
Yuri Yanis knocked off 2 seconds that lap. The interval's now 4.3 to third place.
Vildenauer has the bit between his teeth. He is not going to give this thing up. He knows that this is the championship. He has to stay in this position, not just to win the race, but to win this entire 2016 season. Question is, does Darling know this about the OnlineSimRacing.de team? Is he aware of the point situation and how hard, how badly they want this? Another good run from Paul Darling to the outside. Can he get it done under braking down to the chicane? He's got a nose ahead. BMW notoriously strong in the slower corners. Gets it to the apex, but he's too short into there. Can he get a run off of it? No. Darling finally, at about the 4th time of asking, brings the Hammer Down Racing GT3 Audi into the lead. Here comes Vildenauer back at him. Takes a look down to the inside of turn 1. Dives it in deep. They make contact. Second place car goes off into the dirt. Saves it from the barrier. Darling brings it back onto the track, or does he? He's trying to get it back on. Does that car have damage? He's now overtaken by Yuri Yanis. Let's look at that one more time. Here we see an incredible run coming from the car of Vildenauer. Dives it in very deep, but does he drift wide? No, I don't think he did.
I don't think so.
I think that was fair. He held his line.
Yeah, I would think you got to give him a little more room than that. So we're going to ride on board with Vildenauer.
Yeah, it was a very late dive, but he held his line. Let's watch it from Darling's view.
And the line through this corner is a bit iffy anyway.
But the significant thing that backfired on OnlineSimRacing.de is that now that 49 Motorsports is in second place, that means that the championship will be 49's.
assuming that Darling doesn't come back. Yes.
Which I have a feeling is going to happen.
So now Wildenhauer, what he needs to do is slow down Giannis, slow down the 49 team, which I think will probably happen. That'll let
back them up.
That'll let Darling back into it. Yeah. Meanwhile, your prototype lead is now up to 58 seconds, still on the lead lap.
And Giannis is already on the back of Wildenhauer. If Giannis is able to overtake Wildenhauer, no matter where these two finish, the championship will go to Wildenhauer then. Or to 49 then, rather.
Right. Wildenhauer saying, I held back Hammer down, I can hold back 49 Motorsports.
Oh, yeah. Well, the only thing, I guess he still has incentive to fight aggressively, because all he can hope for now is that Jer makes a mistake.
Yeah, Jer's not going to need to get around here. He's happy where he is right now, but he can't. Jer can't sit there because he's got to stay ahead of Darling.
Well, here's another fly in the ointment. We understand that the marshals are at least active at this moment. I'm assuming that has to do with the contact we just saw into turn 1. So there could be a penalty thrown into this.
That's what they're there for.
Meanwhile, Giannis gets a great run coming out of turn 7. He's got the draft on Wildenhauer. Wildenhauer really hugging that inside line. Is he going to squeeze him back to the racing line? Just about holds even. Yeah, Giannis trying to push him to the inside a little bit as well. Can't quite overtake him in the braking, though. Tries to come back at him off of the turn. Just gets a nose in. Are they going to come together? It gets very close. And Giannis with a big lift to preserve the car. And this battling has allowed Paul Darling back in the mix. 3-way battle for the lead with 30 minutes to go of a 6-hour race, Bill.
What great racing from Wildenhauer there as he really squeezed down the straight, tried to get the best entry. The problem Wildenhauer was having in the last 3 or 4 overtakes was he has such a shallow entry into 10 that he loses it by the time they get to the main straightaway. He needed to get as wide as he could. He's going to give you he's going to take that defensive line, but then he's going to leave you. He's going to push you out as far to the right as possible. Let's see what happens this time.
One thing that makes me afraid, Bill, and I know we need to keep fair racing, is if a penalty... Oh, and here we go. Here's my answer. No ruling racing incident between drivers. So they are fair to keep racing. And this is what I was hoping for, Bill, because no matter who a penalty was given to, whether it was Wildenhauer's team or Darling's team, that would seal the championship for 49 as well.
I don't envy the race stewards. Their job right now...
Yeah, to make a hard call like that.
But sometimes you got to, when you're looking at the last race of the season and you're battling like this, you got to let a few elbows go. It was close. It was a close call.
It was one of those on-the-line things, I think. Giannis still just hounding Wildenhauer. And you have to think that 49 team is aware that if Darling gets up in this mix, whoa, big mistake from Wildenhauer. This is going to allow Giannis to come up beside him. Once again, he's trying to squeeze him, not taking completely to the line, going around the outside, using the banking. 49 is taking things into their own hands and taking the lead of this race.
And here comes, this is Unger in the prototype getting through there, weaves his way through. That's going to give a little bit of a pull to Wildenhauer.
A pull. Here comes Vildenauer. He's coming back up the inside. This battle is not
look
done.
out!
They're almost going to split the prototype. They come together.
There goes Darling.
And unfortunately, OnlineSimRacing.de came out the worst of that incident. Door-to-door banging. But the lead is going to change one more time. Paul Darling had a run on 49 Motorsports, and I almost wonder if Yanis let him through.
We have the replay ready to bring up when we need it. Vildenauer has got himself back in the hunt, though.
But he's not in the position to take the
No.
championship. This is still going the way of 49 Motorsports. And if Darling is is faster than these guys and able to gap them, I think no matter where these two finish in second or third between 49 and Online, I think it's still going to go to 49.
But this is not the type of racing that you're going to see if you're trying to save fuel. Darling had to really hustle that Audi all the way back up to get to these guys. Did he burn fuel to get there? Do they still remember? They had to conserve.
Well, here's the other question, too. If these guys get a caution, that could make them get to the end, I'm pretty sure. And
Yeah, I think a caution would be very helpful. I think Vildenauer probably doesn't want a caution. I think he's... Now we're going to go back to the replay of the pass for the lead.
all right, let's take a look at that.
Now, the car in here, I believe, is going to be Unger's, the prototype that doesn't really count. The car diving to the inside right there.
Yes, there he goes, clears them both. And, and it looks like actually 49 went for the apex. I mean, that's a hard call there. Let's watch from onboard Darling. He got the popcorn position to the extreme here.
Yeah.
I mean, that Vildenauer's car was way far to the inside, but they weren't pushing out at the time.
And now we're going to look on board from the car on the inside.
Here we're right on the roof of the BMW. There are no roofs in this race.
I got you.
That's a hard call because it looks like, he probably would have drifted wide had he kept his line. But at the same time, at that point, he wasn't pushing wide yet. Again, I'm with you, Bill. I do not envy being a marshal in this race. But one thing I am glad that we have is just incredible hard racing between all three drivers for the lead and the GTD class, because the lead in the prototypes is still stretching out now over a minute between Jakes and Ferreira. In fact, I think Jakes is about to put a lap on our second place car.
Yeah, last time we looked, it was about 55 seconds. Now it's a minute 8. In fact, it won't be long. He's got him in his windscreen.
We don't have anything official. This is not official from our marshals, but we're hearing that things are looking like it's going to be deemed a racing incident.
I have done tons of IRT work, and I can't tell you how many times I've spent 15, 20 minutes looking at an incident over and over, thinking about it. It's so difficult to look at it 2 or 3 times here in the heat of the battle and come up with something. These 3 cars are sticking together, though.
Yeah, Darling has not gapped them significantly. It's about 1 second between Darling and Yanis.
Well, now Darling can back off again, and he just needs to go fast enough to stay ahead of Yanis. Yanis just needs to go fast enough to stay ahead of Vildenauer.
Really, yeah, if anything, the onus is in the hands of OnlineSimRacing.de at this point.
To press the action, yeah.
And I don't know if they really have the pace to do it. We believed that they were trying to save fuel as well. OSR team trying desperately to take this championship home, but what was probably their best opportunity slipped between their fingers. I can't say it was without them trying, as they fought valiantly for that lead, for that second place.
If you're a series organizer, you can't hope for anything more than this. You're down to a 6-hour race as your season finale, and in the last 20 minutes, you have a battle for the championship. That's all you can hope for.
That also involves a battle for the lead, too.
Right.
Now, Darlene's got some traffic here. Is this going to slow him up? That's Corey Roon and Shave Software. You can see Darlene flashing his lights, asking to be let by. He goes a little bit wide, not the greatest of places, a little awkward, but Darlene's through. That's going to cost him some time to Yanis.
Giannis wanted that spot so bad, Joe.
Yeah. Did he get a cut course, though? He was way far to the inside. I'm not sure that he's going to get it. We'll find out here as they come over turn 5. Let's watch on board on the replay. Nearly got into Shave. Bill, you've been waiting for a joke there. I'll let you have it.
Missed him by a whisker.
There you go.
Tip your waitresses.
Whew. Man, what a strange dynamic, Bill. We're seeing drivers so incredibly aggressive, and then at the same time, drivers who are desperately trying to preserve the cars in other ways. It's this back and forth of you got to be hard on it in some ways and very easy on it in others.
Oh, we have seen more than I can count cars run out of fuel on the last lap. Last corner. We will not know who wins this race until they cross the start-finish line. Well, obviously, but to quote Yogi Berra, it ain't over till it's over, and that's going to be the case today. We don't know how much fuel they have in here. All 3 of them could run out. If they run out of fuel, do they get to tow back in?
Well, that's a good question. I'm assuming that it's treated like it is in real life. If they'd stopped on course,
would it be the car that got the farthest?
Oh, you mean on the final lap?
Yeah, or is it the car that got across the?
I don't know.
First.
I think it's the last car across the line because I don't think iRacing determines it by who stops
by
where.
By distance, yeah.
Interesting question. I've never dealt with that before.
This could be a race to the white flag.
Honestly, though, if I was the OSR team and I thought any of the drivers ahead of us were at risk of running out of fuel, I think if I was OSR, I would take the pit now. If you think you can't make it, top off that little bit of fuel you need, that one extra lap, and then try and complete that final lap. Well, looks like more cars are falling foul of the marshals. Number 19 has had a warning for disobeying blue flags. That's Corey Roon.
That's in the Shave Software car, probably for that dive into the corner there that closed the door on Giannis. What are they going to do to you, Corey? There's 18 minutes left in the season.
He's actually protesting.
Corey, to be honest with you, Corey, it kind of does there.
There's nobody around him. He's not battling for position.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've had our prototype leader overtake Oscar Ferreira, which means he's put him a lap down. In fact, they're just getting by the 49 Motorsports car now. Whoa! That was a little hairy for the final 17 minutes of a 6-hour race. But they both come out unscathed. But yeah, to the point of the number 19 of Shave Software, I feel, or at least I can say from my perspective as a driver who's been lapped from time to time, if I'm not in a direct battle, I tend to try and play it safe and stay out of the leader's way. If I lose a little bit of time, I mean, unless I'm really worried that I'm going to be run down by someone behind, I just don't see fit to cost them the apex or an alternate line or anything. But that's my personal experience, so I should say.
Before I come, I just want to see if he's in any type of battle with the car behind him. I guess not really. So
he's a lap up. He's 14 seconds behind Rob Duro, which, a spin could put him back into it. I can understand not wanting to lose too much time there. But if you're concerned about half a second over the 6-hour race because you had to let the leaders go through when they're battling, there's other places around that race that you could have made that time up. And actually, Rob Duro letting our leaders through now.
There's a total different psychology there. Duro almost pulled all the way over there to let those guys in and lost a ton of time as well.
If you're just joining us, this is the final round of the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series here at Road Atlanta on the Global Sim Racing Channel. David Jakes is your overall leader. He leads by an entire lap over the next prototype car. In fact, there are only 4 prototypes left on track. Paul Darling, currently sitting in 4th overall, is our leader in the GTD, but he's only got it by about 3.5 seconds over Yair Yanis, who is also only 3 seconds ahead of Wolfgang Wildenauer.
My guess is, though, that Jake still has to make one more stop before this is done.
I think that's going to be correct. He's been pushing hard. I'm thinking we should see him in within the next 10 minutes, most likely, if he needs the fuel. Because if you're Jakes, I feel like there's no reason to try and risk it and take it to the very end with that much of a gap.
Darling now has opened up a 4-second lead on the 49 Motorsports car of Yair Yanis, who has about a 3-second lead back to Wolfgang Wildenauer.
And these 49 guys are very savvy of championship situations. I have a feeling Yanis is probably backing off. He's being told to save fuel, make it to the end, because even if Wolfgang passes them, 49 will still take the championship.
We have a Wolfgang and a Ludwig in here racing today.
Whoa, 49 had trouble with Rob Duro trying to get around him. Let's look at the replay of that. I think Duro maybe was a little bit too polite. Watch this, it starts to move on him. Here you're going to see. Yep. And that's what caused the confusion. Tries to get offline.
Yep, too polite.
One of the first rules they teach you in multi-class and as well when you're being lapped. Hold your line. You see the onboard, his momentum's interrupted. And then when he goes to move around, that's when, unfortunately, Duro weaves to the right. Curious to know if Duro's as well is going to get a black flag, or not a black flag, but a warning.
Well, what happened in Duro's defense? I mean, he was holding his line. He was out where he should have been, and then he got the bump. And I think, so, okay, I'll get out of the way. And then I think this made things worse. Plus, these guys are tired.
Oh, I can only imagine. Been out there for 5 hours and 48 minutes. That's not including any of the practice that they may have been doing in warm-up.
And Giannis is from Finland. He did the first 100 laps of the race. Then set out for Dexter, who did the next 100 laps, and now he's come back in again. So,
and that's a little bit to the east of GMT. So I believe there should be about 3 a.m. or thereabouts.
I would think in this, it's still dark, but.
Well, I was going to say in Finland in wintertime, the northern hemisphere, I'm sure it's dark from about 4 in the afternoon for them. I have to wonder if maybe the Finns are a lot more active late at night in the wintertime because what is
so much of
nobody.
it. Right?
And nobody wants to go outside in the winter of Finland anyway, so... so we're wrong. It is 2 o'clock there, we're hearing.
"11 minutes to go."
We had our excitement a little too soon for the end, but that does not mean it's over.
Oh, no.
What's fascinating about this battle in the top 3 is I don't believe 4th is on the same lap. That's Martin Heller in GTD. By the way, if you do want a little bit of drama, we actually do need to pay attention to the amount of time that drivers have put in, because if any driver goes over the maximum time limit, they will get a DNF. The entire team will get a DNF.
They have a maximum limit. That's interesting.
Well,
yeah.
If you can have 3 drivers, I think that makes sense. Jakes is indeed coming in. You can see on your screen for that last bit of fuel. That's going to bring Oscar Ferreira onto the lead lap. But I think that fuel-saving strategy for Club Ham is just not going to pay off.
Don't stall the car. Don't pull away till the nozzle's out of the tank.
Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that in sim racing. Oh, boy, wouldn't that be interesting? We'd see, I think, a fair few more problems with pit stops. Good news is, if you don't want the drama, we believe that most drivers are pretty good on the driver times, but we cannot know for sure until the race is over. So Jakes is away and going. Oh, he had a moment though. Actually, let's
smoke. Yeah,
that was cold tires once again. That could have been game changing. Let's watch on board. Didn't have him in the oven long enough and almost turned her around in very treacherous turn 5. But Jake shows his skill. He keeps it pointed forward. And he's still got nearly a minute gap between himself and Ferreira. Ferreira having problems of his own coming through turn 3. Missed the apex, missed the exit.
Oh my goodness. And he's got 8 more minutes to go, and we're not sure if he can get there either, even at the pace he's been running.
Ooh, Ludwig with problems at the exit. What happened here?
He spun it. He nosed it in hard. He nosed it in really hard. That BMW, the car is smoking. I don't know if that car's going to go.
Serious damage to the engine of the Mercedes.
It's rolling.
Wow, that was a hard hit.
He exits out now.
Is that going to cause us a caution at the very end?
My understandings of the rules is that might.
Do they do cautions late in the race? I know some series give a certain set amount of time that there are no cautions so that races will end under green. Ferreira needs fuel as well, so he is going to go a lap down. He wasn't saving fuel, apparently, or at least he wasn't saving it enough, I guess. We did get a little bit more information on the driver time situation. The limit that a driver can be in the car at this race is 180 laps. Hammer down is at 174. Now, granted, we've got 7 minutes left, so they're going to be right on the cusp. That still makes you wonder. They can't afford to slow down because they've only got 6 seconds between themselves and Yanis. And Hammer Down isn't in the championship hunt for the win. They're just here to take P1 in the race.
So explain that to me again, Joe. The max that a driver can do is 180 laps?
180. Hammer Down is at 174. Now, is that total for the car, though? I think that's total for the car. No, it's not, actually.
Giannis did 100 laps to start.
We're talking about Hammer Down Racing. This is Paul Darling's team.
Right, well, I'm looking at Giannis is in a similar situation here.
Quinn only did the middle stint. Darling has indeed done over 774 laps because he's done that since we got that information, done more laps since we were told he had done 174.
All right, Giannis is good, so he's done about 150, I think, is going to be his total number.
Ooh, third place driver in prototypes who's been very quiet, Kevin Linden. I'm sure this is not the way he wanted to get attention. Turn 5 bites another driver. Now, thankfully, he stays just out of the barrier. Paul Darling just turned 177, I believe. So he's got 3 laps.
Oh,
5 minutes left. When is the leader going to cross the line? Because that could be significant.
Best news for Darling right now is that he just got passed by David Jakes. That could end up being very strategic.
Absolutely. All right. So Jakes is coming across with just under 5 minutes. They're doing about an hour 15. Minute 15. Hour 15 laps would be an incredible track.
I think there's a possibility that
they could be over.
This... Oh. Because I think he crossed... I think Jakes might have to... He went across with about 4... Oh, man, that's going to be close. We'll see.
Makes me wonder where the other teams sit. Looks like 49 should be pretty solid. Dexter had a very long middle stint.
Yeah, Giannis is okay. Giannis is about 150.
And with 3 drivers in OSR, they are definitely clear.
See, GSRC, we'll find drama. We'll find it somewhere. If it's not fuel, it'll be total laps for a driver.
I hate this for Hammer Down Racing. That would be such a shame for them to lose this, to just be barely over the limit on the rules. But the rules are the rules, and they have to enforce them when there is a clear limit. You just have to think, if only they had put a driver in for 1 lap longer. And now that we're closer, we can tell the Hammer Down is not going to make this. They're going to get DQ'd unless they swap drivers. Oh, my goodness. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, Bill. They'd win on track, but they'd be DQ'd. Or they throw away the win and get registered as a finisher. That is a lonely, lonely Audi, despite being in the lead.
Could you imagine if OnlineSimRacing.de was ahead and 49 Motorsports was in third, and the championship was decided because Darling was eliminated?
Well, but...
And they would have lost their buffer.
They would need a car between Yanis and Wildenauer, though, which we don't have right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If Wildenauer was in front and Yanis was in third, that would have been the buffer. And then they have that eliminated.
Well, I think if that was the case, if they had a car between them being in second and fourth, it would still go to Wildenauer's team. OSR would still take the championship with 2 positions between them. So it would actually still be the same result. 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock. David Jakes, our leader for V Apex Green. We haven't given them a whole lot of screen time, but then they've been very dominant ever since they lost their challenger in Russell Clayson's V Apex Blue.
So I guess Darling can stop before he crosses the start-finish line and just finish third, right? As long as he doesn't complete that lap.
I guess that's about the only option, if they're one over. This should be the final lap, I'm pretty sure. They came across the line with about 1:11. So as we ride on board with our overall leader, David Jakes, trying to put a lap on Benjamin Fisher for Braxton. Sneaks his way by him. Up into turn 6 one last time. Now into 7.
6-hour race, and Joe Peak isn't going to be able to call the winner in one of the classes.
But in the end, David Jakes.
No question here.
Yes, V Apex Racing Green. Remember, halfway through the race, they clinched the championship. Not only that, they're going to take home the win in the final round as they come through the chicane. The clock ticks down to nothing left. White flag goes up. Checkered flag goes up immediately. And as Jakes brings that car across the line, wins the championship and the race.
Congratulations to Jakes and Mikey Guerin.
Paul Darling, however, is coming to the line. While he might win on track, we understand that according to the rules, they might have their win taken away. We'll get confirmation later. But across the line, it's going to be Paul Darling that finishes first here at Road Atlanta in the GTD class. Gary Yanis comes in behind in second, and that is for sure going to give the 49 Motorsports guys the championship in GTD. A hard-fought season came down to battling in the final hour just to take it home. And that damaged BMW has been beat to hell and back, but man, they are probably celebrating now. We're going to come back after a short break. Drivers, come on and talk to us after this, because we're going to have driver interviews as well as the unofficial results read to you. And on screen, we're going to have the upcoming races here on the Global Sim Racing channel, so stick around. Welcome back to Road Atlanta. You just witnessed the final hours of the final season finale of the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. And man, what a race we were presented with. Even had the championship on the line between three leaders in the GTD class. And in the end, it was V Apex Racing Group Green who took home the overall win, finished an entire lap ahead of Club Ham, who still did a valiant effort to try and save fuel and get themselves an edge, but it wasn't enough. V Apex Racing Group Yellow, they stuck around. They were 5 laps down from the leader, but hey, they were on the podium. That's why you keep racing in endurance racing. Then we already get to the GTD class because of the attrition rate and the prototypes. Hammer Down Racing, we can confirm, we got it from the marshals. They just snuck under the wire. They're going to take the win in that Audi, as they had 180 laps exactly for Paul Darling. 49 Motorsports, they took the championship, but they took second place today. I'm sure they're still going to be happy with that. They had a hard-fought battle with OnlineSimRacing.de, who finished in third on the podium, but unfortunately lost the championship with them finishing behind 49 Motorsports. Sweet Spot Racing finishes in 7th overall, 4th in class. Then you get to the final prototype that was on track, OnlineSimRacing.de. The other one in 4th position in their class and 8th overall. 9th was Blackadder Motorsports, number 67, the GTDs, and the rounding out the top 10 bill was Shave Software.
Then we get to the mixed match here, that's in the 11th to 20th position. It's a GTD of Braxton Motorsports, followed by Blackadder Motorsports. That's car number 66. Work in Progress Racing, that's the BMW team, 16 laps down in the Baker's Dozen position. 14th spot goes to V Apex GT Racing Team. Then 15th to Bad Cactus Racing Blue Team. All Ribbons and Curls is V Apex Racing Group. That's blue. I think we're just about out of colors there for that team. Blue Line Motorsports in 17th. 18th is Blackadder Motorsports. That's the number 68 car. Now I'm going to read it as it's spelled. Vapex Racing Group Red. That's right, Vapex. 263 laps down in 19th position. And say you want a Revolution Racing, GGFX. 263 laps down in 20th.
And V Apex Red and Revolution Racing did not starts.
Vapex.
Russell, it's not me. Russell, go bug Bill after the race, not me. But we're going to talk to our championship winners in the GTD class. Let's pull in the drivers of that car this race. That was Dexter Castro and Yair Yanis. And first of all, let's talk to Yair about that battle in the final hour of the race. Were you at all worried for the status of the car about bringing it to the end, or was this, everything in it and just chuck it in and see what comes out? Yair, you got a copy? Sounds like might need to give Yair a chance to try and get his button set up here on our channel. So in the meantime, let's go to Dexter Castro. Dexter, we know that you love to try and work out strategy and see what you can do outside of just in door-to-door racing. How much number crunching were you doing when you guys kept coming in for second pit stops and various things and all these alternate strategies that we saw you guys play out in the race?
Well, really, a lot of this race's strategy was kind of defined by the fact that we were coming up short on fuel in the BMW, and the caution flags kept on showing up right on the hours. So we were always topping off so that we could try to cut out the extra stop. But yeah, there was a lot of number crunching at the end. Several times there were calls of save fuel, but do it quickly.
Every driver's favorite, I'm sure.
Yeah, but at the end, when the prototype leader had to come in for an extra splash, at that point, we didn't need to save any more fuel because we had been factoring in for the extra lap we were going to need. But with them, it sort of put them in a different spot on the track, so we actually needed one lap less.
Now, with you guys now officially winning the GTD championship, do you expect to be back at DJFX next season to try and defend your crown?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this series, take some format changes. I'll be interested to see, what they do next season. I'd be more than happy to run again with the GT3s and the Daytona prototypes, but they've had some other class structures in the past, and pretty much anything with GTs, I'd be more than happy to give a shot.
And I think we might have Yanis mic'd up. Yair, do you got a copy?
Yeah, this time I do.
All right, there we go. Yair, talk to us about that battle in the final hour, because, boy, you gave us a thrill in the booth, and I'm sure the viewers loved it, but how much of it were you worried for the car?
Not really that much. Of course, the car had some damage from Dexter's contact with the wall, but it was pretty drivable, and I wasn't really that worried about the battle. Only tricky thing was when I get past the online sim racing that the Dexter started instantly telling me to save fuel.
Talk to us a little bit about the time difference as well. From what we understand, it's past 2 a.m. over there in Finland. Is that difficult for you, or are you a night owl and you're used to these hours?
Well, I used to be, but nowadays I usually go to sleep a bit earlier. It's not really a problem for me to stay up once the race has started, since I most likely couldn't sleep anyway with the race going on.
I can understand that, the tension going on in your head. Well, congratulations to both of you. Well-fought second place and well-fought championship.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yep, thank you.
That was Dexter Castro and Yair Yanis, drivers today for the 49 Motorsports BMW and your GTD champions. Up next, looks like we can talk to another GTD driver, the second place in the championship. Probably not as excited, but we've got Wolfgang Wildenauer waiting in the wings. Let's pull him in and see how he felt about the end of the race. Wolfgang, do you have a copy?
Hi, guys. Yeah.
Bill?
Wolfgang, congratulations. You had if the race could have stopped about 15 laps before the end, I think you had the championship there, but it just wasn't going to play out for you.
Yeah, it was a hard fight for that, because if we just knew we needed to win. 49 should not be better than third place, and so the Audi, I have forgotten the number, was the ideal car between us. Right. But staying in front of the Audi and at the same time saving some fuel, that would not work out.
Yeah, there was some interesting use of back markers there down that back straight going into that final chicane a few times, where you could pin that Audi that was Paul Darling in it, where he had no room to make a pass.
He did a great job, and I think we had a good fight.
Yeah, it was very good, and you guys bumped a little bit, but everybody brought the car home. Some shallow entrances into that corner 10 when you were going defensive there. That was you'd actually protect the position through the chicane, but you'd lose all your momentum. You'd have a run on you down the main straight.
Yeah, that was great. So I did not expect that he would turn in that hard, but in that situation, yeah, it was okay. Worked fine. Car was fine after that. Again, also, I was a little bit sorry that he had to leave the track, but in the end, all worked out, and so he could win the race, and he really deserves it. More hard was the hit from 49 after that, when Jerry touched me from the right. So there I was really afraid of that. The suspension on the right front would have get hurt a little bit, but car worked, and so we could do a great third place finish. Yeah,
the BMWs they're tough. Well, congratulations.
Not always.
I'd like to thank you personally. After 6 hours of racing, you and 49 Motorsports and Hammer Down, you put on a great show for us. So thanks a lot.
Yeah. Also, congrats to Yeri and Dex for that great performance all over the season. We tried, but guys, you did a great job.
Thanks a lot, Wolfgang. Congratulations. Joe?
Well, I think we're going to do one quick goodbye before we go, with this being the season finale. I think we wanted to talk to Kyle Burney one last time. Kyle, now that the race is over, we got to talk to you once, and you've got 2 champions crowned. Do you feel proud?
I do, except for one little thing. I miscalculated. Going to have a huge spoiler alert. Granted, it doesn't affect the outcome of the championship, which is good. But
oh no, I know where he's going.
Hammer Down Racing did finish 1 lap over.
Oh, that is crushing. Got to feel for Paul Darling and Matt Quinn. But as we said, rules are rules. And Kyle, again, we can't thank you enough, both for bringing GSRC on for the 3 races that we got to cover, and as well for all the work behind the scenes that you've put in. Thank you so much for this season.
Yeah, it was great. We want to thank you guys for the 3 races you did. Hopefully we'll get you on board longer and for more races next season. We just want to thank all of the competitors. Obviously, without them, again, there's nothing we could have done to have a series. They're the ones that make this series. And we enjoy doing it, and we're really, really looking forward to next season. This season was great. Major improvements from the first round way back in February, and we're just going to hopefully just continue to grow on it, have bigger field sizes, and everything will be great next year.
Well, again, we can't thank you enough. And now that you've got a winter break with the holidays ahead of you, go get some rest and enjoy some time off.
Oh, yeah. No rest for the weary. As they said with Audi after they won, how long does it take to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans? They said tomorrow it takes 365 days to planning to win that race, and that's how it is with us. We're already started for next season, and we'll just keep going away until we get it all situated, and the next season is upon us.
There you go. That's how much work these guys put into these private leagues. That's Kyle Burney, the organizer here at DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. But after 6 hours here on the Global Sim Racing channel and 3 hours for me and Bill, we're going to close up shop and get some rest for our vocal cords. Of course, thank you again to Kyle, and thank you to all the competitors this season in the WeatherTech Sports Car Series. Also, thank you to the software and hardware that we use for our broadcast. You can see those listed on your screen. Additional thanks to our musical contributors, Eric Ekholm and Casey Lalonde, whose music you can find at the websites listed. Thanks to the team today, Sean, Adam, Bill, Amjad, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com, along with archived races and upcoming broadcasts. We're also on Twitter at GSR Channel and Facebook at /Global Sim Racing Channel. Definitely give us a ring on social media. We love interacting with our fans, and we try to answer whatever questions you might have. We also have upcoming races for other series on screen. Check those out and mark them down on your calendar. However, until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.